I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 301. Are there any no votes? Senator Fields? No, you're fine. Senator Zenzinger, Senator Jones, Senator Garcia, Senator Moreno. I got you, Senator Fields. Senator Kagan, Senator Kafalis, Senator Aguilar, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Williams, Senator Court, Senator Todd, Senator Merrifield. Senators Fields and Jones, I have you. Senator Kerr. With 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 301 is readopted. Co-sponsors. If I just got you, you're already on there. Senator Priola. Senator Coram. Senator Tate, you're already on there.
And no, we want to read over these committee reports and then recess and go to committee.
So we're not going to do the two House bills on third reading right now?
No.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the third reading calendar to follow the third reading of bills consent calendar.
Later today. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee reports.
May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1369 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1367 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1360 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1351 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1315 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1278 be postponed indefinitely. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1277 be referred to Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1266 be referred to Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1119 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1090 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, House Bill 1002 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee records following, Senate Bill 45 be postponed indefinitely.
Introduction of Senate bills. Oh, we don't have any? Okay. Signing of bills. That's what I meant to say.
The President has signed House Bill 1239.
And it was grueling. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had a request from the bill sponsor to remove House Bill 1204 from the General Order Second Reading of Bills consent calendar. 1204 will then move to the end of the General Order Second Reading of Bills calendar.
Noted. General Orders Second Reading of Bills. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of general orders, second reading of bills.
Motion for the body is for the Senate to resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills calendar. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills calendar, and Senator Hill will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 303?
Senate Bill 303 by Senators Neville and Cook and Representatives Neville and Wiss concerning the funding of the state highway system.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the request of the sponsors, I move to lay over Senate Bill 303 till Thursday, May 11th. Oh, wait. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, withdraw that motion.
Little things like that go awry today.
Senator Neville or Senator Cook, an alternate motion?
Thank you.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 303 and the committee reports on second reading.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a major amendment on the Finance Committee, which basically focused on a challenge in transportation regarding a funding mechanism, which was included, and also an ability to, this funding mechanism, if utilized, would actually eliminate the need for managed lanes on new projects. Mr. Chair, we feel that that those managed lanes actually are a double taxation, actually hurt the poor the most, and also our transport carriers, commercial carriers.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the way that we did that through the Finance Committee was to find a new revenue source for transportation, and that was through specific ownership tax, so that the value of your car after 10 years does not drop automatically to $3. It is still based on the original value, and so the goes up a little bit, but then after a certain amount of time, it keeps dropping until after the 25th year, it drops down to back down to a very low amount. And it also drops from 10% of existing funds to 5%.
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee report just basically made the appropriation.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we know we're in the second to the last day on Senate Bill 303, so we know that this bill is not going to go over to the House. However, instead of sending it, just going ahead and delaying it until May 11th, I thought it was important that we at least lay out some of the things that we designed into this bill to try to address what we feel is really the need, as opposed to some of the bills that we've seen that focuses on the areas of improving highway safety, relieving traffic congestion, and improving efficiencies in the system. Colleagues, there's some things that basically everybody's been asking. They want to make funding focused on roads, bridges, and transportation instead of an afterthought. They want funding that actually lasts and continues. They want to require the General Assembly to allocate ongoing revenue from the General Fund for Transportation, and they're looking for solutions that actually would help eliminate some of these needs for managed lanes and toll lanes. This bill does all of those things. We felt it was important to put that out for your consideration, and we believe that we have not solved the transportation issues that we're going to be looking at in the future, and we look forward to a more robust discussion on this, and I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 303.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this bill does really makes highway funding a priority, and it takes it from all aspects. You know, there was something for everybody in there. We wanted to use some existing funds, 5%. It's our job to find those funds. That's what people put us down here for, is to make the hard choices and prioritize, but also had new revenue source, because we kept hearing that, hey, we need to have a new revenue source. And so that's when we came up with the SOT. And what that does, is the good senator from Jeffco said, is that it does away with managed lanes or Lexus lanes, and does away with the double tax. So we felt this was a good alternative for everybody involved.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, in my district, we have toll lanes in a big way, and we have HOV3 in a big way, which we didn't want the HOV3. The toll lanes we can live with, but we also have a private deal that goes 50 years that people didn't know anything about and got cold-cocked, including legislators on. And what's interesting is when you dig into those numbers, you find that the money that CDOT gave for US 36 per mile is half what they're promising to I-25 North between Wellington and Fort Collins. Half. My constituents, Boulder County, Adams County, got the short end of the stick on that. Had they put the same amount of money as they're promising per mile up in northern Colorado, we wouldn't have had a 50-year private deal. Now you add insult to injury, and Boulder County residents voted in a big way for fast tracks. We were promised not only US 36, which we probably didn't get our fair share of RTD money on, but we were also promised the Northwest Parkway, Northwest Rail. And every other rail line is going to be built but ours, and we're paying for it. And we're the ones that voted overwhelmingly to do it. And people are feeling used in Boulder County on this front. They see a lot of other places getting money, getting projects, and not them. They see themselves getting a 50-year private deal, and nobody else is. So with that, I want to move an amendment L018.
Senator Jones, we actually have another amendment before your amendment.
Okay. I will wait after the big setup. Huh? Okay.
All right, there is an amendment on the desk. Thank you, Senator, for being willing to adjust your schedule. Amendment L018. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the amendment?
Amendment L018, Senate Bill 303.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does, members, it says $200 million from this bond will go towards Northwest Rail. That's less than what's promised to I-25 near Castle Rock. That's about the same amount of money it's going to be promised to Northern Colorado. It's a reasonable amount of money for this project to get, especially when you see we were shorted, it was $120 million compared to Northern Colorado I-25 project. And it also directs RTD. We created RTD, if you probably know. So we're directing RTD to use all of their fast tracks funding that's not allocated for this line. So the .04 fast tracks money would be obligated to this line with a target date of getting it done by 2025. How would you feel when, if your constituents were promised a rail line, I believe it was by 2015, and you were told, oh, it's going to be there by 2042? You'll get your rail line to Longmont by 2042. You'll get your rail line to Boulder by 2042. You'll get your rail line to Louisville by 2042. Most of us won't be alive in 2042 here. People will be living on Mars by 2042. It's just, it is so frustrating. And so, if we're going to pass a bill to fund transportation, let's finish this project. Let's pay what CDOT didn't pay in the first place on US 36, and we'll prioritize the final leg of the project because everybody else's rail will be done. So I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 18? Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will, I don't believe, in my mind, that this is actually about the Regional Transportation District. However, I would argue against this because the North Line, which was supposed to be completed, will not be completed either, and it was supposed to be completed as part of the package deal for the whole metro area before any other lines were built. So I would urge a no vote on this because the people on the North Line aren't getting what they were promised either, and this really isn't about RTD.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this is kind of fun. Watching the battles of, hey, what about my backyard? What about me? What about me? And that's exactly why we have problems in trying to identify something that really works to solve our transportation needs. So therefore, we have these bills which we put together that are giant omnibuses and promise enough to everybody, and we sort of look the other way. However, we're talking about Senate Bill 303, and it identifies specific projects. It has nothing to do with RTD. It does have 10% funding for transit. Considering that only 2 to 3% of people actually utilize rapid or mass transit, that's more than fair and equitable when it comes to the spending. And of course, the bill does not deal with RTD, which takes a tremendous amount of our taxes, and I would agree with the good senator from Boulder County that, yeah, it leaves much to be desired. However, that's not the issue with this bill, so I would recommend a no vote on 018.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also urge a no vote. People overwhelmingly say they want the roads and bridges fixed. They don't come out and say, hey, we want a lot more transit. This is a roads and bridge bill, not for transit. There is 10% in there. And then there's money for local entities, too, so they can take their local money and use it on transit if they'd like.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I guess you could say to other legislators, well, how about my area? How about my area? Well, the senator from unincorporated Jefferson County was the first to receive a train line, and I don't begrudge that. That's the way it was supposed to work. But fair's fair. We should get our train line as well, and we should get it in a reasonable amount of time. We're not getting it by 2015, but by 2042? Really? Who projects out that far? And the remaining amount of RTD money ought to go to that project. Now, to the North Line, that line wasn't going to be built either until people like me showed up here and started saying we should call this South Tracks, not Fast Tracks. And they found a way to build the North Line. Now, the last little spur won't be done, but it'll be primarily done. But the one that only has a nub into the South Westminster is the Northwest Rail Line. By the way, when they put that in, their ridership, they keep telling us our ridership on rail is going to be low. The ridership was double what was projected. Double what is projected. And if you go talk to a regular person out in, at least in Boulder County, and I've done the same thing in Adams and Broomfield County to some degree, and say, what about that train? They say, what about that train? Why aren't we getting our fair share? They got it in Jefferson County, they got it in Arvada, they got it in Aurora, they got it in Denver, they got it out to the airport. Why don't we get ours? They have it down to Littleton, they have it down to IKEA, for gosh sakes. This isn't right. $200 million to make up for how we were shorted on US 36 out of this money and directing RTD to do what they promised in a reasonable time frame, 2025. That gives them, 8 years? That's a completely responsible, reasonable thing to do. And it's something we should support because the other parts of the metro area got their fast tracks, and you should want that for us too. In Adams, Broomfield, and Boulder County.
Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 5. Oh, sorry. No. Yes, the good senator from Lafayette, Louisville, has a fine amendment. I urge a yes vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L018. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment 18 is lost. Senator Zenzinger, your amendment is up now. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L017?
Amendment L017, Senate Bill 303 by Senator
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L007.
Just to be clear, is that L017?
17, I'm sorry.
Fantastic. Senator Zenzinger, to the amendment.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, what this amendment does is it takes out the specific ownership tax. This is a tax that was added in Finance Committee. And for those of you that are not familiar with the specific ownership tax and what it is, more or less it's an in lieu of property tax on your vehicle, so that motor vehicles could be taxed as movable personal property. And so it's thought of as an in lieu of tax that is imposed. It's inherently a local tax, which is one of the big problems that I have with it, is this is currently not a tax that is actually collected by the state. This is a tax that is collected by local entities. And some of the problems that I have with that is that local governments generally don't like when you encroach on their tax revenue, their in lieu of property tax items, especially when these new revenues are not being shared with them. In addition to that, we'd have to create a new mechanism in order for the state to be able to collect this local tax. It is a local tax. It's increasing the tax rate, and it's also extending the tax rate. So currently, if you are not familiar, let's say that you have a BMW, and this BMW is approximately $40,000. The way that this works is that there's a schedule where they tax a certain percentage of the value of that vehicle. In year one, the percentage of the value of that vehicle, it would be about 2.1% of the value of that vehicle in year one. And then in year two, the percentage goes down to 1.5%. And then in year three, it goes down to 1.2, and then in year four, it goes down to 0.9, and so on and so forth until year 10. And in year 10, it goes from a percentage of the value of the vehicle to a flat rate of $3. The end. But under the amendment that was added to this bill, it doesn't end at year 10. It gets extended all the way out to year 25. But the $3 flat rate doesn't get added in year 10. It gets applied in year 14 or 15 or 16 or 17. We're not really sure. And it would gradually continue to go down. So I have a little graph here if you're interested. The tax rate would eventually slide down all the way until year 25 to a flat rate of $3. And back here in the original tax, the way it is right now, it would drop to $3 in year 10. And that increment between $3 and the slow, gradual slope to year 25 on your ownership tax on your vehicle is the increment that they're proposing to use in order to fund transportation. I think this is a bad idea, and I would encourage us to eliminate this specific ownership tax from this bill, and I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's kind of ironic that all we hear all the time is, no, we need a new revenue source. We need more money for transportation. We need to come up with a new revenue source. Well, this is that new revenue source. It's not a regressive tax like sales tax. And to argue the point that the counties won't collect or keep their money, that's not true. They still collect the money that they are entitled to right now. So they're not losing any money on this. And this tax will benefit transportation. It's almost like a user tax. And the people that right now are paying $3 will continue to pay $3. It's, they're grandfathered in. So they're not paying anything more. The people that will pay this is when they transfer their car, when they get a new car. So now if I buy a Mercedes or a BMW that's over 10 years old, I'm going to pay $3. But yet the value of that could be $40,000, and I'm paying $3. Now somebody that buys an Impala, because that's all they can afford, they'll be paying the same $3. Or if they buy an Impala that's less than 10 years old, they're going to be paying more than the person that bought the BMW. So this is an equitable solution to finding new revenue sources for transportation. I would urge a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Zenzinger.
I definitely appreciate the conversation, but while this may be a new revenue source, it's also a new tax. And that's because this is inherently a local tax. This is not a tax that the state collects, unlike sales tax, which is collected by the state. It is specifically collected by local governments. And yes, people will be paying $3 whether you have a BMW or whether you have an old jalopy, but only in year 15 or 16 or 17. Whereas before this amendment was added and this tax was restructured, it would gradually go down and then drop off, and in year 10, $3. But that's not the way this works anymore. We're going to continue to pay that $3 all the way up until year 25, and the gradual slope in which you're going to be paying that won't happen in year 10 anymore. It's going to happen in year 15 or 16 or 17 or 18. It's going to be a gradual slope as opposed to the way that it is structured now. So in addition to increasing taxes and extending the tax, we're actually creating an all-new tax in order to fund transportation. And so I would encourage a no vote.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, colleagues, what we have currently is a revenue or a user tax, a tax, ownership tax that was created in 1971. And if you recall, in 1971, if you had a 10-year-old vehicle, it probably wasn't worth much more than $3 in ownership tax. But things have changed quite a bit. And now we have vehicles that are on the road for 20 years, 25 years, 30 years even. This is a way of actually identifying some revenue based upon making sure that we're making a change, that inflation or nothing else has changed. And when we talk about how this money is actually shared, that money would go toward transportation bonds first, but there's a cap on that. And once that's fulfilled, that money goes to the HUTF. And so everybody understands that the HUTF, when we talk about where the money is shared, it's shared on 60% goes to the state, 22% to the counties, and 18% to the cities. So they have opportunities to utilize those dollars, and the states and the counties the counties and the cities would be receiving those dollars. So the other thing that's extremely important that I want to identify here, the reason we did this was to take a look for two reasons. Number one, we keep hearing that there's revenue that's needed. It's not fair not to get this other revenue in. Well, okay, but we also wanted to do something else. And by doing this and putting projects out that don't require HOV lanes or managed lanes or toll lanes, we've actually eliminated what I call the most egregious tax, which is that tax on poor people who can't use the Lexus lanes. So it eliminates a double tax. And that's what this does.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you. I think there was an accurate statement that was just made about when the specific ownership tax was created. It actually wasn't created in 1971 or 1973. It was created in 1937. Specific ownership tax is assessed on motor vehicles annually, and it's calculated based on the vehicle's value and their age. And it applies to farm vehicles and tractor trailers and all forms of transportation and motor vehicles. In fact, it's broken up by class. And so what this is doing is very expensive farm equipment that used to, in year 10, only have to pay $3, is going to continue to have to pay a percentage of the value of that vehicle. So in year 15, for example, on a $100,000 combine, I'm assuming that's how much they are, I don't really know, but let's just assume that $300,000 combine is going to be, in year 10, instead of going down to $3, it'll be approximately 1.2% of the value of that vehicle. So I just wanted to correct the record on when the specific ownership tax was actually instituted. It was 1937.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment 17 is lost. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L005? Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over Senate Bill 303 to the end of the General Order Second Reading of Bills calendar.
Colleagues, the motion is to lay over Senate Bill 303 to the end of General Order Second Reading of Bills calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will lay over 303. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1043?
House Bill 1043 by Representatives Navarro and Gray and Senators Procedural and Williams concerning an extension of the scheduled appeal date for the Uniform Commercial Code filing fees to provide funding for the Colorado Fraud Investigators Unit.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1043 and the Finance Committee report.
To the committee report, please.
Members, in the Finance Committee, we had a good hearing on this bill, and I offered an amendment on my own bill to push out the sunset another 2 years, extending the current or the original draft from 1 year to 3 years. I think it's a good amendment. It's a good program that helps reduce fraud in our business community.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this is a good business bill. We had the NFIB, we had business there. This doesn't have any general fund impact, but the number of fraud investigations are occurring more and more each year. And so I stand with my colleague in asking you for your yes vote on House Bill 1043.
The motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1043? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1043. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1043 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1116?
House Bill 1116 by Representatives Hamner and Exum and Senator Martinez-Humanic concerning the continuation of the injury-related assistance to low-income households.
Senator Martinez-Humanic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1116 and ask for favorable approval.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1116. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it. House Bill 1116 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1216?
House Bill 1216 by Representative Kraft, Tharp, and Sice, and Senators Neville and John concerning the creation of the Sales and Use Tax Simplification Task Force and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1216. Ask for a favorable vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1216. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1216 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1276?
House Bill 1276 by Representative Valentine and Senators Fields and Gardner concerning prohibiting the use of certain restraints upon public school students in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1276 and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the committee report just made a technical correction to add a phrase that had been dropped that was repeated through the bill but was not picked up on one of the pages, so that's all there is to it. I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes barely have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Fields.
Mr. Chair, we move House Bill 1276 on second reading with a favorable recommendation.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1276. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The aye still has it. 1276 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1326.
House Bill 1326 by Representative Lee and Senators Gardner and Kagan concerning creation of the Justice Reinvestment Crime Prevention Initiative and in connection therewith funding the initiative through savings created by parole reforms and making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1326 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report, please.
Thank you, members. This adjusted the appropriation, and I am going to follow that up actually with an amendment L004, which should be on the desk. After we do the
I think we
appropriation.
have to adopt the report and then we can amend it. All right. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L004?
Amendment L004 to House Bill 1326 by Senator Gardner. Amend re-engross bill, page 15, line 16, after division, insert in the Office of State Planning and Budgeting. Page 15, line 23, strike initiatives and substitute initiatives. Page 15.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is an adjustment in the appropriations, again, for this bill. That makes an adjustment that candidly was asked for by the executive branch to ensure that we are not recognizing savings that are not existing. So this bill is a bill that is a justice reinvestment program. It takes savings from changes in the parole system and moves them to crime prevention and economic development and a couple of areas of high crime here in Colorado as projects to prove out these ideas and plans, and L004 is important to that. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment addresses some concerns that were expressed by some that these savings might not in complete total materialize. And so this amendment really just makes sure that we only use the savings that we actually accrue to us, and that we take a very prudent and cautious approach and make sure that there is some of the projected savings that are set aside in case they don't materialize, and therefore it's a prudent measure. Very glad that those that brought it forward did so. Thank you, and I do urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L004. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of L004, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I move House Bill 1326 on second reading.
And we urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of 1326 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The The ayes have it. 1326 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1296?
House Bill 1296 by Representatives Norberg and Kraft, Tharp, Senators Smallwood and John, concerning the assignment of state-owned motor vehicles and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1296, and there are no committee reports.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1296? Senator John.
This was a good audit bill that's gone through. It's been fully vetted through all the committees, I think. So, good bill, vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1296. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1296 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, we are on to House Bill 1282. Will you please read the title?
House Bill 1282 by Representative Juvenile and Senator Sonnenberg, concerning the creation of a veterinary education loan repayment program to assist veterinarians with education loan repayments in exchange for providing veterinary services in rural areas of the state in need of veterinary services.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over House Bill 1282 to the end of the second reading, General Order second reading bills calendar.
The motion is to lay House Bill 1282 until the end of second reading calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will lay over House Bill 1282. Mr. Carpenter, to Senate Bill 155, please. Will you read the title?
Senate Bill 155 by Senator Tate and Representative Singh, concerning the statutory definition of a construction defect for purposes of the Construction Defect Action Reform Act.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 155. Members, Senate Bill 155 was a rather interesting bill. It was a dummy bill. As a dummy bill, is an invitation to get into what I would say is a somewhat dysfunctional body of law related to construction defects. As I mentioned previously, currently when it comes to construction defect litigation, we have problems related to joint and several liability where no matter how inconsequential your participation was in a construction project, your insurance carrier, you and your insurance carrier are lumped into a large defect claim. We have problems with negligence per se issues where if you have an area of construction where something doesn't meet code, even though it's completely inconsequential, you're still liable. We have problems in the law where if you're required to follow the direction of a professional, you're required to, but if the professional is wrong, you're liable for their poor choices and poor advice. Those are dysfunctional aspects to construction defects litigation. But this bill was an invitation to get into that. And I'll have to report to you folks that no one took the invitation to get into that area of the law. We passed an informed consent provision, which is a bolt-on provision to the law. And I'm going to keep my invitation open next year if anyone wants to get involved into the law as lawmakers and say what the law should mean, where there's lots of common law decisions that have been adversely affected multifamily for sale residential development. And Mr. Chair, at this point, I withdraw my first motion and move to lay Senate Bill 155 over to Thursday, May 11th.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion to lay over Senate Bill 155 until Thursday, May 11th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will lay over Senate Bill 155 until May 11th. Mr. Carpenter, House Bill 1306, please read the title, sir.
House Bill 1306 by Representatives McLaughlin and Exum, Senator Quorum, concerning the financing of testing for lead in public schools drinking water and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Chairman. I would move House Bill 1306 and the Health and Human Services report.
To the committee report, please.
Thank you. In the committee, there was a 10% match from the local district, and that was taken away and did not require any more funding, so ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, please, Senator Coram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move House Bill 1306 as amended.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a really great bill that will provide grants for lead testing of water in our schools, and I urge your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1306. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1306 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1329.
House Bill 1329 by Representatives Lee and Landgraf and Senators Kagan and Coram, concerning the treatment of youths within the Division of Youth Corrections and in connection therewith, renaming the Division of Youth Services, clarifying the rehabilitative purpose of the division, establishing a pilot program to initiate a cultural change within the division, clarifying the manner in which the division shall report data concerning critical incidents, renaming and expanding the role of the Youth Seclusion Working Group, requiring an independent assessment of the division, creating community boards in each region of the division, requiring the state auditor to audit certain reports of the division, making appropriation.
Senator Kagan.
I move House Bill 1329 and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Report and the Appropriations Report. I urge a no vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion on the State Veteran and Military Affairs Report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the State Veteran and Military Affairs Report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the State Veteran and Military Affairs Report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Kagan.
Members, I urge a no vote on the Appropriations Committee report, which is what we're now on, I believe. Mr. Chair, we're on the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator.
The Appropriations Committee report seeks to resolve a debate that has been going on for literally more than 100 years. How best to affect the behavior of those who have acted in an antisocial way. There are some who say the best way to affect behavior of somebody who is misbehaving is to escalate the pressure on them, to increase the consequences to them, and we have escalated the pressure toward good behavior, and it has not worked, to increase the pain, both physical, in some cases physical, in some cases mental pain, and then if that doesn't work, making them more miserable doesn't work, then if we can't scare them into good behavior, then contain them completely, control them completely, incarcerate them, lock them in solitary confinement. This is a modality that has been used over the years, over the decades, and there is a competing modality, which is, can we actually entice and cajole and get buy-in to better behavior? And these are competing philosophies, and as our chair said, esteemed chair said when this bill was being discussed, or a similar bill was being discussed, governing youth, the chair said, look, this is a policy choice, and we are called upon to make a policy choice. What the Appropriations Committee report did was it said that juveniles who are in detention in the DYC, whenever they have a medical need as determined by a whole range of people, they don't have to be doctors, they can be virtually anyone with any professional qualification that's standing around, but a juvenile can be put in solitary confinement, they call it medical isolation, can be put in solitary confinement, locked up, the door's locked, for as long as medically necessary. Now, no other state does this, and what the effect of this would be was it would give the Division of Youth Corrections the authority, whenever somebody believed in the staff that they were in need of, because of mental condition or because of physical condition, they were in need of solitary confinement, that they could be put in solitary confinement for an indefinite period until the medical need had dissipated. Now, the Division of Youth Corrections is going to be the only state in the nation that has a medical isolation authority in its law. No other state does it. And please bear in mind, members, that when a DYC places a child in medical isolation, that is another route to solitary confinement which we have steadily been trying to reduce the use of. If a child is a danger to himself or others, he can be put in solitary right now under current law. So if it is necessary to protect the life and safety from contagion or from violent behavior of a juvenile, he can, under current law, be put in solitary confinement. So this is not the way to deal with somebody who has a cold or flu. The way to treat somebody who has a cold or flu, especially somebody who has been traumatized in their youth, which many of these youth have been, is to give them treatment. So please reject this amendment brought on through the Appropriations Committee report. It is very destructive, and it goes against what we have been trying to do, which is reduce the use of solitary confinement, not only in our prisons, but in our DYC facilities, especially over the years. That is the best way forward, and these children should be treated for their medical conditions, and if they need to be isolated, they should be taken to a clinic or a hospital. I urge a no vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over Senate Bill 1329 to the end of the second reading calendar.
Motion before the body is to lay over House Bill 1329. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1329 will be laid over. Mr. Carpenter, can you please read the title to House Bill 1303?
House Bill 1303 by Representative Whiston Lee and Senator Gardner and Kagan concerning the judicial performance evaluation system in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1303 and the report of the State Veteran and Military Affairs Committee.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee report and State Veterans Military Affairs put in a provision at our request that data that was held by the state judicial administrator would be made available to the district judicial performance commissions. We're talking about metric data, about case management and so forth. This is a good change and everyone was good with it. Ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Any further discussion? The motion is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment 31?
Amendment L03.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L00...
031. 31.
L031. Thank you, Mr. Chair. L031 is an amendment that conforms the bill to its intent. There was a phrase dropped, and this was requested by the drafter, or brought to my attention by the drafter to do this. So it doesn't change the bill at all. It makes it work in terms of the transition from current appointment system to the new appointment system for Judicial Performance Commission. Ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Kagan.
This is a good technical amendment that is necessary, and I also urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 31. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 31 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Members, House Bill 1303 is the Judicial Performance Commission reauthorization authorization. It is a bill that is a product in the House, and with those of us in the Senate of a good deal of negotiation and discussion about this system. We need to continue the system. The changes that are made are not sweeping, but they are improvements in my view. I hope my colleague from Arapahoe County agrees as well, and we ask for an aye vote.
I do agree, and I also ask for an aye vote on this bill.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1303. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The aye has it. 1303 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1204?
House Bill 1204 by Representative Lee and Senator Cook concerning the juvenile delinquency record expungement in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1204 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
The Judiciary Committee report just added some language to help out with victims, and it talks about departments being able to look at their internal reports, and it also allows juveniles to go back if their record was denied to expunge. They can go back a year later and try again.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Judiciary Committee report is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment 35?
Amendment L035 to House Bill 12.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L35 just adds, it takes out office and adds the Division of Youth Corrections. So that way they can look at their internal records and it could be included in this.
Thank you, Senator Cook. Will you please move Amendment 35?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L035.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 35. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 35 is adopted. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remove House Bill 1204. It's about expungement of juvenile records. It has a lot of consensus. It took 2 years in the making, and it passed every committee unanimously and came out of the House 65 no, and I'd urge an aye vote.
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1204. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1204 is adopted. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over Senate Bill 303 to the end of the second reading calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 303 until the end of our second reading calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. 303 will be laid over until the end of the calendar. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1282?
House Bill 1282 by Representative Juvenile and Senator Sonnenberg concerning the creation of a veterinary education loan repayment program to assist veterinarians with education loan repayments in exchange for providing veterinary services in rural areas of the state in need of veterinary services.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1282, Committee on Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Energy, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Ag Committee report, please. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Ag Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it. The Ag Committee report is adopted. The motion now is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Colleagues, now we're on to the adoption of House Bill 1282. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1282 is adopted. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee rise, report, and beg leave to sit again at 11 a.m. today.
Thank you. Majority Leader Holbert.
I move that the committee rise, report, and beg leave to sit again at 11 a.m.
Colleagues, the motion is to rise, report, and beg leave to sit again at 11 a.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will rise, report, and sit again at 11 a.m.
How's now? We're not doing anything for 15 minutes, right? I said 11 o'clock, that means 4 o'clock this afternoon or whenever we come back, but I have to name a time. Now we're going to do a resolution, as we have guests here, and then we're waiting for the 3 bills to
Thank you. That's perfect.
Senate will come back to order. Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. President. Your committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs lead reports that under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendation on House Bill 1043 as amended, House Bill 1116 as amended, House Bill 1216, House Bill 1276 as amended, House Bill 1326 as amended, House Bill 1296, House Bill 1306 is amended. House Bill 1303 is amended. House Bill 1204 is amended. House Bill 1282 is amended. Passed second read order. Revised to place the calendar for their bringing final passage. Senate Bill 303 is amended. Laid over until 5/10/2017. Retaining its place on the calendar. Senate Bill 155 laid over until 5/11/17. Retaining its place on the calendar.
Message from the House.
The House has adopted and transmits herewith House Joint Resolution 1031 is printed in the House Journal, May 9, 2017.
Introduction of resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 1031 by Representatives Norberg and Exum and Senators Gardner and Merrifield concerning the designation of the Cimarron Avenue Bridge spanning Interstate 25 in Colorado Springs as the Lieutenant James Jim Downing Bridge.
Majority Leader Holbert. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for immediate consideration of HJR 1031.
Consideration of resolutions. Senator Gardner. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, may I have your attention, please? Thank you, colleagues. Mr. President, I move House Joint Resolution 17-1031 and ask that it be read at length.
Mr. Carpenter.
House Joint Resolution 1031 by Representative Nordberg and Exum and Senator Gardner and Merrifield concerning the designation of the Cimarron Avenue Bridge spanning Interstate 25 and Colorado Springs as the Lieutenant James Jim Downing Bridge. Whereas James Jim Downing was born in Oak Grove, Missouri on August 22, 1913, and whereas in 1932, at the age of 19, Lieutenant Downing enlisted in the United States Navy, serving as gunner's mate first class and postmaster aboard the USS West Virginia in Long Beach, California. And whereas, during his time in California, Lieutenant Downing met his wife, Morena, and the two were married just 1 month after the couple was stationed at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii in 1941. And whereas, on the morning of December 7th, 1941, while hosting breakfast for several servicemen at their home on base, Lieutenant Downing, his wife, and his guests heard the sound of explosions in the distance, and then an anti-aircraft shell landing right outside their home, exploding a large crater 25 feet across. And whereas, realizing that they were under attack, Lieutenant Downing and his fellow servicemen immediately raced to their ships, among which Lieutenant Downing's ship, the USS West Virginia, had been hit in quick succession by 9 Japanese torpedoes and was in flames and sinking by the time he arrived. And whereas, running into danger, Lieutenant Downing slid down the gun barrel of another ship, the USS Tennessee, to board the USS West Virginia, where he fought to keep the fires from spreading to live ammunition lockers and save his fellow servicemen. And whereas, upon seeing the dead and wounded, Lieutenant Downing quickly began memorizing the names of his fellow servicemen and later wrote personal letters to their families to let them know that he was with them in their final moments. And whereas, on that day of infamy, 2,403 people died and another 1,143 were wounded, marking the attack on Pearl Harbor as one of the deadliest foreign attacks on United States soil in modern history. And whereas, following the attack on Pearl Harbor, Lieutenant Downing remained in the Navy for another 16 years, eventually serving as the commanding officer of the USS Patapsco during the Korean War from 1952 through 1955, before his retirement in 1956. And whereas, following his retirement, Lieutenant Downing and his wife, Morena, settled in Colorado with their 7 children and dedicated their lives to helping others deepen their Christian faith through the Navigators Ministry. And whereas, Lieutenant Downing has provided invaluable historical information through the recounting of his experience at Pearl Harbor, sharing his stories through public speaking, helping to develop interactive educational materials, and publishing a book of his personal account of the attack. And whereas, today, at 103 years old, Lieutenant Downing resides in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and is the second oldest known living survivor of the attack on Pearl Harbor. And whereas, it is fitting that we honor the life and valor of a man devoted to his family, his country, and his God, and who bore witness to one of the most important events in the history of the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 71st General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that the Cimarron Avenue Bridge spanning Interstate 25 in Colorado Springs be designated as the Lieutenant James Jim Downing Bridge, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purposes of the initial placement of signs visible from Interstate 25 to mark the bridge as the Lieutenant James Jim Downing Bridge, and that the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with the Board of County Commissioners for El Paso County for the maintenance of the markings for the Lieutenant James Jim Downing Bridge. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to James Jim Downing, Mayor of Colorado Springs John Suthers, the City Council of Colorado Springs, the Board of County Commissioners of El Paso County, the Executive Director of the Colorado Department of Transportation, Shailene P. Bott, and the Colorado Transportation Commission.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're honored to have with us Lieutenant James Downing. Jim's now the oldest known survivor of the December 7th, 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor, in which we lost more than 2,400 Americans. As the resolution says, he joined the Navy after graduating from high school and had a 24-year-long military career, serving in World War II and the Korean Wars, and was a witness to much history, including the hydrogen test bomb at the Bikini Atoll. During his 10th year in the Navy, Jim experienced the attack at Pearl Harbor when he was stationed on the USS West Virginia on Battleship Row. Although he was off-site when Pearl Harbor was struck, he raced back to assess the situation, ran to the danger, to what was his multi-million-dollar home, paid for by Uncle Sam, as he says, the USS West Virginia. The ship had been struck multiple times. He reached the ship, began preventing the fire as he was trained, reaching the live ammunition, and then helping those who were injured gathering names and information to inform their next of kin and loved ones. He contacted many after the attack who were injured or died to let them know what had happened, and the families were so thankful for that. Jim Downing is a true testament to the bravery and dedication to our country of the greatest generation. He was married to his wife Marina for 69 years, and she passed away sadly in 2010. Jim Downing's a man of dedicated faith and community, and we're honored to bring this resolution to designate the Cimarron Avenue Bridge in his honor.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the Cimarron Bridge is in my Senate district. It's not completed yet, but it will be an incredible feat of construction when done, and I think it's a fitting tribute for Lieutenant Downing that it'll be part of what we use to memorialize the heroes of that war, and especially Jim Downing. I hope that the bridge itself will be as strong and long-lasting as Lieutenant Downing is, and I look forward to being the first person to donate to the gifts, grants, and donations my first $100 check, and I pass over that bridge. I will be passing over it daily once it's constructed. I'm looking forward to seeing that sign up there every day. We are really honored to have Lieutenant Downing here with us today.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we will hopefully be able to take a moment later to greet Lieutenant Downing and his caregiver, Carol Lucky Day. But at this time, we renew our motion for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1031, and Mr. President, I request a roll call vote and that the chimes be rung in honor of Lieutenant Downing and all of the greatest generation.
Is there any further discussion on House Joint Resolution 1031? Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we've got a lot going on today, and so sometimes I think it's easy for us to think, why? Why do we take the time to do this? Let's move on. But it's also important that we stop. When President Roosevelt announced that December 7th, 1941 was a day that would live in infamy, in many ways he was committing future generations to make sure that was a day that lived in infamy, and that's part of what we're doing here. We do it in a temporary measure that affects our lives and a few lives of the folks who are in the chambers and in the gallery every single year when we practice this liturgy of remembering what has happened. But now we have the opportunity to make that more permanent for every single person who drives by, over, under this bridge in Colorado Springs. We've got the chance to make a permanent marker within our community to not forget what has happened and what our forebears have gone through in order that we may be here today and we may go home tonight and sleep in peace and sleep in comfort and sleep in safety. And so I think it is entirely appropriate that we pause the other work we are doing, that we focus our hearts, our minds, our attentions on those who have gone before and compel ourselves going forward that we too may share those same values, their same commitment to service before self and raise up hopefully the next generation to do the exact same by doing this. I want to say, Mr. President and colleagues, thank you for taking the time to make this a reality this morning.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. President. World War II is a long, protracted conflict, and we do not want to forget these particular memories, particular stories about individuals. There were many, of course, lost to the Pacific Theater. I just wanted to mention also that yesterday, the 8th of May, was the day when conflict ended in Europe. It continued in the Pacific for several months thereafter. However, it was back and forth. It was literally a world war. on several fronts. And I just didn't want to forget today that the greatest generation also celebrated that victory on the 8th of May in Europe. Many brave men and women continued that fight until the Pacific was also lived up to its name as being pacified. And we just thank you, sir, for your devotion and those of all of the men and women in the armed services during the entirety of World War II. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Joint Resolution 1031? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1031. A roll call vote has been requested, and the chimes will ring out in honor of our guest and all those who served. Mr. Carpenter, would you please call the roll of the senators?
Senators Aguilar. Aguilar, aye. Baumgardner. Baumgardner, aye. Cook. Cook, aye. Quorum. Quorum, aye. Court. Court, aye. Crowder. Crowder, aye. Donovan. Donovan, aye. Finberg. Finberg, aye. Fields. Fields, aye. Garcia. Garcia, aye. Gardner. Gardner, aye. Guzman. Guzman, aye. Hill. Hill, aye. Holbert. Holbert, aye. John. John, aye. Jones. Jones, aye. Kagan. Kagan, aye. Kafalis. Kafalis, aye. Kerr. Kerr, aye. Lambert. Lambert, aye. Lumberg. Lumberg, aye. Marble. Marble, aye. Martinez-Humenick. Martinez-Humenick, aye. Merrifield. Merrifield, aye. Moreno. Moreno, aye. Neville. Neville, aye. Priola. Priola, aye. Scott. Scott, aye. Smallwood. Smallwood, aye. Sonnenberg. Sonnenberg, aye. Tate. Tate, aye. Todd. Todd, aye. Williams. Williams, aye. Zinzinger. Zinzinger, aye. Mr. President.
Aye.
Mr. President, aye.
With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Joint Resolution 1031 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that the current roll call be included as co-sponsors.
Without objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, as I mentioned, we're very fortunate to have with us Lieutenant Jim Downing. His caregiver is with him, Carol Lucky Day. I hope in our busy morning we can take an opportunity to greet him, thank him, and honor both Lieutenant Downing and our greatest generation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Colleagues, if you haven't had the opportunity yet to meet the lieutenant, now would be a perfect time and well worth it. So let's go into a brief recess and take the opportunity to do just that. Senate will come back to order. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the consideration of resolutions to follow second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that will be laid over. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a moment of personal privilege for the good senator from Centennial.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we'll proceed to a moment of personal privilege. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this morning I'd like to introduce everyone to, over here to my left, 5 young men who are about to graduate from the Master's Apprentice Job Readiness Program and are entering the construction trades. They are guests today, former Senate President John Andrews. If you could welcome them and congratulate them on entering into a good career. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 25.
Senate Bill 25 by Senator Holbert and Baumgardner and Representative Singer concerning the development of marijuana education materials in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 25. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 25.
Is there any discussion? The motion is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 25. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 25. Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to repass Senate Bill 25. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the readoption of Senate Bill 25. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 25 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 28?
Senate Bill 28 by Senator Gardner and Representatives Norberg and Exum concerning the promotion of healthy families through the sharing of information related to investigations of child abuse or neglect between departments of human services and military installations when a person affiliated with the military installation is involved with the investigation in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 28.
Is there any discussion on concurrence?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The only addition over in the House was an authority to do some rulemaking around this program that there was a sense that we had not granted that authority, and so the rules would be outside the charter. This is a very good bill concerning healthy military families, and I would ask for an aye vote on the concurrence.
Is there any further discussion? The motion is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 28. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 28. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 28.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 28. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 28 is re-adopted. Co-sponsors.
Where'd you get this?
Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 201?
Senate Bill 201 by Senators Cook and Fields and Representative Lee concerning the continuation of the Domestic Violence Offender Management Board in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations of the 2016 Sunset Report issued by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 201.
Is there any discussion? Senator Fields.
Yes, Mr. President. Basically, what the House did is they included an amendment that provides a procedures to recommend when the offender does not need additional treatment. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on concurrence? Seeing none, the motion before the body is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 201. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 201. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 201 and ask for an aye vote.
Motion is for the readoption of Senate Bill 201. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 201 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 236.
Senate Bill 236 by Senator Corwin and Representative Weissman concerning the continuation of the regulation of bail bonding agents regulated by Article 23 of Title 10 Colorado Revised Statutes by the Division of Insurance in connection therewith, implementing the sunset review recommendations of the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Coram.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 236.
I'm sensing a disturbing pattern here this morning. Senator Coram.
Mr. President, it is late in the day, and they put on this amendment, put some side rails on, guardrails on. That was before they realized that we're out of session and they need to work till 2 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on concurrence? Seeing none, the motion before the body is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 236. Are there any no votes on concurrence? Senator Kerr. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 236. Senator Coram.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for repassage of Senate Bill 236.
The motion is for the readoption of Senate Bill 236. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate readopts Senate Bill 236. Co-sponsors. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 207.
Senate Bill 207 by Senator Kagan and Cook and Representative Salazar and Size concerning strengthening Colorado's statewide response to behavioral health crises in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your $5.
President.
Oh.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the Senate, with the House amendments, and hold our noses and vote yes on the concurrence.
Is there any discussion? The motion before the body is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 207. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 207. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 207 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the readoption of Senate Bill 207. Are there any no votes? Senator Marble, Senator Neville, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Scott, Majority Leader Holbert. Senator Smallwood. With 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 207 is readopted. Co-sponsors. You're already on. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title of the Senate Bill 249?
Senate Bill 249 by Senator Smallwood and Williams and Representative Juvenile concerning the continuation of the Division of Insurance in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2016 Census Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 249 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there any discussion on this fabulous motion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is obviously a complicated bill that we'd like a little bit of time with just to make sure that we've got all the I's dotted and T's crossed. More importantly, we've also got a related bill, House Bill 1231, that we're working on where amendments were added yesterday to it. So we just feel it makes more sense to get everybody back together for an hour to discuss these. So we'd appreciate an aye vote.
The motion is that the Senate not concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 249 and that a conference committee be appointed. Are there any no votes? With the vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that motion is adopted. The following senators are appointed as members of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 249. Senator Smallwood, Chair. Senators Tate and Williams. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 211?
Senate Bill 211 by Senator Scott and Representatives Lawrence and Crafthorpe concerning requirement that the state agency accept the full amount of a bid security bond issued by a surety company to prospective contractor for a public project.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 211.
Is there any discussion? Motion before the body is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 211. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 211. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to repass Senate Bill 211.
The motion before the body is to readopt Senate Bill 211. Are there any no votes? Senator Zenzinger. Senator Court. With 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 211 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Baumgardner. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 140?
Senate Bill 140 by Senator Sonnenberg and Representatives Arndt and Becker J. concerning the Torrance Title Registration System.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 140.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 140? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the sponsor one more time, what is the Torrance Title Registration System? But I will withdraw the question.
Is there any discussion? Motion before the body is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 140. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 140. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 140.
The motion is for the readoption of Senate Bill 140. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 140 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Baumgardner, you're already on. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 294?
Senate Bill 294 by Senator Gardner and Representative Lee concerning the non-substantive non-substantive revision of statutes in the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended in connection therewith, amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I reluctantly move to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 294, the reviser's bill.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. At the request of the reviser in the House, and this bill is always kind of a developing product, there were 3 changes. 2 of them were to deal with bills in this session that were passing or not passing, to pick up revisions associated with that. The third was to deal with the revised uniform law on notarial acts, believe it or not, because after all the discussion we had on that, we were going to have a gap in its application, which we needed to close. And so we need to do the reviser's bill. It needs to get done, and I don't want to go to a conference committee on the reviser's bill, so I'd ask for an aye vote on concurrence.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to be clear here that we're looking at the revised version of the reviser's bill, and that's what we're voting on currently. Or do you need to revise that motion?
Senator Gardner.
Nothing, Mr. President. I'll not respond.
Is there any further discussion? The motion is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 294. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 294. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 294, the reviser's bill as revised in this process, and again, ask for the repassage of Senate Bill 294.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 294. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 294 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title of the Senate Bill 192?
Senate Bill 192 by Senator Neville and Representatives Melton and Singer concerning provisions to allow marijuana businesses to operate more efficiently in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 192.
Is there any further discussion? The motion before the body is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 192. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 192 is, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 192. Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 192.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 192. Are there any no votes? Senator Gardner. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 192 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Baumgardner, you're already on. Majority Leader Holbert. Senator Tate. Senator Hill, you're already on. Senator Todd. Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Williams, Senator Marble. Mr. Carpenter, would you please? Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the immediate reconsideration of Senate Bill 192.
The motion is for the immediate reconsideration of Senate Bill 192. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it, and we will proceed to immediately reconsider Senate Bill 192. Senator Neville. Once again, Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 192?
Senate Bill 192 by Senator Neville and Representative Melton and Singer concerning provisions to allow marijuana businesses to operate more efficiently in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 192.
The motion is for the readoption of Senate Bill 192. Are there any no votes? Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Lambert, Senator Tate, Senator Gardner, Senator Court. We are on no votes on Senate Bill 192. With 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 192 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 242?
Senate Bill 242 by Senators Martinez-Humenick and Representatives Juvenile and Ransom concerning modernizing terminology in the Colorado Revised Statutes related to behavioral health.
Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to 242.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. President. The reason I am suggesting that we do that is they needed to change some verbiage in section 1243.7-115 so that there wasn't going to be a conflict with current statute. So I would ask for an aye vote with concurrence to their amendments.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 242. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 242. Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 242 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 242. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate readopts Senate Bill 242. Co-sponsors. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 298.
Senate Bill 298 by Senator Tate and Representative Tharp concerning the relationship between a motor vehicle manufacturer and the motor vehicles dealers that have franchise agreements with the manufacturer.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur to House amendments on Senate Bill 298.
Is there any further discussion? The motion is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 298. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 298. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 298 on third reading.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 298. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 298 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Gardner. We have more co-sponsors. Senator Williams, Senator Todd, Senator John, Senator Cook. Consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1155.
House Bill 1155 by Representative Thurlow and Senator Garner concerning the ability to cure campaign finance reporting deficiencies without penalty.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1155.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, our conference committee had some, prior to meeting, had some very intense negotiations about this bill, which is the ability to cure campaign finance reporting deficiencies. We, on the one hand, didn't want excessive punishment, but we didn't want a punishment that was too lax for those who were not acting in substantial compliance and good faith. This sets basically a $5,000 penalty if you're not in substantial compliance or you're not acting in good faith. And so it's a good compromise. I ask for an aye vote to adopt the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee report. Is that correct? No, it's not correct. Excuse me. Is there any discussion? The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1155. Are there any no votes on the conference committee report? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee of House Bill 1155 is adopted. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the readoption of House Bill 171155.
The motion is for the readoption of House Bill 1155. Are there any no votes? Senator Garcia, Senator Zenzinger, Senator Jones, Senator Kagan, Senator Donovan, Senator Kerr, Senator Merrifield. With 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1155 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Effie. Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the titles to all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1322 by Representatives Esgar and Landgraf and Senators Donovan and Lumberg concerning an exception to the requirement that certain medical professionals report to law enforcement concerning injuries resulting from domestic violence. House Bill 1308 by Representatives Salazar and Sias and Senators Kagan and Cook concerning allowing individualized conditions of parole. House Bill 1338 by Representatives Bridges and Liston and Senators Marble and Kagan concerning a requirement for a timely hearing for a defendant in jail with municipal court hold. House Bill 1357 by Representative Pavone and Senators Cook and Williams concerning modifications to the skilled worker training program administered by the Department of Labor and Employment. House Bill 1354 by Representative Becker Kay and Senators Priola and Cafalas concerning the collection of delinquent taxes on certain mobile homes. House Bill 1349 by Representative Pavone and Van Winkle and Senators Neville and Court concerning the establishment of the ratio evaluation for assessment of residential real property. House Bill 1343 by Representative Young and Senator Moreno concerning the implementation of conflict-free case management for persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities who are eligible for home and community-based services under the Medicaid program and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1361 by Representative Rankin and Senator Lambert concerning an independent evaluation of the state's information technology resources in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1353 by Representative Young and Senator Lundberg concerning implementing Medicaid initiatives that create higher value in the Medicaid program, leading to better health outcomes for Medicaid clients, and in connection therewith, continuing the implementation of the Accountable Care Collaborative and authorizing performance-based provider payments. House Bill 1248 by Representative Arndt and Senator Cook concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects, and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1285 by Representative Mitch Bush and Lawrence and Senators Cook and John concerning the financing of the Water Pollution Control Program, in connection therewith, making and reducing appropriations. House Bill 1365 by Representative Garnett and Norberg and Senators Cafalas and Smallwood concerning an exemption from the prohibition against having electronic benefits transfer services available through an automated teller machine located on a liquor license premises for an establishment licensed as a liquor licensed drugstore. House Bill 1355 by Representative Young and Senator Lundberg concerning the use of money from the county block grant temporary assistance for needy families program for child care quality improvement activities.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move all of the bills listed on the third reading of bills consent calendar consisting of House Bills 1322, 1308, 1338, 1357, 1354, 1349, 1343, 1361, 1353, 1248, 1285, 1365, and 1355.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar? The motion is for the adoption of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Senator Marble.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on 1357.
Could not hear that, Senator Marble.
That is recorded as a no vote on 1357.
Thank you. Senator Marble will be recorded as a no vote on 1357. Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1357, House Bill 1353, and House Bill 1355.
Senator Neville will be recorded as a no vote on 1357, 1353, and 1355. Correct? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on 1355.
Senator Sonnenberg will be recorded as a no vote on 1355. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1357 and House Bill 1355.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on 1357 and 1355. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be a no vote on House Bill 1355.
Senator Cook will be recorded as a no on 1355. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as no vote on House Bill 1322.
Senator Gardner will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1322. Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be put down as a no vote on 1365.
Senator Crowder will be recorded as a no vote on 1365. Senator Marble.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I also wish to be a no vote on House Bill 1353.
Senator Marble will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1353. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1355 and 1357.
Majority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on 1357 and 1355. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on 1357.
Senator Sonnenberg will be recorded as a no vote on 1357. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1322 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Smallwood. Senator Tate. Senator Kafalis. Senator Martinez-Humenick. Senator Todd. Senator Crowder. Senator Kerr. Senator Merrifield. With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1308 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Smallwood, Senator Tate, Senator Neville, Senator Kerr, Senator John, Senator Moreno, with 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1338 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Tate, Senator Crowder, Senator John. With 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1357 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Tate, Senator Kerr, Senator Todd, Senator Moreno, with 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1354 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Jones, Senator Aguilar, Senator Fenberg, Senator Tate, Senator Merrifield, Senator Crowder, Senator Fields, Senator Moreno, Senator Martinez-Humenick. With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1349 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Tate, Senator Crowder, Senator John. Please add the president. With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1343 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Aguilar, Senator Kafalis, Senator Crowder, Senator Kerr, Senator Court, Senator Cook, Senator Todd, Senator Fields, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Zenzinger, Senator Jones, Senator Merrifield, Senator John, with 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1361 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Crowder, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator John, Senator Tate, Senator Hill, with 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1353 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Tate, Senator Crowder, Senator Aguilar, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Smallwood, Senator Garcia, Senator Kafalis, Senator Jones, Senator Court, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator John, Senator Merrifield, Senator Todd, Senator Williams, Senator Kerr, Senator Fields. With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1248 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Crowder, Senator Gardner, Senator Tate, with 30 on 1248, Senator Jones, Senator Moreno, Senator Kagan, co-sponsors, Senator Martinez-Humenick, co-sponsors on 1248, Senator Zenzinger, with 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1285 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Crowder, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Tate, Senator Kafalis, Senator Merrifield, Senator Moreno. With co-sponsors on 1285, Senator Kagan, with 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1365 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Aguilar, Senator Tate, Senator Court, Senator Kagan, Senator Moreno, Senator Priola, Senator Williams. With 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1355 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Lambert, Senator Kafalis, Senator Cort, Senator Todd, Senator Aguilar, Senator Kerr, Senator Fields, Senator Crowder, Senator Jones.
Owen. Owen.
What's that?
Oh, okay. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I understand that the House has now passed the School Finance Act. That was the third bill that we're waiting for, so we're waiting a few more minutes for that bill to get here, and then we can send the committees out to meet on the last three House bills. Mr. President, at this time, I move that we proceed out of order to take up General Order second reading of bills again.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up second reading of bills. General orders, second reading of bills. Calendar, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we re-resolve into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of continuing General Orders second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee will re-resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the General Order second reading of bills calendar. Senator Hill will take the chair.
Is it 303 and then 1329? 1329 and 303. 1329. I don't know. You want to go first? Sure. So I can move that.
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over House Bill 1329 to follow Senate Bill 303.
Colleagues, the motion is to lay over House Bill 1329 to follow Senate Bill 303. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay over House Bill 1329. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 303?
Senate Bill 303 by Senator Neville and Cook and Representative Neville and Wiss concerning the funding of the state highway system.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 303, which is not about RTD, which is not about rural hospitals, which is not about transit, which is not about what else? Hospital provider fee, education, but is actually about building roads and bridges. I sadly move that bill to lay over till May 11th.
Colleagues, the motion is to lay over Senate Bill 303 until Thursday, May 11th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will lay over Senate Bill 303 until Thursday, May 11th. I expect all of you here to debate it. Mr. Carpenter, I think we are back to House Bill 1329. Will you please read the title?
House Bill 1329 by Representatives Lee and Landgraf and Senators Kagan and Quorum. Concerning the treatment of youth within the Division of Youth Corrections and in connection therewith, renaming the Division of Youth Services, clarifying the rehabilitative purpose of the division, establishing a pilot program to initiate a cultural change within the division, clarifying the manner in which the division shall report data concerning critical incidents, renaming and expanding the role of the Youth Exclusion Working Group, requiring an independent assessment of the division, creating community boards each region of the division, requiring the state auditor to audit certain reports of the division and making an appropriation.
Senators, we laid this over, if you remember. We adopted the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report, and we are on to the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Kagan.
Urge a no vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would ask for an aye vote on.
Colleagues, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Division. Aye. Division.
Division has been called on the Appropriations Committee report. Will those in the chamber not entitled to vote please be seated? All right, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor of the adoption of the report, please stand up. Please be seated. All those opposed to the adoption of the report, please stand up. The report is lost. To the bill, Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask for an aye on vote for 1329 as amended.
Senator Kagan.
These are friendly amendments. That one.
There's an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L012?
Amendment L012 to House Bill 1329 by Senator Kagan, amend the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report dated May 3rd.
Senator Kagan?
This is a technical amendment requested, uncontroversial amendment, changes the wording on page 1, line 7, substitutes the wording human services, and strikes the word facility. I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Senator Kagan. Will you move Amendment L012, please?
I move 012 and urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 012? All those in favor of Amendment 012, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, belatedly, and Amendment 012 is adopted. There's another amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L020?
Amendment L020 to House Bill 1329 by Senator Kagan. Amend re-engross bill, page 21, line 14, strike, and page 21, line 20, strike, designing and substitute.
Senator Kagan?
Mr. Chair, I move Amendment 020.
Do the amendment,
urge an aye
please.
vote. Amendment 020 adds a parent of the resident to the Youth Restraint and Seclusion Working Group. And it's an uncontroversial amendment, but technical adjustment asked. by various stakeholders, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 020? Seeing none, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The problem is we don't have copies of the amendment at this time.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 020? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 020. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment 020 is adopted. Senator Kagan.
I move Amendment 022.
Senator Kagan, the way we do it in the Senate is we have to do it in the order that the Secretary receives it. So you are, right now, we've got 3 more amendments before 022. So the next amendment up by Senator Zinzinger that I have is Amendment 010. I apologize. That is for a separate bill. Scratch that.
Right.
L016 is the next one I do have up by Senator Gardner. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L016?
Amendment L016 to House Bill 1329 by Senator Gardner.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And point of fact, I'm not going to offer L016 at this time, but may at a later time.
Amendment 016 has been withdrawn. You do have another one up, Senator Gardner. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment 015?
Amendment L015 to House
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L015.
Do the amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I think it is no secret that the Department of Youth Corrections has been struggling for some time to deal with issues of how to maintain an appropriate environment. Earlier this year, I ran Senate Bill 289, which came out of this chamber, the purpose of which was to permit the transfer of 18, 19, and 20-year-olds who are currently in DYC if they commit offenses in DYC that are serious offenses, violent offenses, to allow their transfer to adult prison. One of the issues is that older DYC committed individuals are committing these offenses, and judges are returning them on, quote, probation on their adult offense back to DYC, such that there is no effective deterrent for their conduct. You're 18, 19, you commit an adult offense, a serious adult offense. That most often results in county court in probation, and that probation puts them back wherever they were, and wherever they were was back in DYC, where they committed the offense against another juvenile or staff member. L015 is an amendment that takes the core of SB 289, which we passed out of this chamber, and makes it a part of House Bill 1329, and it fits well within the title. I ask for your support for L015 as policy that this chamber has decided is good policy, and this is an opportunity for us to place it within a bill that is concerning the reform of Department of Youth Corrections, and this is a vital component of that. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kagan.
Ask for a title ruling.
It would be in a senatorial 5. Committee will come back to order. Colleagues, the question was whether or not Amendment 015 fit under the title, and I rule that it does fit under the title and look forward to further discussion. Senator Kagan, did you have further comments based on that, or?
Not on the title ruling, but I do have comments on the amendment.
Would you like to go first on the comments on the amendment then, please?
Very well,
Senator Kagan.
Mr. Chair. Members, I urge a no vote on this amendment to the House Bill 1329. What it does, and we discussed this at length when the bill was discussed, it does one thing that is on the merits very a bad idea policy-wise, and that is to say if a young adult is in the Division of Youth Corrections, commits an offense, goes to sentencing, the sentencing judge says, you shall have probation. And that is a sentencing judge who has considered the fact, because the sentencing judge will know that he has considered the fact, or she has considered the fact that this offense was committed while in the Division of Youth Corrections, and notwithstanding that, the judge thought the appropriate answer was probation. The judge will have considered the fact that the Division of Youth Corrections doesn't want to deal with this person anymore because the Division of Youth Corrections goes to those sentencings, we heard this in committee, and makes their case that this is not a suitable case for probation back to the DYC because they don't want them. But the judge has heard all that, and the judge says, no, this is a case for probation. Some of the offenses in this this amendment and in the previous bill were just getting in a fight, but others were more serious. But in all these cases which this bill would affect, this amendment would affect, the judge has said probation and going back to the Division of Youth Corrections is the appropriate punishment. What this amendment would do is it would say, no, we want a second bite at that apple. We want to, in effect, overturn the sentence of probation back to the Division of Youth Corrections. We want to get a court order saying, oh, this guy isn't benefiting from the Division of Youth Corrections, this guy is trouble, and we want him out. They should not get that second bite at the apple. It's not respecting the judgment of the original court, and I urge a no vote on those grounds. But also, if this amendment does get on, members, if this amendment does get on, it will kill the whole bill. And that's another good reason to not vote for this amendment. When you graft on an old bill onto a new bill in this manner, you risk killing the whole bill. So if you think that the Division of Youth Corrections reform is a worthy project, don't kill it by voting yes for this amendment. So don't kill the bill and don't allow a second bite at the apple after a young adult has already been sentenced. I urge a no vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, you probably recall having a debate on this bill. I'm not quite sure what the fate was when it got to the House, but in committee, we had testimony that stated that this process is already available. We don't need a separate bill to do this. Already, the Department of Youth Corrections already has procedures in place to do exactly what this bill does. It just accelerates the process. In hearing the testimony, I asked many questions. If you see in the bill, on this amendment, line number 23, there's no real definition for unfit. Who's defining who's unfit to be a part of correction? So there was a lot of uncertainty, a lot of not very clear about what it is to be identified as being unfit. They talked about the stature of somebody, if they're big, if they're intimidated. And so I just don't think that we need this amendment, because it's really not necessary. There's processes and there's procedures already in statute that addresses this matter. So I would say vote no on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L015? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, let's be clear about what this amendment does. It takes a prior bill that this chamber approved concerning 18, 19, and 20-year-olds in the Department of Youth Corrections who commit serious crimes. The crimes listed are possession of contraband in the first degree, when the contraband at issue is a deadly weapon, a crime of violence, assault, and it lists some statutes, that's third-degree assault and above, any offense described in Article 18 of Title 18 for possession or distribution of controlled substance, and if that youth creates or commits any of those offenses, and DYC certifies that the individual is no longer benefiting from its programs or is unfit or unsafe for continued placement in a juvenile facility, then the department initiates the transfer. This is about placement, members. It's about placement. A judge makes a decision on the offense, but does not make a decision about placement at that time. The bill sets up that legal process. It begins in its operative terms. Upon a court order, the Department of Human Services may transfer. It sets up that process. Now, I understand that this bill upsets some because what the bill itself seeks to do. It's a good goal. It is to change our Department of Youth Corrections for safety reasons, but to stick one's head in the sand and to say that you cannot or should not deal with transfers for older residents of Department of Youth Corrections when they commit these kinds of offenses is to stick one's head in the sand. I ask for an aye vote on L015.
Senator Kagan.
Thank you. The question of transfer to the Department of Corrections is one that the sentencing judge fully addresses. Because at the time of the sentencing on the new offense by the inmate at the Division of Youth Corrections, one of the questions is, shall I, the judge, sentence this individual to the Department of Corrections? And the sentencing judge, fully advised of the fact that the person is in the Division of Youth Corrections, fully advised of the Division of Youth Corrections' position on whether he should return to the Division of Youth Corrections, fully advised of the nature of the offense and of the best way to treat this offender, decides at that time, no, probation is the appropriate choice, and that it is not sticking your head in the sand to go to a sentencing judge, as the DYC does, and says to the sentencing judge, this guy needs to go to prison. So it's not sticking your head in the sand to let the sentencing judge decide that. And I urge a no vote also because it imperils the entire bill, and therefore don't graft this old bill onto this new bill and sink the new bill and all in the process perpetuate a bad policy as well.
The motion before the body is the adoption of division has been called. Will all those in the chamber please be seated? Colleagues, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor of Amendment L015, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed to Amendment 015, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. Amendment 015 is adopted. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move 1329 as amended. Ask for an aye vote.
And there are two more amendments on the desk, I believe.
Senator Kagan, just a minute, please. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the Amendment L022?
Amendment L022 to House Bill 1329 by Senator Kagan, amend re-engross bill page 17, line 16 after who is.
Senator Kagan.
I move Amendment 022, Amendment 22, which is a non-controversial amendment that has been asked by stakeholders. It changes the minimum age to at least 10 years of age, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 22? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L022. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Amendment 22 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L023?
Amendment L023 to House Bill 1329 by Senator Kagan, amend re-engross bill page 17, line 10 after access, add each member of each community board shall visit each.
Senator Kagan.
I move amendment L023 and urge that it be adopted.
Will you please explain Amendment L023?
Amendment L023 is one that was also asked by numerous stakeholders, and it requires that community boards shall visit each facility in their region at least once a year, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 23? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm driven to ask. It says here that each member of each community board, and I assume that's the community board associated with the particular facility, has to visit the facility at least once each year. I'm wondering if they don't, what?
Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator, I'm sure they won't be punished, but I think when they volunteer for these community boards, they volunteer, if this amendment should pass, with the full knowledge that they really should visit each facility in their region once a year to be familiar with the facility that they're the board are supervising.
Senator Martinez-Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask the good senator standing here. So is this going to drive a fiscal note? Because our community boards very oftentimes go together as a group, but this says each facility in the region at least once a year by each member, which means if I was a member, I could go on my own and expect compensation for my mileage.
Senator Kagan.
I have not heard from anybody that we reimburse these community board members for their visits, but we would certainly want them to go once a year at least to see how the facility is being operated. I don't know that they are even eligible for reimbursement for mileage, to be honest. I haven't heard it from anybody that it would drive a fiscal note, and so I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 23? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 23. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment 23 is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1329? Senator Martinez-Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, before we institute something in our state, I think that even though the media is supporting this, and despite their strong support, there is no credible scientific evidence that demonstrates the effectiveness of this particular framework, model, and approach. We still have a lot to learn about this model. Colorado is not like other states, and our department has made huge inroads in what they are doing to change the problem with our youth corrections. I think we should give them an opportunity to continue on that, doing what they're doing before we require that we go to a model that is not proven 100%. What I have been told from those who actually work with juvenile justice is that we are increasingly relying on rigorous standards of evidence-based studies before concluding that programs are effective. There aren't enough studies out there that have concluded that this program is effective. And if we institute this and it doesn't work, we're just going to have to keep coming back and changing it. And I think that what we should do is that we should wait and see what our department does in the next year, because they have made a lot of inroads in the changes they are trying to institute. They have also trained the folks that are working with the youth corrections. They hadn't been properly trained before. So when they were working with these youth, there were injuries reported. There were problems reported, but they had not been properly trained. They are now going through proper training, all of them. In Missouri, that state reports that 1, 2, and 3 recidivism rates for the youth who have successfully gone through their programs are back in the system. That doesn't say a lot for something that is warm and fuzzy, just to take a look at good pictures that we've seen in the media. If in 1, 2, and 3 years, those same youth are getting back into the system, then that model still is not working properly. So I would say that before we institute something that has not been proven 100%, and there is not enough scientific evidence to prove that this is a good model, that we need to wait and see how things change this year with our youth corrections. So I would say, please do not support this. Let's give our department the continued option that they are doing right now, and let them finish the work they have started in trying to change this problem without adopting something that is not proven scientifically. There's been one study that's done. We need comparable studies before we actually decide that it's a best practice and a best standard for Colorado. So I would urge a no vote on this bill.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'm going to ask for an aye vote on this. Had I thought Department of Corrections was moving far enough and fast enough, I would not have run this bill. The fact is that we've got some amendments on here. It's more than likely going to go to a conference committee, and I think that's the opportunity that we need to give this bill, so I would ask for your support and an aye.
Senator Kagan.
Thank you. And this is a pilot program. This is a tryout in certain areas. And most importantly, members, do remember, the DYC has negotiated with Senator Quorum and I and many others and is neutral on the bill. They are willing to give this a try. They are neutral on the bill. They had been oppositional, but we worked with them, and all the stakeholders have worked with them. They are neutral on the bill, so this is not foisting on them something that they oppose. Let's give it a chance to be tried, and that's all this bill does, and I urge an aye vote as well.
Colleagues, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1329. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and 1329 is adopted. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
Colleagues, the motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will rise and report.
Senate will come back to order. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have met and re-met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had on consideration the following attached bills being the second read thereof, makes the following recommendation on House Bill 1043 as amended, House Bill 1116, House Bill 1216, House Bill 1276 as amended, House Bill 1326 as amended, House Bill 1296, House Bill 1306 is amended, House Bill 1303 is amended, House Bill 1204 is amended, House Bill 1282 is amended, House Bill 1329 is amended, passed on second read order, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 303 is amended, laid over until 5/11/17, retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion before the body is the adoption of the report to the Committee of the Whole. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read Senator Zenzinger's amendment to the Committee of the Whole, 001 to Senate Bill 303.
Committee of the Whole Amendment 001 to Senate Bill 303. Senator Zenzinger moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Zenzinger floor amendment, L017 to Senate Bill 303, did pass. Amend the Finance Committee report dated May 2nd, 2007.
Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I understand that this bill was postponed indefinitely, but my motion is not whether the bill passed or not. This is regarding the motion that was ruled on with regard to the specific ownership tax. I think that this is not the right tax to use to be able to fund transportation. It was an extension of a tax, a local tax, not a state tax, and so for that, I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 303?
Colleagues, I recommend a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 303? The motion before the body is the adoption of Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 303. Are there any no votes? Senator Cook, Senator Lundberg, Senator Lambert, Senator Gardner, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Smallwood, Senator Coram, Senator Crowder, Senator Hill, Senator Scott, Senator Marble, Senator Crowder, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Tate, Senator Priola, no votes, Majority Leader Holbert, Senator Neville, Senator Baumgardner, please add the President. 17 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 303 is lost. There is another amendment on the desk. Ms. Carpenter, please read Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to Senate Bill, or House Bill 1329, Senator Lambert's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move.
I need the clerk to read it real quick.
Committee of the Whole Amendment 00.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment 001 to House Bill 1329. This is moved to amend the Committee of the Whole to show that the Appropriations Committee report to 1329 as amended did pass. Members, I frankly, I don't understand the hysteria about protecting youth that are incarcerated within our DYC facilities. I met extensively with the department and the Attorney General's lawyers for the Department of Human Services over the interim, and the sole limited exception that they wanted to seclusion, which is now being fully reported, much more than it was in previous years, is to define a exemption for medical isolation. The committee report defines what that is and who is allowed to put somebody in medical isolation, and it is not our government employees. It specifically talks about, well, a whole list of people, but people who are medical professionals that should be able to decide whether we have a medical necessity or not, and when that medical necessity terminates. I'm going to read the definition of medical isolation to show you how narrowly defined this is. And this came out of specific situations where youth within Department of Youth Corrections were trying to harm themselves, and the Attorney General's office wanted to have very limited latitude to take them out of those unsafe situations and to monitor them so they didn't hurt themselves. And specifically, one of the classic examples of this that actually happened was a youth who had a bullet wound and had the practice of sticking pencils into the bullet wound in his head. The only other alternative is to put them out in situations with other people that are out of control of the youth service officers and allow them to hurt themselves. Another classic example is, what if somebody's sick? How do you treat your own children in your own homes if somebody is sick? It's a wise practice to send them to their room, get medical help, and follow that medical instruction until they are feeling better. So medical isolation, and the sole thing that the Attorney General is asking for, is a placement of an individual alone in a room or an area from which egress is involuntarily prevented for the period of time necessary to resolve a medical condition and to achieve the best healthy outcomes for youth in such medical isolation. Medical isolation must be prescribed by a licensed health care provider and be for a period of time that is no longer than is medically necessary. The Department of Youth Corrections has had extensive problems in being able to take care of the medical needs of our youth. Those have been brought up in different audits. For example, in some cases, they were overprescribing prescription medications. And a couple years ago, the Legislative Audit Committee and the state auditor closely examined this and found the Department of Youth Corrections was not following wise practices in the use of prescription drugs. And we've even found out this year that prescription drugs and even injections in certain cases are being given by youth services officers and not by medical personnel. In order to come into compliance with those audits, the Department of Youth Corrections asked, I believe it was for 10 FTE nurses who would be contracted, not government employees, but would be professional licensed medical providers to provide injections when they were needed because they are trained to do so. They are also trained to understand what is a medical necessity. And when it's for the benefit of youth to go into isolation for their own protection and the protection of other youth in incarceration from communicable diseases. This is a very rational, a very targeted exception to the broad policies that we all support for not putting youth into excessive isolation for long periods of time. But when it's necessary for a medical condition, it only makes sense to allow the department to set up rules under the auspices of licensed healthcare providers, work with them, and to put the youth into a medical isolation situation when it makes sense to do so in a medical necessity. I would ask for an aye vote on the cow.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. A correctional facility, whether it's a prison or jail, youth corrections, it's pretty much a microcosm of society. At Weld County and about every jail across the state, we had people that had infectious diseases, we had people with non-infectious diseases, we had people with AIDS, diabetes, we even had several people with MRSA, with the flesh-eating disease in our facility. And the main purpose of correctional facilities is to keep people safe and secure in those facilities. That's why I support this cow amendment, because we have to make sure that the other inmates are safe. We have to make sure the people there are safe. So if there are contagious diseases in that correctional facility, we need to make sure the other inmates, the other people, the other kids don't get it. So therefore, I support this because we have to have some type of isolation and allow the people that are infected with these diseases to be cured, be treated, and then put back into regular population. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kagan.
Thank you. The most frequently told story of why DYC needs medical isolation is the story that we've just heard from the senator who's advocating this cow amendment. A child who had a shunt in his head and was repeatedly sticking a pencil in that shunt. Now, placing that child in an isolation cell is cruel and dangerous. That child should have been transferred to a medical facility. Look, DYC's units DYC facilities lack medical units, so kids on so-called medical isolation are placed in cells used for solitary confinement at the discretion of a whole range of people who think, yeah, for the health of you or for the health of others, you need to be put into a cell which is the same cell that is used for solitary confinement. And the DYC, we know, locks moderately sick kids in isolation, including kids with flu and kids with pink eye. And if a child is so sick that she or he is harming himself or herself, then that child needs treatment, not solitary confinement. Treatment in a hospital or a facility that is capable of dealing with it. No other state in the nation has this provision for medical isolation. No other state in the Union. Only Colorado wants it. And I put it to you that this is not the way to treat medical cases. And the fear is, and it's not an unfounded fear, that this is a way to have yet another avenue for solitary confinement for children in DYC. Because last year we passed a measure that says, look, it is very restricted. You've got to report. You've got to have a good reason to put a child in solitary confinement. You can't do it at your discretion. If it's more than 4 hours, it's got to be with the approval of the higher-ups. And this bill says, this amendment would allow an end run around all those protections that we put in place last year and allow any professional, don't have to be a physician, there doesn't have to be any special arrangements made, and these kids are committing suicide in isolation, especially ones who are having mental problems. And there are many of them, especially kids who have been traumatized in their youth before coming to DYC, and most of them have. It is traumatizing in the extreme to be put in solitary confinement. Now, if they are a danger to themselves or others, they can be put in seclusion. That is the arrangement we arrived at last year. And with this bill, without medical isolation, is acceptable to DYC. They are neutral on the bill without medical isolation. So we are going way beyond what DYC has demanded, because they are neutral on this bill without it. We are undoing the work we did last year in trying to get a handle on the number of people we put in isolation, in solitary confinement. And this is a terrible step backwards if we allow this amendment, this cow. So please, vote no on the cow for those reasons.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'd like to briefly explain maybe why I'm not a fan of this policy and the way we're doing it. And very respectfully, I think there's a place for the debate about seclusion. I don't know that that's happened this year with the way we've gone through this process. We have a pilot project and an effort for reform that I think we all agreed needs to happen. Both those for and against this amendment, those for and against this bill, have argued pretty compellingly about failures within Department of Youth Corrections. Whether it is over treatment of opioids, across the board, we've got challenges, and we need to get a handle on it. This bill, as it came over to us, and as I heard in committee, is a very small, limited pilot project to continue this approach of reform. It came unanimously out of the House, and I think we need to stay on track with that. I think we need to stay on track with this effort to, rather than upending the entire culture at DYC, rather than us coming in and saying with a very heavy hand exactly how they need to be doing things, let's continue to push and ask for reform and expect the audits and report on that. And so I think there's a hearing to be had on the appropriate role of seclusion. Last year we did vote unanimously in here about limiting seclusion in these cases. And so it's only been a few months that policy has been in place, a policy that maybe not all of us, because we weren't all here, but many of us supported that policy. I think it's time to allow that policy to go forward and spend a little bit more time on it, Mr. President, see what the results are, and have a thorough and full hearing on what our role is in legislating policies on seclusion. I, Mr. President, am concerned this maybe isn't the right avenue for it, though I also understand there are appropriate cases for why we need to have that debate. I'd just rather it not be here, and I am very respectfully opposed to this Committee of the Whole amendment.
Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Colleagues, there hasn't been a suicide in over a decade. The department just received $5 million to try to change and get more staffing and do assessments that need to be made. Also, they may be neutral because of who funds them. So bear that in mind.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Several comments were made here that we have to choose between treatment and isolation. We have to choose between keeping somebody within DYC facilities or sending them, maybe outsourcing them to some sort of emergency room. Of course, all those decisions are not mutually exclusive. If somebody needs to go, like in Colorado Springs, needs to go over Peak Vista or to one of our clinics, that have established relationships with our DYC facilities, they can do that. These are not mutually exclusive, however. Now, some of my colleagues have talked about reporting procedures. You might have forgotten that I was one of the, and I still am, in many cases, one of the most vocal critics in the General Assembly about abuses that have occurred within DYC. I've made that public over the last several years, since June of 2014. I am strongly in favor of reform of practices within DYC. To say, however, that this amendment is an end run around everything is absolutely false and hypocritical. It's not an end run around reporting. As a matter of fact, if you have to put somebody in isolation, that requires more reporting, more oversight, more protection for the youth. Now, the fact is, Department of Youth Corrections, after we passed that, or actually as we were debating last year on these reporting requirements, brought up a single exception to that bill. And that is, how do we treat people, how do we treat youth who are sick, where it's their responsibility to provide medical care? How can we do that and commingle them into a population where they may be spreading diseases to other youth while they are sick? Somebody mentioned flu. Do you want to put somebody on a pod with 10 people who are now all going to be getting the flu because of close proximity? And DYC, after great consultation with their lawyers from the Attorney General's office, requested originally this bill be introduced. It'd be an amendment to last year's bill, that it'd be a new bill. They are in favor of this. As a matter of fact, if this were added to the bill, even though they're neutral now, it's possible they could even favor the bill and support the bill, which they currently do not. As my colleague mentioned, there have been no suicides for 10 years. We've looked at the Rape Elimination Act. There haven't been any rapes that have been documented for probably about the same period of time. Our youth corrections officers need our help. The vast majority of violent incidents within DYC are youth attacking other youth, or, as we've seen in the news media, youth attacking our government employees. We cannot let this go on. And this is a very specific amendment that they have requested from both Department of Human Services and Department of Youth Corrections to allow them to do what is right, to take care of youth in medical isolation. And all the conspiracies to the contrary, I believe, are vacuous. They have no merit. This is common sense, and I'd ask for an aye vote on this.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment to approve the, essentially it puts the appropriations report, which came out of the Appropriations Committee, on the bill. And I know I'm asking a lot, I do, for you to take the Appropriations Committee report, just take it, pull it out of your file, and read it. Because what it essentially does is it adds a couple of definitions about medical, not behavioral, medical isolation. There has not been a suicide in DYC in a decade. I find that phenomenal. I mean, it's good and it's right, but given the risk and the challenges, that is an excellent and phenomenal record. Medical isolation means the placement of an individual alone in a room or an area from which egress is involuntarily prevented for the period of time necessary to resolve a medical condition and to achieve the best healthy outcomes for youth in such medical isolation. Medical isolation must be prescribed by a licensed health care provider and be for a period of time that is no longer than is medically necessary. Those terms all have meaning. To take this ability away from those who run DYC for the safety of the individual youth themselves and others is irresponsible, frankly. Read the appropriations report. It's not revolutionary. It's not some kind of a bizarre administrative segregation of youths. It requires a licensed medical provider to state that it's medically necessary. It requires that it be for no longer than is medically necessary. I ask for an aye vote on the appropriations report. Read it. Thank you.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. President, my president. I actually have read this report several times, and I wonder about the qualifications of a pharmacist, acupuncturist, or optometrist to say that somebody needs to be put in medical isolation. I also wonder about the qualifications of a physical therapist to say that somebody needs to be put in medical isolation. And finally, I wonder why we don't refer our department to our Department of Public Health and Environment, who is involved in taking care of communicable diseases and could more appropriately make the designation that medical isolation is possible. So I would ask for a no vote on the Appropriations Committee report, and failing that, I think this report needs to be amended.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you. Well, we need to read on. There are actually nurses on this list that are members of part of the contract that DYC has asked for, that the Budget Committee has approved. Imagine a nurse a licensed nurse, making a medical decision, much less a licensed doctor. Now, maybe it's not the specialty that the senator from Denver is comfortable with, but they're still licensed medical professionals. If we don't trust licensed medical professionals, let's just get rid of them all. Let's unlicense them if they can't be trusted for making a medical decision. Well, what the department has requested and what you have already funded and passed is an increase, I believe it's of 10 individuals who now will provide medical services within Department of Youth Corrections that were not provided even now. I think that's forward thinking. To go down to a de minimis sort of thing, well, what do we want to take off of here? I mean, it doesn't really make any difference. We have common definitions when our bill drafters write bills about who are medical professionals, and this is what the lawyers for the Department of Human Services felt would be appropriate. They're all licensed, they're all healthcare providers, unless we want to go back and rewrite the law as to who licensed healthcare providers are. Let's just leave this as it is and trust the fact that licensed healthcare providers could do their jobs. I request an aye vote on the amendment.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I intentionally did not mention those folks. In fact, I have an amendment to this report that I did not run yesterday because the report failed, that limits licensed healthcare providers for the purpose of this section to persons licensed to practice medicine, a physician assistant licensed, or a nurse licensed. And I think if this really is related to communicable diseases, to ensure that people are not concerned about an abuse of this, you could, in line 19, after resolve A, or between resolve A and medical, you could put in resolve a communicable medical condition, and then there would be no question about abuse.
Senator Kagan.
Thank you. So, members have asked you to look at the language of the amendment. And I would ask you to look at the language that says, seclusion shall not include medical isolation. That means that the reporting requirements around seclusion do not apply to medical isolation. Now, we have labored long and hard to make sure there is not the overuse of solitary confinement, which they call seclusion. To make sure there is not the overuse of solitary confinement, we have rigorous controls over when you can do it, who can order it, how long it may be for, how it has to be reported. All those rules apply to seclusion. None of those rules apply to medical isolation because medical isolation is not included in the definition of seclusion. So I'm not suggesting that the Division of Youth Corrections, who are very strapped, are deliberately abusing or likely to abuse medical isolation in order to throw people into solitary confinement where it's completely unjustified. But human nature being what it is, sometimes it might appear to staff that locking some kid in a room is the best thing, is the easiest way of getting everything calmed down. And we have said in Colorado, well, sometimes it's the best thing, sometimes it's required, but you have to report all the details of when you do it. But you don't have to report you only have to report seclusion. You don't have to report medical isolation because it is explicitly excluded. So there is a tremendous danger that with this vast range of people who can order the medical isolation, with the risk that a guy who is sticking a pencil into a shunt in his head will be put in a solitary confinement cell rather than given medical attention, with the risk that folks will be put in medical isolation, perhaps under stress, in order to avoid seclusion, which has to be fully reported and justified. You know, this is not the way to go forward for our kids. If they need treatment, they should be taken to a medical facility. If they need to be put in isolated circumstances, let a medical facility sort that out. But don't give carte blanche to the the Division of Youth Corrections and numerous members of their staff, all the way down to chiropractors and acupuncturists, certainly those who are responsible for the mental health of these people as well, to suddenly decide, medical isolation for you. That is a very risky idea. And that's why I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to House Bill 1329. Are there any no votes? Senator Aguilar, Senator Todd, Senator Merrifield, Senator John, Senator Fenberg, Senator Court, Senator Kagan, Senator Moreno, Senator Kerr, Senator Jones, Senator Zenzinger, Senator Fields, Senator Kafalis, Senator Williams, Senator Garcia, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Donovan, Senator Priola, Senator Hill, Senator Tate, with 15 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to House Bill 1329 is lost. Motion before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1043 is amended. House Bill 1116, House Bill 1216, House Bill 1276 is amended. House Bill 1326 is amended. House Bill 1296, House Bill 1306 is amended. House Bill 1303 is amended. House Bill 1204 is amended. House Bill 1282 is amended. House Bill 1329 is amended. Passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 303 is amended, laid over until 5/11/17, retaining its place on the calendar. Committee report.
First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1004. This report amends the revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1004 concerning a statewide policy for awarding college credit for military education and training has met and reports that it is agreed upon the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendment made to the bill as the amendment appears in the revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, House Committee, Representative Michelson Janae, Representative Danielson, Representative Size. Senate Committee, Senators Hill, Chair, Senator Gardner, and Senator Garcia.
Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Revised Statutes, House Bill 1373. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Revised Statutes, House Bill 1091, amended as printed in House Journal, May 8, 2017. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Revised Statutes, House Bill 1375, amended on third reading as printed in House Journal, May 9, 2017.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit, without comment, House Bill 1373, without comment as amended, House Bill 1091, without comment as amended, House Bill 1375.
Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1091 by Representative Wilson and McLaughlin, Senator Corman Donovan, concerning the creation of a credit against the state income tax to promote employer-assisted housing projects in rural areas.
Finance.
House Bill 1373 by Representative Hanson and Bridges and also and Senator Moreno, concerning general fund transfers to Colorado Energy Office cash funds.
State Veterans Military Affairs.
House Bill 1375 by Representative Pedersen and Sias and Senators Hill and Williams, concerning measures to increase transparent equity in educating students in public schools and in connection therewith requiring school districts to distribute mill levy revenue to meet the needs of students, creating a fund to provide equalizing money to institute charter schools, and requiring school districts and charter schools to post a list of statutory waivers received.
State Veterans Military Affairs. Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and turns herewith. Senate Bill 302, 304. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted the revised statute. Senate Bill 240, amended to House Journal, May 8, 2017. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted the revised statute. Senate Bill 306, amended as printed in House Journal, May 8, 2017, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal, May 9, 2017.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you for your work so far today. We're going to take a recess, and State Affairs and Finance will meet. We just had the last bills read over. Yay. The last three House bills are here, so State Affairs will have two of those, Finance will have one. So we are going to take a brief recess. Mr. President, I don't know if there are other announcements. I'm happy to step out of the way if there are. Oh, it looks like there are.
Announcements. Senator Baumgardner.
Members of Senate Transportation, we will be meeting at 1:30 upstairs for a confirmation.
Senator Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. One point of clarification, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee has asked, assuming that one, two, or all three of those bills come out of committee, they may be routed to appropriations, and appropriations will meet here in the well before we come back. But I would think that this is going to be a fairly brief recess for us, half an hour, something like that. Finance will have one bill, State Affairs will have two. But appropriations will meet in the well potentially on one, two, or three bills after those committees meet. We'll have to come back here to the floor and read those committee reports over the desk, and then we'll recess again so that appropriations could meet here in the well. Go ahead and announce them. Very shortly, like 1:20-ish, 1:15.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues on finance will be meeting at 1:20. I'm assuming we have 357. Do we have the rooms? Our normal rooms?
I think your normal rooms.
So 357 in room 357, 120 to be hearing House Bill 1091. So grab that folder. See you then.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. President. And State Affairs will be meeting also in 10 minutes. That's at 1:20. And the two bills we will be hearing is House Bill 1373 and House Bill 1375.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are two bills that will come off of the special orders consent calendar. Been asked to remove House Bills 1208 and 1363 from the consent calendar. So both of those bills, House Bill 1208 and 1363, will appear later in the day on the special orders second reading of bills calendar. And then also the three bills that we're hearing in committee that have just come over from the House, 1091, 1373, and 1375, depending on how those fare in committee and then through appropriations, we may also see those on the special orders calendar later today. I think that's everything that I have, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess until 1:45 p.m. today.
Motion is for the Senate stand in recess till 1:45 p.m. today. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we'll stand in recess till 1:45.
Baumgardner. Cook. Coram. Court. Crowder. Donovan. Finberg. Fields. Garcia. Gardner. Guzman. Hill. Holbert. John. Jones. Kagan. Kafalis. Kerr. Lambert. Lundberg. Marble. Martinez-Humenick. Martinez-Humenick. Merrifield. Moreno. Neville. Priola. Scott. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Tate. Todd. Williams. Zinzinger. Kafalis. Cook. Donovan. Garcia. Smallwood. Hill. Scott. Williams. Kerr. Guzman. Zinzinger. Mr. President.
Here. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
Motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the call is raised. Committee reports.
May 9th, 2017, Committee on Finance. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1091 be postponed indefinitely. May 9th, 2017, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1375 be referred to committee to hold with a favorable recommendation. May 9th, 2017, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1373 be postponed indefinitely. May 9th, 2017, the Committee on Transportation has had on consideration had a hearing with the following appointments and recommends the appointments be confirmed. Members of the Transportation Commission for term expiring July 1st, 2017. Karen Donna Stewart of Broomfield, Colorado, to serve as a commissioner from the 4th Transportation District on occasion of the resignation of Heather M. Berry of Westminster, Colorado, appointed for a term expiring July 1st, 2021. Karen Donna Stewart of Broomfield, Colorado, to serve as a commissioner from the 4th Transportation District, reappointed.
Messages from the House.
The House is postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 61. The bill is returned herewith.
Introduction of resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 1032 by Representative Bridges and Wist and Senators Cook and Finberg concerning the protection of online privacy for Colorado citizens.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over HJR 1032 to consideration of resolutions to follow SJR 44 on today's calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it, and that will be laid over through into the consideration of resolutions. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1270 by Representative Kraft, Larkin, Lawrence, and Senators William Quorum concerning agency discretion and enforcement procedures for minor violations of certain state rules by small businesses employing no more than 50 employees.
Appropriations. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess and grant leave to the Appropriations Committee to meet in the well for, I believe, one bill.
The motion is to stand in recess and grant leave for the Senate Appropriations Committee to meet in the well. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will stand in recess, and permission is granted for the Appropriations Committee to meet in the well. third reading of bills. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the third reading of bills to follow special orders consideration of governor's appointments.
Third reading of bills the motion is to lay over the third reading of bills till after the consideration of governor's appointments. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw that motion and offer a motion. I move that the third reading of bills lay over till after consideration of conference committee report. What? Okay. Let's try one more time, Mr. President. I withdraw that motion and move to lay over third reading of bill to the end of the calendar.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Consideration of resolutions. Thank you. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of the Senate Joint Resolution 44.
Senate Joint Resolution 44 by Senator Lundberg and Representative Sang concerning participation in a planning convention for an Article 5 convention for proposing a balanced budget amendment to the United States Constitution.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Joint Resolution 44. And I do not ask that it be read at length. I just request the ability to describe it, and we can vote on it.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope somebody's listening out there who might have a vote to cast. This is, if I might read the title one more time, concerning participation in a planning convention for an Article 5 convention for proposing a balanced budget amendment to the United States Constitution. Now, before anybody locks down and says, oh, I don't like Article 5, whatever, that's not what this is. The state of Arizona earlier this year passed legislation or resolution, I don't know which, establishing a call of the states to a convention of states, not, let me emphasize this, not an Article 5 convention, but a convention of the states requesting delegates be sent from all 50 states in order to look at the strong possibility that there will in fact be an Article 5 convention held in the near future. And I believe it's incumbent upon the state of Colorado to be a player in this process, and that is why this resolution is before us. It is to simply make Colorado a part of this call of all the states to gather for this planning convention. It's very appropriate at every level, and I might add that the last time I'm told that such a general call went out to the states was 1861. So it's been a while, and I don't think anybody in this room remembers that. Neither does the state of Colorado, for that matter. But it is the time and the place at this point. The planning convention is scheduled to occur in September in Arizona. They're in Phoenix. September 12th at 12 p.m. it is to convene. So with that, I ask for an aye vote. Mr. President, I appreciate the opportunity to present this to the Senate.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Joint Resolution 44? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 44. Are there any no votes? Majority Leader Holbert. Senator Neville. Senator Coram. Senator Gardner. Senator Smallwood. Senator Scott. Senator Baumgardner. Senator Hill. Minority Leader Guzman. Senator Zenzinger. Senator Garcia. Senator Fields. Senator Aguilar. Senator Court. Senator Williams. Senator Todd. Senator Jones. Senator Merrifield. Senator Kerr. Senator Kagan. Senator Donovan. Senator John. Senator Fenberg. Senator Martinez-Humanic. 11 ayes, 24 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Senate Joint Resolution 44 is lost.
I'd like to put my name on a dead one. Okay, all right. Okay, that's fine. I'm not that big a
Oh, yeah. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of the House Joint Resolution 1032.
House Joint Resolution 1032 by Representative Bridges and Wist and Senators Cook and Finberg concerning the protection of online privacy for Colorado citizens.
Welcome, Senators. Senator Fenberg, since you raised your hand. Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Joint Resolution 1032.
To the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a resolution that basically asks Congress to put in place privacy protections for citizens and individuals that are using the internet, which is just about everybody. Currently, right now, there have been new directives coming down from Washington that would make it much easier for internet service providers to sell what was previously private data. They could sell it to companies, they could sell it to different efforts that want to sort of know what you've been searching on the internet and be able to target you in a specific way. This has been essentially, you know, in the past up until now, it's been sacrosanct. ISPs are essentially the equivalent of a public utility, meaning they provide a very basic service, and we don't necessarily have a choice of which ISP we purchase our services from, because generally there's only one or two, and you don't have much of an option. So this is basically just asking Congress to create more privacy protections so that ISPs cannot sell the personal private data of individuals on the internet.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would agree with my esteemed colleague from Boulder. You know, the privacy of our privacy as Colorado citizen is of the utmost importance, and we need to do everything we can to make sure that it's protected and not our personal data being sold from ISPs. And so I'd ask for a aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Joint Resolution 1032? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1032. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Joint Resolution 1032 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Majority Leader Holbert, Senator Hill, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Tate, Senator Smallwood, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Kerr, Senator Merrifield, Senator Todd, Senator Court, Senator Williams, Senator Aguilar, Senator Kagan, Senator Moreno, Senator Fields, Senator Jones, and Senator Kafalis, and Senator Zenzinger, Senator Moreno.
That's right. A long day.
Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up a special orders calendar at the hour of 2:45 p.m. today to include House Bills 1346, 1371, 1277, and 1315.
And that's the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar, correct? The motion is that we take up special orders second reading of bills consent calendar at the hour of 2:45. The motion requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Special orders second reading of bills consent calendar, Senator Hill.
Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for special orders second reading of bills consent calendar.
The motion before the body is that the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar. And all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders second reading of bills consent calendar. Senator Hill will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the titles to all the bills on consent calendar?
House Bill 1346 by Representative Valentine and Senator Hill concerning the sale of more than 15 acres of land at the Colorado Mental Health Institute of Fort Logan to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs for the expansion of Fort Logan National Cemetery. House Bill 1371 by Representative Lee and Senator Cook concerning the distribution of medications to outlets that are under common ownership of certain entities. House Bill 1277 by Representative Mitch Bush and Senator Martinez-Humenick concerning the authority of the Department of Revenue to suspend the driver's license of a driver who leaves the scene of an accident involving serious bodily injury. House Bill 1315 by Representative Singer and Lawrence and Senators Gardner and Fields concerning the acquisition of data to analyze types of DUI offenses being committed by offenders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move all of the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar consisting of House Bill 1346, 1371, 1277, and 1315, along with the Finance Committee report.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Motion before the body is the adoption of the committee reports. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee reports are adopted. Is there any further discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
All those in favor of rising and reporting say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. President. We've had 4 bills under consideration. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee will hold begs lead reports that are in consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendation on House Bill 1346, House Bill 1371, House Bill 1277, House Bill 1315 as amended, pass the second read order, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion before the body is the adoption of the report to the committee of the whole. Are there any no votes? 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. The committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1346, House Bill 1371, House Bill 1277, House Bill 1315 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up a special orders calendar, second reading of bills at 2:49 p.m. to include House Bills 1340, 1356, 1313, 1284, 1264, 1162, 1079, 1231, 1002, 1090, 1119, 1266, 1351, 1360, 1367, 1369, 1208, 1363, and 1375.
The motion is that the Senate take up these bills on special orders at the hour of 2:49 p.m. The motion requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted, and the Senate will take up the bills on special orders at the hour of 2:49. Special order, second reading of bills. Senator Hill.
Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the purpose of special orders, second reading of bills.
Motion before the body is to resolve itself in the committee of the whole for consideration of the general or special orders, second reading of bills calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself in the committee of the whole for consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Hill will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for senators, staff, sergeant, and even the press. Mr. Carpenter, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a request, and I will honor that request. I move that we take up House Bill 1375 first on the special order second reading of bills calendar to precede House Bill 1340.
Colleagues, the motion is to move House Bill 1375 to the top of the special order second reading of bills calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will hear 1375 first. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1375?
House Bill 1375 by Representatives Pedersen, Size, and Senators Hill and Williams concerning measures to increase transparent equity in educating students in public schools and in connection therewith requiring school districts to distribute mill levy revenue to meet the needs of students, creating a fund to provide equalizing money to institute charter schools, and requiring school districts and charter schools to post a list of statutory waivers received.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1375 and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Report.
Is there any,
We don't have a. You have to do that.
is there any discussion on House Bill 1375?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I'm sure we'll have more discussion, but we'd like to highlight what's been the product of well over 2 years of work to both respect our local control and provide equal funding and fair funding for every single one of Colorado's public school students. House Bill 1375 is a result of much of that work. It provides two paths. One path is to say we're going to provide a backstop and to say for additional mill levies collected, that's additional property taxes levied within a school district for the purpose of educating our students, districts have to share up to 95% of that money, allowing for 5% available for the overhead of management of those funds and administration within the district. That's one path. The other path is that the district has to make a clear and transparent plan on how that money is going to be shared, taking into account everything from free and reduced lunch to at-risk students to English language learners to any other kind of needs or special characteristics within those school districts and within those students. So those are the two separate paths. What goes along with that, Mr. Chair and colleagues, is some increased transparency as well for charter schools within there. Beginning in 2018, we do require them to, if they fill out a Form 990, which is the IRS tax form for nonprofits, that needs to be posted with a link online. Available to everyone. Again, just showing these are public dollars that are being spent, and this is how it's being spent and those documents being filed. Additionally, we're coming up with a list and making that clear of all the different waivers that have been given to schools. And I think this is actually an important requirement, just as we think about waivers across the board. I think we're going to have a lot of discussion, colleagues, here in this body about waivers going forward, both for our charter schools as well as for our traditional neighborhood schools. And so we're working to bring a higher level of transparency on that. And then as well, beginning in 2018, each charter school would have to post a copy of a standardized document explaining the automatic waivers and why those waivers are in place. And by that, we hope to have, again, just greater public understanding of the role that charter schools play, our laws play, our public schools play, and the interaction of all of those. And finally, we do create in there, Mr. Chair, a structure for a fund. It's not a fund that we actually appropriate money to this year, but it is a fund looking forward to continued growth here in Colorado and continued opportunities to fully fund all public school students, including those in CSI schools, the Charter School Institute schools as well. With that, we ask for your support.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I ask you for your support on House Bill 1375 as we look to address an issue that we've been talking about for a long time. There has been an incredible amount of bipartisanship on this piece of legislation so that we can provide equitable funding to all of our children across the state, no matter what school they attend. There's been a lot of transparency added to the bill, as my colleague said, accountability. This is a huge step forward for this legislature so that we can address the equitable funding for our students all across the state. And so I ask you to give us an aye vote on House Bill 1375.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion? Senator Coram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to ask for your support on this. I think it's coordination, cooperation is something that has happened in this bill. The charter school funding was something that I've been very concerned about because of the inability of some of the schools that couldn't take that hit right away. So I think this is a good compromise. I thank the Senate sponsors. I thank the House for all the work they did and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on House Bill 1375? There's an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L011?
Amendment L011, House Bill 1375 by Senator Merrifield. Amend re-engross bill, page 4, line 8, strike before on and substitute on.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment 011.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L011? Senator Merrifield.
Very simply, all this amendment does is make everything from this point forward would be shared. It makes the bill prospective so that there's no clawback, and mill levies that were decided upon by voters in the past based upon specific needs would not be included. This would be from this point forward. I would ask for your support for making this bill prospective only.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on House Bill 1375? Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, very briefly, this is, we've had this discussion many times in here. It's really a discussion about what has been communicated to voters, and what is expected of that. This bill does not go back and readjust money that has already been spent, but it does say money going forward that we are spending, you do have to share it equitably. We've got a 2-year phase-in on this, and so I respectfully ask that you vote no on Amendment 11.
Any further discussion on Amendment L011? Senator Todd.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will rise in support of this amendment. And the reason is that when a proposal goes to the voters, it is explained what it's being spent for. Voters vote for it, and then it goes forward. Anything that was passed this fall is what was already approved by the voters, and there was no contingency clause. There was no stipulation of this being shared with charter schools. Now, some districts will already do that. Some districts have already got a plan. Some districts already will figure that out. But for us to go back and say now, well, what you voted on this fall, now we're going to add on. We're going to change the rules for you. That, to me, is disingenuous to the public. Be honest, be transparent, and say, this is what it's for, and from this day forward, any mill levy override that is passed, go for it. But for what has already been passed by the voters, what has already been spelled out, going back now and saying, now we're going to play a trick on you voters, and we're going to go back and we're going to take that money because you didn't understand what you were voting for. That's disingenuous. It's not honest, and it's not transparent. I would urge an aye vote on this amendment. Let's be honest with our voters. If this is what the charter schools want, do it in a timely fashion and move it forward. But don't go back. Don't go backwards. This is a clawback. This is going back to how the voters voted on their mill levy override this fall. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jones to Amendment L011.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd ask that this bill be laid over. We don't have the re-engrossed version of this bill to know what the House did, to know what these amendments do. I know we're in a rush, but I think we can wait and have some other bills up first so we get the re-engrossed version so we know what this amendment does. So can we please lay this bill over?
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over 1375 to follow 1340. The staff is just about to walk in with the new version of 1375. I've been able to provide a couple of copies there, but we'll lay this over one bill.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. The motion is lay House Bill 1375 over one bill. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill will be laid over. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title of House Bill 1340?
House Bill 1340 by Representative Lundin and Garnett and Senator Hill Moreno concerning creation of legislative interim committee to study school finance issues in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we move House Bill 1340.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any discussion on House Bill 1340? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, we bring to you House Bill 1340, which will set up a 2-year interim committee to study school finance in Colorado. There are many intricacies to our School Finance Act, and I think it is debatable whether certain districts with certain characteristics are being served well under that school finance formula. I can speak from my personal perspective. I don't think my districts, who have high populations of English language learners, of kids who qualify for free and reduced price meals, of kids who are at risk, I don't think my district is being served very well under the School Finance Act. And so I think it's incumbent on us as legislators to come together, both sides of the aisle. This bill passed 65-0 out of the House. to come together and have a discussion about school finance, the state of school finance in Colorado, and how we can make improvements to this very important discussion of how we fund our schools. So with that, I'll turn it over to my co-prime sponsor and hope that you will support House Bill 1340.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, there's a reason we're doing this. I know sometimes we have a debate. What are we doing? Do we need to do studies, interim committees? We have that discussion often. In fact, we have a committee to determine whether or not there will be interim committees. This is one of the most important things we can do here in Colorado for two reasons. One is, I mean, we can all explain why education is so important. But even as we're having conversations about what our budget should look like, what our Constitution, when it comes to Amendment 23 and Gallagher, discussions on Tabor, what all that looks like, we have challenges that we face that need to be explored. 1994 was the last time we wrote school finance, and we have an opportunity to bring a bipartisan group of legislators from the House and from the Senate and take the next two interim periods, so 8 months this year, beginning in 48 hours, and then 8 months next year to discuss how it is that we can best allocate, in accordance with our Constitution and the needs of our students, about $6.5 billion, a number that continues to grow every single year. So as we have discussions about our budget, colleagues, this is one of the most important things we can get a handle on and begin to cast a vision for what the future of school finance in the 21st century needs to look like. I ask for your support on House Bill 1340.
Thank you, Senator. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L005 to House Bill 1340?
Amendment L005 to House Bill 1340 by Senator Kerr, amend re-engross bill page 9, line 7, strike the
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me make clear, we've seen this bill before. I've been a sponsor of this bill, very similar bill before, and I do support the concept of setting up an interim committee to look at school finance. I think this is long overdue. We've had similar committees in the past, but I think this is long overdue to renew this committee. Part of why I think we need to have this committee is that we need to have the people who know the most about finance of schools in Colorado to be at the table and to be intimately involved in making sure that this committee is successful, bringing all the expertise of our practitioners to bear, bringing all the expertise of people and organizations who already are involved in these discussions, just outside an organized way of doing this. I think anytime you are going to create any committee to look at an important subject like school finance in Colorado, you want to have the best minds, the most experienced minds there at the table, making sure that they are involved. That is why I find it curious in this bill that this bill, the language of this bill, specifically excludes experts from being a part of the committee. Specifically says that there will not be a private entity that has ever previously contracted with the state of Colorado or an agency or political subdivision thereof for a study or analysis of school finance in Colorado. I just started putting together a quick list of organizations that I know that have been involved, but again, it says, shall not contract with a private entity that has ever previously contracted with the state of Colorado or any agency or political subdivision thereof for a study or analysis of school finance in Colorado. So, you know, we can start out and say, you know, certainly we don't want those teacher unions involved, so we'll exclude them out. and any professional organization like CEA or AFT. Or perhaps we're going to say, you know, we don't want the Independence Institute directly involved in this, so we'll exclude them out. And I think people on various sides of the aisle would have various opinions about that. But then we get to a lot of groups and organizations that very specifically we all turn to for information and for expertise when we're talking about school law in Colorado, especially around school finance. See if you know any of these organizations: Donnell K., the Rose Foundation, the Keystone Policy Center, Great Education Colorado, mentioned CEA, CASE, CASB, the Charter School Institute. These are all organizations that I would stipulate are prohibited under the terms of this bill currently. You know, I also would put in the Independence Institute there. A few years ago, I ran a bill with then Senator Ellen Roberts, and she and I were looking at online schools, and we set up a committee to look at some of the laws around online schools. And believe it or not, I actually asked that the Independence Institute be a part of this. And they sent an expert, Ben DeGrow, to be part of our committee looking at online schools and how they're authorized here in Colorado. Well, I would say that committee, how we finance our online schools was certainly there, and I would say that you know, a private entity that has ever previously contracted with the state of Colorado or an agency or political subdivision thereof, I think there's at least some question there as to whether we're excluding groups like that and people who have served on similar committees in the past. So that is why with L005, I'm just asking that we remove that prohibition on including experts. Let's go ahead and include experts who have studied this field before, who have been deeply ingrained in education in Colorado, know the difference between school finance in Colorado and school finance in any other state. Let's make sure that we have experts at the table who are helping to make sure that this committee runs well and that this committee actually functions and comes out with a reasonable, informed process at the end that we can all value. With that, I renew my ask that L005 be adopted.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on Amendment L005? Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment, and I would encourage your aye vote. We don't know who the private entity will be, but in the bill, the interim committee is required to contract with a private entity to assist in the study. So I feel at this time, why try to specify who can't do an RFP to be that private entity? I think that the state of Colorado wants to be able to look at everybody and figure out who's the best choice to be able to do this work. And deciding who is the best choice before we even know who the applicants are is not a good idea. I think we should go ahead and strike that prohibition on saying these people can't apply and these people can't apply, because we really don't know in the end who will actually be chosen, but why limit our choices up front? So I would definitely encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion? Senator Moreno. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And colleagues, I'm going to encourage you to vote no on Amendment L005. I don't believe that we're excluding technical experts from this bill at all. Actually, if you'll look at page 3, line 20, it specifically includes a clause that says that this interim committee can appoint a subcommittee to provide assistance, and specifically people with expertise in school finance. The School Finance Act is statute, colleagues, and as such, we need to own this process. It starts and it ends with the legislature. And if you look at the makeup of this interim committee, it is completely politically balanced. It will be 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans, entirely bipartisan. The piece about excluding folks who have contracted with the state of Colorado before, I think is also important. There are organizations that no doubt have done some amazing work in Colorado and do have expertise in school finance. But at some point, they do have a certain mindset, a certain vision of where the School Finance Act should go. And I submit that we need an entirely clean slate. We need to do the hard work together to create a fair and equitable School Finance Act, Democrats and Republicans, without certain preconceived notions from other folks who have already done this work in Colorado. So with that, I would encourage you to vote no on Amendment L005.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion? Senator Court to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, for exactly the reason that my colleague from Commerce City just said that we should vote no on this amendment, I think we should vote yes. We absolutely do not want to exclude anyone from participating in the RFP, which basically is the way this is going to get handled, at least I believe from looking at the bill, that that's the way it's going to get handled. And as far as preconceived notions, well, there can be preconceived notions whether you've ever worked with the state or not. So that is kind of a moot point in my mind. You can have a preconceived notion if you are an organization that has contracted with the state. You can have a preconceived notion if you're an organization that has not contracted with the state. So to not limit ourselves to any given concepts and to any given expertise, to leave as wide open a field as possible from whom to choose to help with this discussion, I absolutely think we need this amendment so we can strike that language. So please vote yes.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on Amendment L005 to House Bill 1340? Senator Kagan.
Thank you, members. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Members, without this amendment, this interim committee will be benefited, it is argued, by the gathering of information and the analysis of information by a contracted private contractor. And to make sure that the private contractor has no preconceptions about the best way forward and doesn't exert any undue influence over the 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans on the committee, it is suggested that the private contractor should not be from Colorado or have any experience in Colorado and never served the Colorado government in any way. And I understand the desire to have a completely independent gatherer and analyzer of the information. That is very crucial. We don't want this private contractor to come to the interim committee being pro-union, pro-vouchers, pro-traditional schools, pro-charter schools. We really don't want a opinionated private contractor. And we have an excellent non-opinionated contractor who is available to guide and analyze the information, and that is called Ledge Counsel. That is their job, to be independent, to help committees with their work, to do it in an impartial, nonpartisan way, to make sure that all they do is gather information and provide analysis requested of that information. They are paid. They are reliable, impartial informers of committees. They do it all year long. And last time I checked, no one had any worries about Ledge Counsel being unduly influential in committee deliberations. I think we should have Ledge Counsel staff this committee, just like we have Ledge Counsel staff other interim committees. But apparently, we don't want to have ledge counsel do it. We want to have a private contractor. And to make sure they have no agenda, we want it to be somebody who hasn't actually previously operated in Colorado. Let's at least make sure that they could be a private contractor from anywhere, including with some experience in Colorado. And let's let this committee have a chance at selecting somebody both knowledgeable and impartial, rather than hopefully impartial and certainly not knowledgeable about Colorado. So please vote aye on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on Amendment L005 to House Bill 1340? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the aforementioned amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1340? There's an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L007, House Bill 1340?
Amendment L007, House Bill 1340 by Senator Kerr, amend re-engross bill page 8, line
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007, 007.
I'm sorry, Senator Kerr?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007 and ask for its adoption. L007 adds a little bit more information as to what the committee is looking for. So there are several pages worth of paragraphs that go over what is the intent of the committee, what exactly are they looking for. So if you see down towards the bottom of page 4, it says the school finance study issues hiring consultant. Says the interim committee shall, at a minimum, study the following issues. And so I realize right there it says at a minimum, and that this could potentially happen no matter what. But since we do have, and I didn't count them here, but maybe 10 or 12 different paragraphs on what exactly should be included, I want to make sure that that we're actually answering the questions. If we're asking the question as on everything else as to where we should be spending money, not spending money, where we should find revenue for our schools, we're asking all those questions in here. I think a very key question is how much should we be spending to achieve, in order to ensure achievement here in Colorado, and especially to achieve what Article 9, Section 2 of the Colorado Constitution calls a thorough and uniform education system throughout our state. That's a term that gets bandied about a lot, thorough and uniform. It is in our Constitution. It is an integral part of our school finance system. So with that, I think that key question then comes down to what is the amount or how much personnel, technology, infrastructure, monetary, and other resources are required? And what is the amount the state should spend to adequately meet the educational needs of Colorado students, and especially students who reside in rural areas of the state and the student populations described in these subsections? Specifically, and we all know that. We all come from different districts. We all know that it is when we're talking this thorough and uniform system throughout the state, that it costs different amounts of money to achieve that thoroughness and uniformness of education, which I'll be the first to say we have not achieved, and I'm sure that's part of what this school finance interim committee is going to be looking at. But what is it that we should be spending? That's the basis of lawsuits that we've had. What does it mean? Other states, I know Kansas just went through this, for example. And that is the question then that L007 asks, is how much should we be spending in order to achieve this thorough and uniform and high achievement throughout the state of Colorado? With that, I ask for the adoption of L007.
Any further discussion, L007? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask for a doctor no on 007. This is amendment that's not really necessary. This bill is meant to provide a very broad framework of what this legislative interim committee will consider. And those legislators that are represented on this committee are not bound, are not limited by the basic framework that we provide in this bill. If you think that you can limit discussion by legislators to one topic, then you clearly don't know legislators. This will be part of the conversation. It's an important piece of the conversation. I obviously personally believe that we do need more money for education. But this is not a piece that needs to be specifically outlined in this bill. It will be part of the conversation. I'm sure it'll come up, but let's not reach foregone conclusions before we go into this interim committee together.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Senator Kerr, L007.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On L007, as I stated right at the beginning, the language in the bill says the interim committee shall, at a minimum, study the following issues. And I acknowledge that right up front. There's nothing precluding the interim committee from taking up this question. And is it absolutely necessary? If that's my desire, the desire of my constituents that this amendment be included as part of the interim committee, is it absolutely necessary? No. But neither are the other 22 paragraphs in this bill that follow the interim committee shall, at a minimum, study the following issues. So when it says the costs and benefits of the requirements imposed on school districts and public schools by state and federal laws, it says the relative value of and return on resources investment across the time frame of a student's education. Those 22 statements of what the interim committee shall, at a minimum, study, those are here in statute. If those 22 other questions are important enough to include in this bill, I think, and what I think a lot of people would say is the key question, we should at least, at bare minimum, maybe I should insert that word here in the bill, at bare minimum, include this question that is brought up by L007 before we take up the 22 other questions that we are saying at a minimum the interim committee should study. I absolutely agree. This amendment is not absolutely necessary, just like the 22 paragraphs and questions that are already asked of this interim committee are not absolutely necessary. But if we included those 22, how about this 23rd one, which so many people consider a key question to our school finance puzzle here in Colorado? I ask for an aye vote on L007.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on L007? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L007, House Bill 1340, which I guess the chair could interpret as a live or let die amendment on this bill. Har har. All those in favor of L007, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and L007 is not adopted. Any further discussion on House Bill 1340? We have an amendment on the desk, Amendment L004. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read L004?
Amendment L004 to House Bill 1340 by Senator Kerr, amend reingross.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004 in
The amendment.
adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, this interim committee is set up as a 2-year interim committee. We've set up, I believe we've set up longer interim committees. I know that we've set up shorter interim committees. L004 takes us from a 2-year interim committee down to a 1-year interim committee. Let's get this committee set up, let's get them rolling, and let's get some information back to us before we start the process of doing another school finance act. We know that that's always a bill that is talked about and should be introduced right towards the beginning of a session, usually. But we want to make sure that we are getting as much information to us. If we're setting up this committee to get information on school finance to us, that we are getting that information as soon as possible. So L004 simply says instead of doing a 2-year interim committee, we are going to do a 1-year interim committee. Let's cut the time frame in half. Let's be more efficient with our time. Let's get the information, and let's get moving on improving the school finance for the kids here in Colorado. I ask for an aye vote on L004.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion? L004, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And colleagues, I'm going to ask for a no vote on Amendment L004. For a School Finance Act that hasn't had any major revisions in over 20 years, I don't think this work can be accomplished in just 1 year. We want this interim committee to go deep, to really study the School Finance Act, to study our different factors, to talk about how education has changed in the state of Colorado, and to really figure out what is the best formula, what is the best distribution to best serve the needs of children. And for that, I think, although I'm all for government efficiency, I think that's going to take 2 interims.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion? Senator Todd on L004. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a great idea. Let's run the interim committee for 1 summer, and then next year, instead of running a boatload of education bills, let's focus just on campaign finance and look at, or school finance, school finance, and make that the agenda, make that the work of the Education Committee. So instead of running a lot of bills and bringing up more expenses and putting more mandates on school districts, we take what we've learned from the interim committee, and then the 2 education committees, the House Education Committee, the Senate Education Committee, really work in a collaborative manner. There are districts, or there are states that actually do that. They do a study sessions as opposed to running bills for one of their sessions, and then the following year come back and run bills. But what a great idea. Take the information that is garnered and gained over that 1 summer in that interim committee and be very intent about that, and then come back the following year and really have serious conversations, not about running a bill and not about changing what is going forward to districts, but to actually have good conversation with all of the House and Senate education members, rather than just the 5 that would be on the committees. It's a novel thought. That is outside the box thinking. It is, instead of running bills and just continuing to run bills, get to the root of what the issue is. If this is the top priority, and I think it is, I think we are all very concerned about what the School Finance Act actually looks like. And so if that is the intent of it, let's take what we learned from the interim committee and then bring it back and have the 2 different committees actually collaborate and work together on some possible recommendations and solutions.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion?
In other words, I'm supporting that amendment. Thank you.
Senator Jones, Amendment L004.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the amendment too. A multi-year interim committees are, we have some standing committees, but these kind of interim committees where we look at a problem, they're typically 1 year. I don't know why you need to do 2 years. Maybe you should do that and come back and ask and see if we have more unneeded work. But why wait? Members, I want to direct your attention to part of the bill on page 9, line 17, where we're allowing this interim committee, they may dip into the state public school fund. This is the money we set aside for kids. And now we're taking it for this interim committee, skimming it off the top. I voted for the budget when it came back around because we put money into that fund. Now we're taking it out so we can study 2 years, where we could do 1 year and come back and see if we need to do it again. And it would put pressure on the committee to give us real results right away and not dawdle. So I think this is a great amendment. We can always run another bill next year if we're not done, but let's put pressure on this committee to give us results right away and not wait. I have no idea why we're doing this 2 years, so please vote yes on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L004 to House Bill 1340? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the aforementioned amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1340? Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, when I first heard of that, I thought it'd be interesting. And then I also heard there's a group talking about school finance outside the building, and also the superintendents were talking about the School Finance Act and who gets what. And I was around this building when that started with the then Representative Norma Anderson. And what you find out of that is every time you know when you get the printouts on your school districts and you see how you're doing, you find that your loss is somebody else's gain and somebody else's gain is your loss. And we're basically rearranging the chairs on the Titanic because there's not enough money. We have an $820 million negative factor. That's what we should be talking about. In my school district, in Skyline High in Longmont, there are two more kids per classroom in the high school. Under third grade or lower, it's the same size. Third grade through middle school, there's one more kid per classroom. What that means is kids are getting less instruction time and a poorer education. And that's what we need to work on. This is a lot like what the superintendents were saying, I want your money, I'm going to take it from you. No, you can't have it, I have a better reason to have your money. And you have a pie that's this small, and you fight over it when the need's this big. And you know it because you cut $1 billion out of schools, a 16% cut to schools. And this is just one factor in this interim committee. So members, I'm going to be voting no. I hope you do too. You don't need 2 years to study that if you get more, I get less, and I get more, you get less. All these kids have needs. Doesn't matter if you're in a poor district, a rural district, suburban district, urban district. And they don't have enough money, any of them, because we've made cuts. This makes people think they're doing something. One time in my life, I was a school district employee. I was a janitor, my senior in high school. My boss taught me to carry around a rag, and if anybody important came by, to take it out, start polishing some surface, a desk, a wall, and they think you're doing work. That's kind of how it feels about this thing. It looks like we're trying to make it look like we're doing stuff for kids when we're really not addressing the fundamental issue and what we've done to children, and now we're going to get in a fight over who gets what. We saw a lot of that this session. That's not where we should be spending our energy. We should be spending our energy filling up the negative factor and getting instruction time with good teachers in classrooms with good leadership in the principal's office. It's fundamental stuff. This is, I'm afraid, going to take our attention off of that fundamental problem and make us think like we're doing something like we have the rag app polishing some surface. I ask a no vote on this. I didn't feel strongly about this until the recent education fights I've seen in the last few days. And man, we can fight over a small pie, can't we? I ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on House Bill 1340? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1340. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title of House Bill 1375?
House Bill 1375 by Representative Pedersen and Sias and Senators Hill and Williams. Concerning measures to increase transparent equity in educating students in public schools and in connection therewith, requiring school districts to distribute mill levy revenue to meet the needs of students, creating a fund to provide equalizing money to institute charter schools, and requiring school districts and charter schools to post a list of statutory waivers received.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1375. Understand we have more debate to be had, but just as we laid it over, I move that again.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move again Amendment 011.
To the amendment, Senator.
So, as I said earlier, this amendment would make this particular bill, from this point on, prospective. I mean, it would take place from this moment if it were to pass. And although the proponents of the bill say that that's not necessary, here's the deal. If this bill were to pass, yes, we wouldn't go back in time and force schools to return a portion of the money that they received from a mill that we passed in the past. But from this moment on, any mill levies that were passed in the past, say 2010, and say we passed a mill levy in 2010, we raised $100, and at that moment, those $100 were distributed to the schools in the district, but not the charter schools. The same thing in 2011, distributed to the schools, but not the charter schools. But from this moment on, if this bill passes, funds that are raised by that mill levy back in 2010 will now have to be split with the charter schools in addition to the neighborhood schools for which the purpose was originally intended. That's why this amendment is needed. I urge you to support 011.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on L011? Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was just kind of thinking about when we make changes here at the Capitol for legislative salaries, or we look at any kind of financial changes, we say that there will be a period down the road that this will kick into, say 2 years down the road, but it will not happen immediately. Well, that's the same thing that we're talking about with this amendment, is that it is not going back to what, again, as I said before, our constituents heard and voted on one thing, and now going back and saying to them, oh, you didn't really get it. We've changed the rules, and this is really what we meant. That's not being honest. It's not being dealt with transparency. And so as a result of that, people are confused. Voters are confused. What do you mean? I didn't vote for that. If this is the right thing to do, do it with honesty and transparency. Do it without slipping it in overnight. Do it without saying, we're going backwards now. But give districts and give the voters who voted for that mill levy override an opportunity to have all the facts before it is just done. The districts that have the greatest response from their constituency are those that deal with openness and honesty. That's why they can pass mill levy overrides. That's why they can pass bond issues, because they have the trust of their voters. When we at the legislature say, oh, well, we're going to change that, and we're going to tell you how to do it, and it doesn't matter what you have told your constituents because we know better. That, to me, is slippery slope of dishonesty. It is not done with good intent. It is not done with integrity. If this is that important, let's do it right. Let's say from this day forward, we pass this bill, we make this change, districts and communities have a chance to learn about it, rather than saying, we're going to just slip this one in based on a vote that you made without this information. It is important that we do things in a timely manner and that we do it with openness and honesty. When I feel like we have tried to dupe someone, we operate in the middle of the night. Let's operate in the light. Let's make sure that people know and understand when this is going to take place and that it is not going backwards to what has already been passed. I support this amendment. I think it is extremely important. I think it's very important that we are candid and that we are honest and that we are transparent. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on L011? Seeing none, the motion before the body is adoption of L011 to House Bill 1375. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Any further discussion? House Bill 1375. There's an amendment on the desk. Senator Merrifield. Mr. Carpenter, you please read Amendment L012, please.
Amendment L012 to House Bill 1375 by Senator Merrifield. Amend reingross.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 012.
To the amendment.
So what this amendment does is it requires school districts, BOCES, the Institute, and charter schools to post contributors of over $5,000 on their transparency website. So what the amendment says specifically, annually post a list in a location and format that can be easily accessed and downloaded of the persons, that's important, the persons and entities that contribute $5,000 or more to the Institute, the school district, the Board of Cooperative Services, and charter schools in the preceding budget year. So currently, charter schools are supposed to be nonprofit if they were organized after 1997. And all nonprofits are supposed to file a 990, including a Schedule B, which includes donors, the donors to the institutions. So I had a search done of 990s in my general vicinity of Colorado Springs. Interestingly, I found 2 schools had submitted their 990s, the SIVA School and the Mountain Song Charter, but I found James Irwin Charter, Vanguard Charter, Early Colleges, Classical Academy, Life Skills, Roosevelt Edison, Globe, Community Prep, AACL had not, although they are supposed to. I think it's reasonable and logical if we are going to be using and spending public tax monies on these institutions, including neighborhood schools, public schools, charter schools, that the public has a right to know what the funding is and who the funding source is, who has influence because of their funding that they are providing for these institutions. It's reasonable, it's transparent. I would urge your support of 012.
Any further discussion on Amendment L012? Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I rise in opposition of this amendment. We already have financial transparencies in the bill. This was something that we wanted to move forward on. I think it's good for transparency, and it is addressed in the bill, and this amendment is not necessary, so I ask you for a no vote.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Merrifield, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully will have to disagree with my colleague. Yes, the transparency is in the bill saying that they must submit the contributions that they receive, but there is nothing in the bill that requires they submit from whom or from which organization the contribution has come. If we want something to be totally transparent, we should not only know the amount, but we should know who has influence, who is contributing, and perhaps why. That should be part of the transparency amendment. So once again, I urge you to support making this completely transparent, not sorta transparent.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on Amendment L012? Seeing none, the motion of the body is the adoption of Amendment L012 to House Bill 1375. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Any further discussion on House Bill 1375? There's an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L013?
Amendment L013 to House Bill 1375.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 013.
To the amendment, please.
It's a very short amendment. A school of a participating school district shall not expend any portion of the additional mill levy revenue that it receives on management services provided by an entity that is headquartered out of Colorado. This is our tax money. This is Colorado tax money. We are sharing it. Therefore, it should not be sent out of state to an out-of-state management company that is being provided for these particular charter schools. It's only legitimate that Colorado tax money be spent within Colorado for Colorado public schools. Therefore, I would urge you to support 013.
Any further discussion on Amendment L013? Seeing none, the motion of the body is the adoption of Amendment L013 to House Bill 1375. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Any further discussion on House Bill 1375? There's an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L014?
Amendment L014 to House Bill 1375 by Senator
Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L014.
The amendment.
Thank you. So I was given a list of some of the districts that are in opposition to this bill, which I thought was, since this bill is brand new, I don't even think it's 24 hours old at this point, but since this bill is brand new, there are already a whole bunch of school districts that are opposed to it. Academy District 20, Adams 12, Boulder Valley, Aurora Public Schools, Cherry Creek Public Schools, Littleton Public Schools, Fountain Fort Carson School District, Manitou Springs, Greeley, Cortez, Dolores. I believe there are some others, but those are the ones on my list. And so I was wondering what would get the districts, all these districts opposed to this bill so quickly. And of course, the answer, as we all know, is around local control. So I had asked that we make, I'd want to change one word in the bill, actually. I think it was page 8, line 6. To usually we talk about turning a shall to a may. This is a must to a may. And so that's originally what I want to do, to make this, the plans that the districts create, they may do these different things. Turns out there are a few other places in the bill that we had to turn a must to a may or a shall to a may, and change some other language here and there as well. But that's the gist of this amendment. And I wanted to talk about exactly why I think, and let's all be honest with ourselves, when it comes to schools and local school districts, everyone talks about local control when it's to their benefit, and then they gloss over it when it's not to their benefit. That is why we are seeing this as a standalone bill, as I recommended yesterday at this very podium, that we see this as a standalone bill rather than a part of, say, theoretically a School Finance Act, is because a lot of us didn't believe it belonged in a School Finance Act. It belonged on its own bill. But I don't think they got it quite right. And I want to talk about why I think L014 actually helps make this bill constitutional around local control. And that has to do with that this is a state mandate, as it is right now. This creates a state mandate on local funds, not the 60 to 70% of state money that, we use that term backfill, that because of our constitutional constraints here in Colorado, the state money that is, we call it backfilling the local money. It used to be, 20, 30 years ago, it was the opposite. The state money accounted for, local money accounted for 60 to 70% of most districts' revenue across the state. However, because of our constitutional constraints, that has reversed. And so our various school finance acts, when we talk about funding schools, We are, for the most part, talking about the state share, the state backfilling piece. So why in this case, why in this bill, do I think L014 is necessary in order to make sure that this bill is constitutional? Read a little bit about local control here in Colorado. So unlike most states, the public school system in Colorado grew out of an intentional commitment to local control. Rather than establishing a centralized state-administered system, Colorado's constitutional framers, quote, made the choice to place control as near the people as possible by creating a representative government in miniature to govern instruction. So that was specifically around instruction. So unlike many of our surrounding states, local control in Colorado is not a matter of personal political views, national trends, or public opinion. It is a matter of state constitutional law. And so then this goes on. The court has also decided that districts maintain control over instruction primarily, so we're talking district control over instruction, primarily by maintaining control over locally raised funds. And so the courts have connected that while the Constitution specifically talks about local control over instruction, the courts have since decided that the maintaining control over instruction is primarily maintained by control over locally raised funds. The court confirms its conclusion by articulating several benefits flowing from the control of local boards over locally raised tax dollars. And some of these benefits include empowering electors, including parents, with control over instruction, providing taxpayers with a means to participate in the management of public education, granting a community the freedom to devote more money to educating its children than the state-guaranteed minimum amount, enabling the local citizenry greater influence and participation in the decision-making process on how local tax dollars are spent, and ensuring each district has the opportunity for experimentation, innovation, and a healthy competition for educational excellence. So various lawsuits have been brought over this question over local control. I think a lot of folks are familiar with the 2004 case, Owens versus the Congress of Parents, Teachers, and Students. There's the Booth case as well. Lobato is also often brought up. The Supreme Court overruled the trial court's specific findings that school districts are financially unable to meet the demands of state mandates and therefore are clearly unable to exert local control to extend initiatives in pursuit of experimentation, innovation, and a healthy competition for educational excellence. With respect to local control, the Supreme Court acknowledged, as found by the trial court, that school districts may use a substantial portion of their locally raised funds to help their students achieve state standards. Because nothing in the public school financing system itself requires a particular allocation of local funds, the court found the system does not violate local control. Because nothing in the public school financing system itself requires a particular allocation of local funds. That's the key in there. As written, House Bill 1375 changes that and does require a particular allocation of local funds with this required plan. That is the basis for why we need to make sure, and you know, and I get it. I know how to count votes around here. I see the writing on the wall. I know that this bill is going to pass. Let's make sure it passes in the best form possible. Let's make sure that this bill passes and doesn't immediately open us up to lawsuits. I have received information from superintendents out there who think that this bill is better than some alternatives that we've seen. However, they are worried that there are going to be lawsuits against the state over this bill because the ambivalence around whether or not it's actually constitutional. I know that this has been brought up on other bills lately as well from this podium about bills being unconstitutional and that we need to think carefully before we're passing it. L014 ensures that the bill is constitutional. It helps protect us from lawsuits from outside entities, and I ask for its adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on Amendment L014 to House Bill 1375? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the aforementioned amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1375? Senator Todd.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not going to run an amendment. But I do want to have a couple of discussions. First and foremost, I personally want to thank the sponsors for separating this bill from school finance, because this is a separate topic, it's a separate issue, and I'm most appreciative, and I mean that very sincerely, that this is not about school finance, but it is about a separate issue. And I think that it's taken longer and it's been a little more complicated as a result of that, but I am very sincerely appreciative of the sponsors in doing that. I do want to speak to looking at what the issues are and who we're really talking about. I know that I've talked with both of my districts and said, you know, what's the problem here? What are we not doing that we should be doing with our charter schools? Are we sharing services? Are we sharing funds? Are we working in partnerships? And for my two districts, Aurora and Cherry Creek, both of them said, we have partnerships. We have good relationships. We are working in making sure that our kids are getting a quality education in those two districts, whether they're in a charter or in a regular K-12 situation. So I was curious about that in terms of what other districts in the state, what is the problem that we're trying to fix? And who's having the greatest problem? I hear from some of my fellow legislators that say, well, my district's not working. My district's not doing this. My question is always, have you gone to your districts? Have you worked with them? Have you asked them directly? So I asked Ledge Council to just give me an idea of how many school districts with charter schools and mill levy overrides there are, and what we're talking about. There are about 38. And in terms of looking at if they either are charter school authorized or innovative district, and if they have an actual mill levy override. We're talking about approximately 38 districts out of 178. So we're creating a bill for those 38 districts that may already have a plan. When I asked one of the bill sponsors about their district, they said, yeah, my district already does this. So, okay, my districts already do that. Well, that's at least 3. I've not done an investigation. I didn't get on the phone and call. I didn't check with all of the 38 districts that are listed. But I do know and I do understand that if a charter school has been authorized by a district, they want those children to succeed. They do not want to treat them as second-class citizens. And so as a result of that, how that shared service or how those shared funds look, I don't know. I don't know how they do this in Kit Carson. I don't know how they do this in Eagle County. I don't know how they do it in Thompson or Holyoke, or Westminster or Moffat. I don't know. So I guess my question is, before we run a bill and say, we're going to tell you this is what you need to do, gosh, wouldn't it have been nice to have asked those districts, what is it you do? And then if they're not sharing those services, then address that. It's troubling to me, and I guess because we just talked about the interim committee, it's troubling to me that we don't get our facts before we jump into a bill. that we don't really do our research before we start saying, we've got a fix for you. It is a respectable way of problem solving. So when you are working together and you go to a district such as Byers and you say, okay, Byers, how's this working for you? What is the biggest complaint from your charter schools as well as from your superintendent and your Board of Education? What's the problem? What is it that you're not sharing? What is it that those children in certain schools go without more than other children? How do we best solve that? I'm a real believer in local control. I'm a believer that that's where solutions are best remedied. When we at the state say we're going to fix it, it's not much different than when our friends in Washington, D.C. say, we've got a solution for you. We can fix it for you. And that's exactly what we are doing at the state to our locals. We've got the solutions. So when we look at a bill such as this, and we say there are issues of concern, there may be certain districts that need more help and more assistance, why do we have local school boards? Why do we have a state board of education? What are they doing? Why do we have voters that actually vote for mill levy overrides? If they are voting for mill levy overrides, they have a reason for doing that. And I'm sure that each and every one of us has been at some of our different meetings in our local districts to hear, this is what this will cover. This is what this will pay for. My biggest concern right now is not making sure that we are preventing children from getting an equal education. I want all kids to have quality education. I want every school to be well equipped. But I'm not sure I have the answers for what's going to work best in Adams 12 or Westminster or Windsor. I'm not sure I have the answers at the state level. I don't have all the information. And when a bill like this is drawn up, my biggest question is, how many of these folks were invited to the table? How many of these 38 districts had a voice? How many of them were able to give any kind of input? I know as a senator, I didn't get to. I wasn't invited to the table. That's okay, because it's not my bill. I understand that. But if we are doing something to districts, should they not have some input? Should they not have an opportunity to explain what effect this is going to have, how it's going to benefit, or how it is going to harm? That's what I call problem solving. That's what I call adult conversations, inclusive conversations. And when only part of the people are at the table, and only one side is at the table, it's not inclusive, and it is not going to probably be as satisfactory as it could be. The goal is to have districts and charter schools working well together. That's the goal that we all want to achieve. The method in which it's done is every bit as important as actually running a bill. Again, I'm not offering any more amendments. I sincerely appreciate the bill sponsors in separating this from school finance because they are two different things. This is a charter school bill, and school finance is separate. And there are going to be some commonalities, of course, but I'm most appreciative of the fact that they are not being offered as one bill. I urge a no vote on this bill Not that I don't support charter schools, I do. I want choice and I want quality choice for kids. But I also want the same expectations for all children. And I want us to make sure that we're being candid about those conversations as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you so much, Senator. Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank my colleague from Aurora for being straight up and working with me to make this a separate standalone bill that we are debating now and not tying it on to this School Finance Act. I really appreciate your honesty, your willingness to work with us, and it was a positive experience. I appreciate it. However, this bill is not a grand compromise. There were large stakeholder meetings, but when the final touches were put on this draft, there were no superintendents and no district CFOs in the room. Charter school advocates were in the room, not the people whose duty it is to craft and manage district budgets and who answer to their elected school boards. They're elected, not appointed, they're elected school boards. If this were a true compromise, there would be a groundswell of school districts asking for your vote on this, and that is not the case. Here's a partial list of the districts who still oppose it. It's not an exhaustive list. A vote for 1375 is a vote against the constitutional concept of local control of school districts by locally elected officials who were put in office to manage their schools. The following districts have actively asked us to oppose this legislation: Academy 20, Adams 12, Aurora Public Schools, Cherry Creek, Manitou Springs, Fountain Fort Carson, Harrison, Lewis Palmer, Littleton, Widefield, Woodland Park. My district, District 11, will lose $1.9 million if this is to pass. It's interesting that this entire exercise has been based on the assertion that districts are flouting the will of their voters by not adequately sharing the proceeds of their mill levy override elections with their charter schools. If the will of the voters was truly ignored, someone would have surely taken this issue to court. That's never happened because our laws favor local control and the plaintiffs would not have won. Ironically, the passage of this bill surely sets the stage for another round of litigation, but this time the schools will end up challenging the constitutionality of this bill. I urge you to oppose 1375.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have a couple of questions for the bill sponsors, and I'm hoping that you'll grant that courtesy to me. Because I'm wondering what happened to Senate Bill 61? What happened to Senate Bill 61? I voted for Senate Bill 61, and when I look at what's in 1375, it doesn't look the same. Can you tell me what happened to Senate Bill 61? Because I sponsored an amendment with my good friend from Adams County, which was supposed to have a tiered approach to the implementation of the sharing of the mill levy funds. And I intentionally had that amendment drafted because I was trying to ease the financial impact on school districts that are already struggling with budgeting requirements. What happened to Senate Bill 61? Now we have House Bill 1375. In the amendment that we passed out of this chamber, which was going to ease it in, and it was a tiered approach, and so the tiered approach meant that if you had 33% already sharing, you would have that grace period, and then it would be implemented within a staggered period of time. That was Senate Bill 61. Now we have House Bill 1375. And in 1375, there's no staggered approach. It's immediate, it is swift. What you have to do is you have to come up with a plan, and after you come up with that plan, you have to implement that plan. That's how radical it is. It's swift, without giving any kind of flexibility, which I was in support of when it left here as Senate Bill 61. Also, I think we need to check the math in this bill as well. I was just looking at the pink sheet here, and I know that we're creating the opportunity for this equalization as it relates to the Charter School Institute. In Senate Bill 61, it says that the state contribution for CSI students was going to be $15,543. Now, that was in 61. And this left out of here sometime in March. We get it today, and they have found 243 more students. Instead of it being 15,543, what is it now? Now it's 15,700. So I just want clarification in reference to the math and what happened. I mean, if we're going to amend, why didn't we amend 61? Why are we creating a new bill? That takes away the flexibility that was very, very important to me. Now we're just forcing a higher sense of urgency for the implementation. So I just want to know what happened to Senate Bill 61, and why do we now have this accelerated sense of urgency to do it now?
Wait till after this bill. Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Arapahoe County. When the sponsors of Senate Bill 61 started on this concept, which we're so passionate about, in ensuring that our children get equal funding no matter where they go to school, no matter where they live. That is the bill that we voted on. And as my colleague from Arapahoe County said, yes, there was a phase-in on Senate Bill 61. That was taken from the feedback that we heard from those who were concerned and the school districts who were concerned about the immediate impacts. There was a phase-in. Senate Bill 61 passed out of this chamber, which to me, when it passed, it meant that those who voted yes for this bill believed in the concept. And Senate Bill 61, as it made its way over to the House, we had more organizations who wanted to be a part of the conversation. And so therefore, the sponsors took time. They took time to listen to those who had more concerns, to participate, to have their concerns addressed. And I want to thank my colleagues in the House because they did stop. They did listen to those. When you look at organizations like CEA and AFT and NAACP and Padres and 9 to 5 and FRESC and the AFL-CIO and CASE, those organizations came to the table and they worked with the bipartisan legislature in the House of Representatives to make this bill better, to make this concept better so that the concerns were addressed and the voices were heard. Which brings us now back to House Bill 1375. Here it is. It's a good bill. It's a bill that's made better based upon what we've heard from everyone who was a part of the conversation. And so I ask you for an aye vote on this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Senator. Any more discussion on House Bill 1375? Seeing none, the motion of the body is the adoption of House Bill 1375. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1356?
House Bill 1356 by Representatives Duran and Escar, Senators Tate and Garcia, concerning the temporary authority of the Colorado Economic Development Commission to allow certain businesses to treat specific existing income tax credits differently.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1356 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1356. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1356 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1313?
House Bill 1313 by Representatives Harrod and Humphrey and Senators Neville and Kagan, concerning civil forfeiture reform and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1313 and the the Finance and the Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Finance Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Finance Committee, we had a couple of changes in language. Let's see, section 9A, and then page 10, there was a strike-through focused on ending balances and services provided. The Office of Behavioral Health shall provide a report to Health and Human Services Committee. So it was mostly regarding just some changes to the basic reporting.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? All those in favor of the Finance Committee report, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, please. Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the Appropriations Committee report, we did have one amendment that needed a change of language. The focus was the reporting was supposed to be going through the Department of Public Safety at the beginning. We were appraised that it more likely fit under the Department of Public Safety. We moved it to Local Affairs, and so that was the change in JH003 in the Appropriations Committee report.
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this bill is not the same bill as was brought before you earlier in the session. What this bill does is, in Colorado, when there is a seizure of the suspected proceeds or instrumentalities of criminal activity, and that asset, it could be currency, it could be a car, it could be contraband, but when that asset is seized, it is then, in some cases, subject to forfeiture. And what this bill does is it does not affect seizures at all. Everybody who was having assets seized before will still be able to have their assets seized now. It does not change seizures, but it does change forfeitures, because there are two ways you can be forfeit. You can have your assets forfeited. One is through the state process, and one is through the federal process. And what this bill does is it incentivizes the forfeiture proceeding to go, if it's going to go at all, through the state process. Why? Because we have determined in the state of Colorado that you are entitled to due process when your assets are condemned. You are entitled to due process. The federal forfeiture process has much less protection than we have decided the state forfeitures should have. So we incentivize in this bill the forfeiture process to go through state processes where possible rather than federal processes. What this bill does not do, it does not require a seizure, a forfeiture to go through the state process. It does not prevent a forfeiture from going through the federal process. It does not prevent state and local police from teaming up with federal officers to engage in multi-jurisdictional task forces. And one of the main reasons it does not do that is because of all the changes we have made between the former bill that you considered and this bill. Those changes were fought for like a tiger by law enforcement in the main person of Tom Raines. But this bill does not affect seizures. It does not stop locals from cooperating with federals in law enforcement, multi-jurisdictional task forces. It does not require that forfeitures go through the state process. It merely incentivizes that. And it also makes for some far better reporting of the seizures and what happens to those seized assets, so that the people of Colorado will know what is being seized, when it is being seized, who it's being seized from, and what happens to those assets in the end. Those are transparency provisions that we, I think, can all agree need to be had when we are taking people's assets and condemning them. So more due process, more transparency, still allowing federal joint task forces with the state and local police, and incentivizing using full due process that is afforded in Colorado law. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Martinez-Huminick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, law enforcement is not in favor of this bill. And I'd like to tell you a few reasons why. This will seriously limit their ability to work in partnership with the federal government while keeping each one of our individual communities safe. It's an important tool that is used by law enforcement to do that very thing, which is what every single person that lives in the community wants their law enforcement to do, and that is to keep people safe. The primary reason most forfeitures are federal instead of state is because many of these operations and investigations are large-scale criminal enterprises that actually go beyond state lines. And sometimes, now, they are often operating internationally. So our local law enforcement agencies actually collaborate with the federal task forces on a number of different issues that greatly impact our public safety. These types of crimes include internet crimes against children, human trafficking, narcotics, terrorism, gangs, and other violent crimes that unfortunately people involve themselves in. It's also important to note that the criminals obtain their proceeds through illegal means by way of victimizing others, and that those victims suffer both directly and indirectly by drug sales, theft, etc. Asset seizure is an important tool in preventing further victimization for those folks. While I can appreciate the language in House Bill 1313 requiring the Department of Local Affairs to work with law enforcement to develop an online reporting system to capture this information, we all know that sometimes when people do things, they may not get it exactly right, whether they're writing it down or putting it into a computer. And what this bill does, it is also imposes a fine if that is not done correctly. And who pays the fine? The local governments, the local taxpayers. While I'm all for a transparency, and our local law enforcement is for transparency, we need to not limit local law enforcement's ability to work with this particular tool in their toolbox. Are you okay with agencies not participating in asset forfeiture, but being required and fined if they don't do the reporting? We have many small jurisdictions that simply don't have the resources to do this. Let's get better data and then evaluate the problem and find out if this is something we should be doing. Let's analyze this. But please don't take away a tool that our law enforcement agencies use and work with the federal government on. Because otherwise, this will all be done federally. However, our local jurisdictions will be required to do reporting.
Thank you, Senator Martinez-Humenick. I do have an amendment. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment 17? All right, we will save this for whenever. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this debate on House Bill 1313. I just want to run a little poll here in the chamber. How many of you have ever represented someone in a civil asset forfeiture case? Can I see a show of hands here? Civil asset forfeiture represented anyone in one of those cases? I have. I have. And so I understand the system, I understand the pros and cons and the concerns that are raised by the sponsors, and I appreciate this. But you need to understand when we talk about asset forfeiture, it is a system that allows law enforcement to seize assets that are directly related to criminal activity. The statutes talk about removing the tools of crime from criminal organizations, depriving wrongdoers of the proceeds of their crime, recovering property that may be used to compensate victims, and is ultimately deter crime. It is an important tool to combat drug trafficking, human trafficking, organized crime, and yet, and in the 8 years I was in the House and now in the Senate, we have struggled with the fine balance of property rights, due process, and there is due process in these proceedings, and how to balance those things. Now, what does 1313 change? Well, there's an important piece, and one that I support the intent of this piece, and that is transparency and data reporting. This section of the bill would allow us to identify whether there's in fact an issue in Colorado that we need to address, which is the abuse of asset forfeiture system. And I welcome this level of transparency. If there's a problem to be solved, I want to be part of the solution. Because the fact is, I've heard for years of all of the horror stories, and I heard them in committee, but frankly, and with respect to those who bring these folks into committee over the years that I've heard them, when I scratched a little further behind the stories, there was a good deal more there. I mean, one of the things I've experienced in 30 years of law practice is when you listen across the desk, there's probably another side to that story. There's another piece here, which is a penalty or a fine to local law enforcement. This is an unfunded mandate on local governments. The fines, if they don't get the transparency right, are going to be paid by local taxpayers because the asset forfeiture funds can't be used to pay the fines due to strict statutory designations for the use of the funds. The fines would make Colorado agencies ineligible for reimbursement on their work because of the federal rules. And make no mistake, what happens here as a practical matter is this. 20 years ago, vehicles got pulled over and there were attaché cases full of money. And that cash was seized, forfeited. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know if you've noticed, but people don't carry a lot of cash these days. Not good guys, not bad guys, not any of us. They have ways to transfer them, and they use Bitcoin, and they use bank transfers. You know, you can see it on TV. You know, I watch all this stuff on Netflix too, and all of those people see. It's real stuff, though. You know, you punch the phone, and the transfer is made. Well, that can't be seized. So, at the real core of this bill is, in the way that it's written, is that it limits local law enforcement from participating in federal asset forfeiture process. One of the goals of this bill, as I understand it, is to decrease, and if it's not a goal, it has that effect, to decrease federal asset seizure in Colorado. I say it would do that, but on its face it does. Otherwise it doesn't. Because it's simply going to stop local law enforcement from being reimbursed for their work on collaborative efforts that are multi-state, multi-tiered, international, and is going to decrease the level of local law enforcement participation. Now, how does it do that? Well, there's a $50,000, I guess the best way to describe it is a floor, that these forfeitures have to exceed the $50,000 level for us to participate, for our local law enforcement to participate. But the fact of the matter is that the vast majority of these asset seizures are not $1 million. They're $10,000 and $20,000. My police department says that 85% of the seizures in which they participate in are less than $50,000. They'd be cut out of this participation. It would hamstring them. Now, I appreciate that the sponsors are trying to put a fence around this in a legitimate way to stop it from being abused. But the choice of $50,000 as a limit is somewhat arbitrary. I mean, the representative of the Colorado District Attorney's Council testified in Finance Committee that there's not any magic in this $50,000 number. There's not any data with it. If we're trying to establish what the limit ought to be, we ought to get some data to do that. And we ought not penalize our local law enforcement agencies with fines and penalties if they don't disclose in just the right way. And a lot of this information is not kept by the federal government in the way that they would want. So, what else about this, colleagues? Well, I understand that the executive branch, based on how this will hamstring law enforcement for which, state law enforcement for which the executive branch and the governor is responsible, they have serious concerns about the bill as written. However, I am informed that if amended, this bill could become law, if properly amended. And that proper amendment is L017.
Now, Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L017?
Amendment L017, House Bill 1313.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L017 eliminates the fine that would be imposed on local law enforcement if they don't get this data disclosure and transparency just right. I'm sorry, I move L017. And it would eliminate the fine so that law enforcement, local law enforcement, is not penalized, doesn't take money out of its local tax coffers from its local citizens because they don't get this right or they can't get the information from the federal government in the form and format that they need it. Because their choice is participate and run the risk of being fined, or don't participate. Well, I'm not, yeah. The second thing, thank you, Senator. The second thing that L017 does is lowers the participation floor for local government from $50,000 to $10,000. Because once again, 85% in my community, 85% of these forfeiture actions are less than $20,000. This is an amendment that is put forward in good faith, done so after discussion with the executive branch, and I believe avoids punishment of our local law enforcement, begins to put a fence around any abuses, requires our local law enforcement to make some rational decisions about this, and at the same time doesn't penalize them for participating or prevent them from benefiting for their local communities with the funds from federal forfeiture cases, because that's what this is really about, is participation in the federal forfeiture amounts. And by the way that happens is there are agreements about the city, the county, the state, and all of the jurisdictions that have officers and resources in this. And even at that, it's a net loss to them, but that's their job and that's what they do. So I ask for your support for L017.
Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on 017. And it deals firstly with fines. Let me tell you what happened on fines. In the first bill that we had, the fine was $100,000 because we wanted to really get serious and make sure that police and law enforcement reported what they knew about people's assets and people seized. $10,000 fine. But we had lengthy discussions, and to his considerable credit, the Colorado District Attorney's Council, on behalf of law enforcement, argued vociferously that was way too punitive. We had to have a more realistic fine structure. And so we finally, I must say with some reluctance, but we finally agreed on a massively reduced penalty arrangement, brought it down from $10,000 to $500. And only $500 if the law enforcement community that should be reporting has been told there is a failure to report. You haven't reported anything. And then the law enforcement organization has 45 days within which, after the failure has been noted, and by the way, that is not sent out until 30 days after the failure, So 30 days after they get the notice saying you failed to report. Then 45 days after receiving the notice, if they make the report, then they have a $500 fine. Now, if for some reason they don't report within 45 days of receiving the notice that they have failed to report, they just let it go on, then it is $500 or 50% of the proceeds that were not reported. And that was the tenacious work of law enforcement, getting that down from $10,000 to $500 and from 100% of the proceeds to 50% of the proceeds, and only if you've had a failure to report notice and you've had a 45 days to report after the failure to report notice, and you still fail to report, and then it is $500 or 50% of the proceeds that you receive from the forfeiture that you never reported, even after being told you haven't reported. So that was the work of law enforcement pressing us to do something that was plausible to them. And you know what? With that and other provisions which I'll talk about, the District Attorney's Council didn't go neutral on the bill. They went supportive of the bill because they had vigorously fought for law enforcement's interests to make sure this was workable. The Attorney General's office did not go neutral on the bill. They are supportive of the bill because they know that they have vigorously fought to make this thing workable. And so to now come and say, because the local police forces, the chiefs of police and the sheriffs are not happy, that we should go even further. Well, we shouldn't. You shouldn't, members. You should accept what the district attorneys have said is workable, what the Attorney General's office has said is workable, despite the fact that, yes, there is still opposition from police and sheriffs. There is. Now, let's talk about the other aspect of this Amendment 17, and that says that the anti-circumvention threshold should go down from $50,000, where it is in this bill, to $10,000. Let me tell you what the history of that was. It used to be $100,000. That was the threshold. And $100,000 in currency. That was the threshold. Not $100,000 worth of assets, but $100,000 worth of cash. And it was $100,000 worth of cash made in one seizure, one case. And you know what? Law enforcement came to us and said, that is not workable. You must moderate this. And reluctantly, we moderated down and down and down and down and down. And we went from $100,000 worth of cash in one seizure to $50,000, cut it in half, $50,000, and to reach that threshold, you can much more easily reach it because it doesn't have to be cash, it's total assets, and in the course of a case. So if you make a $5,000 seizure here and in connection with the same case, a $10,000 seizure there, and a $20,000 seizure there, then that can all be aggregated, and if it comes to $50,000 in value over the course of that case, then that meets the threshold. So we've come down from 100 to 50. We've come down from one case to one seizure to many seizures. We've come down from only currency qualifies to anything qualifies, and that was at the insistence of law enforcement. But I grant you, the police and the sheriffs are still not happy. They want it to go down much, much further, and I understand that, but that is where they are. But this was vigorously fought for and was a tremendous improvement to the bill, for the workability of the bill, fought for by law enforcement, but the sheriffs and the police did not agree that this was enough. They don't think it's enough. We think it's a massive change. It has garnered the support of district attorneys and the Attorney General, and I urge a no vote on Amendment L17.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Well, I thank the senator from Arapahoe County. Were we in session next week, I was about to say, you know, next week I expect the senator to argue on some other bill that we really need to be concerned about our local governments and local control and the impact we're going to have on all of those local governments. Today, it's, oh, the state agencies say it's fine, and, you know, those local governments, they just need to jump right on board and come along. And we only, you know, I'm grateful, as should the local governments be, that you didn't start at $1 million, because we'd be at 500,000 now. I mean, it's an interesting argument. Is an interesting rhetorical device to say, well, I started at $1 million, and now I'm only at 500,000, and so I've already come halfway. But the reality is that the data tells us that 85% of these cases that local law enforcement participates in are forfeitures of less than $50,000. So to say, well, I went to $50,000 is a little like saying, I started $1 million and I'm only demanding $500,000 now. But it has no reference to what the debate is about. And the debate is about, I hope, some reasonable limitation in the participation of federal asset forfeiture. But $50,000 basically ends the entire ability of local law enforcement, even a city the size of Colorado Springs, from participating and benefiting in interagency task force. Members, things ought to be based on data. And the fine, by the way, I nearly forgot this. We talk about 500, but the max fine, as I understand it from the bill, is ultimately unlimited. Sure, it starts at $500, so I'll fine you no less than 500, but maybe I'll fine you $1 million. I don't know. I have to say there are local governments out there that I believe $500 out of their budget will work a hardship. And if you tell me it doesn't, and Pshaw, senator from Colorado Springs, then the next time I hear that, next session, I will remember that you said, well, that just wasn't very much money at all. But it is. And the fine is unlimited. So, members, this is a serious enough issue that there is concern in the executive leadership about the way the bill is structured. Not that the bill is wrong-headed, because it's not. There are legitimate concerns, and there's a legitimate balance to be struck here. I believe that L017 strikes that balance, and it is an amendment which, if adopted, will see that this bill becomes law. And that is important. This institution this overall institution and building in which we work operates on 33, 18, and 1. L017 will ensure that we have 33, 18, and 1, and that we do something realistic about asset forfeiture and putting a fence around its use and making it transparent and accountable. I ask for an aye vote on L017.
Senator Kagan.
I ask for a no vote on L017 and just point out that it is not unlimited fine, far from it. It's after 75 days, if you still haven't responded, 30 days till you get the notice, then a further 45 days, then it can be up to 50% of the proceeds that you failed to report in that reporting period. That's it. And I ask for a no vote.
Motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment 17 is lost. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it still seems to me that we are hamstringing our law enforcement agencies. And there's an insistence that the $50,000 floor is the floor that is needed, and yet what it's going to do is stop so much of the participation amongst law enforcement agencies, local, state, and federal, that it will be counterproductive to drug traffic, to fighting drug trafficking, human trafficking, organized crime. L018, and I move. If we could have it on the desk.
There we go, that's fine. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L018?
Amendment L018.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, and I move L018, Mr. Chair. Thank you. What L018 does, and I ask you to take a good, close look at this in light of the discussions that my colleagues and I have had. It immediately imposes the transparency requirements and the penalties that go with that. I hesitate to call them fines because that sounds like someone's committed a crime rather than some sort of administrative infraction, which might tell you how this bill is focused, that those are called fines. It leaves those in place, but it delays the effective date of the $50,000 limitation, the $50,000 floor, so that we have data based on transparency to tell us what are the levels of participation of local law enforcement and state law enforcement in these task forces and in these forfeiture actions. I'm not going to belabor the point, members. This delay in the implementation of the $50,000 limitation will give us an opportunity in the next roughly 2 years to know how much law enforcement activity we will be hamstringing. And we won't simply be imposing $50,000 because it's a half of 100. But rather, whatever we impose, we will be doing so with important data. And I hope that this will have a salutary effect upon the passage of this bill so that we can have realistic data. Because, let me emphasize one more time, I'm the only person, I guess, in this room, not surprisingly, that has ever represented someone in an asset forfeiture case. And nothing will acquaint you more with the pros and cons and the entire set of issues that are associated with that than to represent someone, I suppose, other than being subject. I didn't ask if anybody's ever been subject of asset forfeiture. Methinks thou dost protest. Anyway, so in any case, L018 is a measured way of addressing this, and I ask for an aye vote on L018.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot to digest there. Colleagues, One of the things I can tell you that the focus of this bill, we talk about the difference. What is the difference between federal and state forfeiture? Why is this important to our constituents? Let me throw out a little bit of the information that makes a difference here. The standard of proof. In Colorado, the government must provide clear and convincing evidence of a property's connection to criminal activity for most or all civil forfeitures. On the federal side, the government must only meet the preponderance of evidence standard for all forfeitures. This means property is more than likely that it's more than likely not connected to a crime. It is often thought of as a 51% standard, a coin flip. In favor of the government, a much lower hurdle than beyond a reasonable doubt that you see standard in criminal court. So in the case of where, let's say, a parent's car is used by their adult child to commit a crime, or when something owned by both spouses is used in a crime, but one spouse claims to be innocent, in Colorado, the government must prove the innocent owner did something wrong before forfeiting their property. This includes participating in, condoning, or knowing about the criminal activity associated with the property. That's pretty fair. On the federal side, the burden of proof is on the owners to prove their total innocence, to reclaim their property when someone else used it in a crime. This is a standard of negative proof, incredibly difficult to meet. Reclaiming property in Colorado under state forfeiture, which this legislative body set up into law. Think of the federal process, think of the 10th Amendment. The government is required, or law enforcement is required to file a civil forfeiture suit within 63 days of seizing the property. The lawsuit gives the suspect 21 days to respond. If they do not, the prosecutor can then move for summary judgment, closing the civil case and distributing the money, typically before the criminal case has ever gone before a jury. The cases can be disconnected, and they can be easy for the average citizen to miss. But in federal court, cases usually start with a notice of forfeiture, which will come by registered mail. If you haven't received a notice of forfeiture or any documents, all you can do is wait. Forfeiture law prohibits property owners from filing civil suits to get their property back. You're in limbo. Instead, the government is supposed to start forfeiture process within a reasonable time. And if it doesn't, you can raise the unreasonable delay defense later. In the meantime, not much you can do. Colleagues, we have given the power of the purse and the power of the sword to our law enforcement. It's very critical that we measure that approach. Utilizing state forfeiture under $50,000 is a critical piece to that approach. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Kagan.
And I also urge a no vote on this amendment, members. One thing in addition that we cannot wait for is, and it's a crucial difference between federal and state forfeiture. In federal forfeiture, there is no need to have any criminal case at all. In Colorado, we've said that's not fair, that's not right. If there is no criminal case whatsoever ever filed against anybody involved in this supposedly criminal activity in Colorado, then you can't proceed with the forfeiture because there is no parallel criminal proceeding. That's not so in federal court. You can never file a case in federal court. Then you can send the notice of forfeiture to the person, and you can say, hey, look, we know we're not prosecuting you for anything, or anybody else connected with this asset is ever being prosecuted, but you might be prosecuted someday within a reasonable time. So you better watch your mail, because you don't know when it's going to happen, but it could happen any time that your assets will be forfeited in an action unless you are keeping track. And we aren't going to tell you when it's going to happen. It'll happen within a reasonable time. If you think our time is not reasonable, you'll let us know, I'm sure. Well, you know, the failure to have a parallel criminal proceeding at all, and the failure to give any indication of when this is going to happen to you, even though you haven't ever been charged with, and nobody's ever been charged with a crime in connection with this, is what this bill seeks to remedy by incentive. It does not prevent any seizure from being prosecuted by federal authorities. It just incentivizes law enforcement and the government to use the state process, which is fairer. And that's something that we should not wait around for. We should do in 2017. We should start providing that incentive. So I urge a no vote on Amendment 19.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, a couple of things about the amendment. First of all, it doesn't change any aspect of the bill other than the implementation date of the $50,000 floor, if you will. Because, again, local law enforcement says this will stop 85% of their forfeiture activity, and the attendant outcome of that is that they will have less ability. I don't think they'll have less incentive because they're law enforcement and that's what they do, but they are going to have less ability to participate in multi-level, multi-tiered, multi-jurisdictional enforcement actions. Now, this discussion about the differences in burden of proof, and then we injected beyond a reasonable doubt and clear and convincing and preponderance. But let me tell you about the federal cases. This was amazing to me when I heard it, as familiar as I am with the asset forfeiture system. In the federal system, 90% of the cases have no one claiming the asset. It's abandoned. Now, why would it be abandoned? Well, since it's the fruits of a crime, perhaps you're not going to go around and pick it up. Perhaps you're going to skip bond. Maybe you're going to self-deport. I mean, maybe asset forfeiture has other implications. Once again, this does not change any aspect of the bill, any of the elements of the bill, other than the implementation date on the $50,000 floor. And we ought to make that decision based on good data, and we ought not to be precipitous about it because our local law enforcement agencies, big cities, small cities, county sheriffs all over the county, all over the state are saying this will hamstring their ability to protect you as citizens. We need to listen to that. I ask for an aye vote on L018.
Senator Neville.
Colleagues, I just wanted to clarify something. In the case of abandonment, there are usually two reasons for abandonment. As a good senator from Colorado Springs mentioned, sometimes it is the fruit of criminal activity. Under state forfeiture, we talked about what happens with abandonment. 21 days. 21 days, and then the state can move and basically forfeit the property. So there is a protection for law enforcement under state forfeiture. But in the case of many other abandonments, understand why it happens. Sometimes you have a small forfeiture, and under federal forfeiture, trying to get that property back, you go to a civil court, you've got to hire an attorney. You've got to hire an attorney. And you've got to prove to a high level that that's your property. And you've got to fight that out. And with the federal forfeiture, that could take months and months. And many times, a law-abiding citizen who gets caught up in this makes a decision, and a good attorney, as I'm sure my colleague from Colorado Springs considers himself a good attorney, will tell you that sometimes you can be right, but the case is not worth proceeding with. It's going to cost you more money. So keep that in mind. But the state forfeiture procedure provides a better opportunity for our citizens to actually get their property back in those cases, and urge a no vote on this amendment.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L018. Division has been called. Colleagues, division has been called. We are voting on the adoption of Amendment L018 by Senator Gardner. Will everyone please be seated? All those in favor of L018, please stand. In favor of Amendment L018, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed to L018, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L018 is lost. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1313? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill. Seeing none, the motion. Oh, Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I actually had the opportunity to hear a bill on this topic in the Judiciary Committee one day when I substituted for a colleague of mine. And I will tell you, the only thing I heard about from the chiefs of police and sheriffs was what they used all the money for. And so it was interesting to hear Senator Gardner's discussions today. I thought there were a lot of everyday constituents, the senator from El Paso County, there were a lot of everyday people there telling their stories of ways in which their possessions had been taken and they had never been charged with a crime. And I urge your strong support for this bill.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to stand here in strong support of this bill. You know, there were years in the past where I was a no on this bill because I didn't think there was, well, I thought there were several things missing from that. But since then, I've come to understand a greater need for this bill. And I have not, I am not one of the people in the room who've experienced this situation in a legal sense at all. As a pastor, I have experienced some experiences that two families experienced. Several years apart, each experience had to do with families who had members in their family who had been involved in drugs and some kind of drug trafficking. And they experienced a time where the police went to their home and confiscated a lot of things, some money, a car, which they never received back, simply because they had someone in their family who indeed was involved in something, but was not at this house. I mean, there are many reasons for this, and we need to have this kind of security to make sure that we are taking care of criminal activity and seizing those items which continue to move criminal activity. But I'm impressed and believe very much that in the district attorneys, the district attorney council that is supporting this, this particular bill, the way this bill has been designed, as well as the attorney general, I ask that we support this bill. I would rather err on the side of whatever problems might occur from this bill, but I believe that this is something that not only the people of Colorado, but certainly the people of Denver have wanted for a long time. When I voted no a few years ago, I caught holy you-know-what from my constituents who simply could not understand why I voted the way I did. So I have learned a lot. I think that this would be a good way for us to bring some equity and support to those folks who are innocent, as well as bring the right opportunities to secure and take care of those folks who are basically involved in criminal activity, so that we would be safe and secure. So I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Colleagues, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1313. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1313 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1284?
House Bill 1284 by Representative Valentine and Senators Aguilar and Gardner concerning protecting at-risk adults from mistreatment by establishing a check the Colorado Adult Protective Services data system for persons employed to provide direct care to at-risk adults in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1284 and the report of the whatever committee we were in. The Appropriations Committee and the Finance Committee and the Judiciary Committee.
Senator Aguilar, it looks like we just have Judiciary and Finance. So we'll address the Finance Committee first, which I know you moved. Sorry, Judiciary Committee first, which I know you moved as well.
So in the Judiciary Committee, there were some clarifications done at the request of the department, and then some changes done to ensure that people who do employee checks for other companies are able to access this database as well, and I'd urge your support.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seated on the motion before the body is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Senator Aguilar.
I'll defer to
either one.
my co-sponsor.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Finance Committee report actually had very little to do with finance, but rather to do with the bills needing for these checks to allow third-party vendors to contract with the employing entities. And these third-party agencies already do background checks, so they're going to incorporate all of this together. So the Finance Committee report refers to an employer or person or entity conducting employee screening on behalf of employer. That's what the Finance Committee report amendment and report is about. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report to House Bill 1284. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L015?
Amendment L015 to House Bill 1284 by Senator Gardner. Amend re-engross bill, page 11, line 3, strike employer and substitute employer or person or entity conducting employee screening on behalf of the employer.
Senator Gardner, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L015. And, Mr. Chair, members, recall that the Finance Committee report that we discussed a few moments ago had all of these changes for third-party vendors to participate. It turns out that we missed one instance of that. And so all this amendment does is complete what we tried to do in Finance Committee, but one of the employer or person or entity conducting employee screening on behalf of the employer got missed. L015 picks that up, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L015? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L015 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1284? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1284. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1284 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1264?
House Bill 1264 by Representatives Juvenile and Lawrence and Senators Martinez, Humanic, and John concerning expanding the Ombudsman Program for persons receiving services pursuant to the program of all-inclusive care for the elderly to include local ombudsman in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Martinez, Humanic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1264 in the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What the Finance Committee report did was it struck a very large amount for a number of ombudsmen and substituted the $75,000 which had been agreed to. And that's what it does.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Is there anybody opposed? Please say no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, please. Senator Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a really good bill. It is literally a follow-up to Senate Bill 16199 that was enacted in the 2016 session, and it required the establishment of an ombudsman program for participants of programs of all-inclusive care for the elderly. The PACE program is what you all know it by. And so that is what we are doing. We are actually adding a small amount of funding to get it up and running. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Martinez Humanic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is a really good bill that will help support our seniors. And with our senior population growing, please support this.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1284. Seeing no further discussion, will all those in favor please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1284 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, House Bill 1162, will you please read the title?
House Bill 1162 by Representatives Gray and Senator Gardner concerning action that can be taken against an individual based on the individual's failure to pay for a track violation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Colleagues, I apologize. I announced that we were voting on 1284, and we were actually voting on 1264. To clarify, we just passed House Bill 1264. And we just read the title to House Bill 1162, to which Senator Gardner is about to explain his support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1162 on second reading. There's no committee report.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1162? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1162. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senator Baumgartner's aye has it. House Bill 1162 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1079?
House Bill 1079 by Representatives Kennedy and Senators Quorum and John concerning the continued collection of fees for wholesale food manufacturing and storage in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We move House Bill 1079 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1079. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1079 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1231?
House Bill 1231 by Representative Arden Lawrence and Senators Tate and Smallwood concerning a reorganization of the statutes governing the authority of the Commissioner of Insurance to examine companies engaged in the business of insurance in this state.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1231. And the committee report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report, please. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Had a lot done in the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. Quite a bit of it's going to be undone with Amendment L008, which we're introducing. Basically, the only thing that's going to stay is changing a may to a shall for the insurance commissioner.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1231? There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to, will you please read Amendment L008?
Amendment L008 to House Bill 1231 by Senator Sonnenberg. Amend the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report dated May 8, 2017, page 1, strike lines 1 through 9. And
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L008 does a number of things. We're going to amend the committee report, eliminating the committee amendments L004 and L005, retaining L003. We're also going to be changing, and this was a compromise that was done with the stakeholders, where we're changing the annual civil penalties or civil fines from $750,000 annually to $200,000 annually.
Senator Smallwood, I was waiting for you to finish, but will you please move the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L008.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L008 is adopted. There is another amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006 to House Bill 1231.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L006 to House Bill 1231.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will provide a brief exposition. The intent of the amendment is pretty simple and straightforward. It represents some further stakeholdering that was done. It accomplishes the following. In the instance where the commission has stayed any portion of a civil penalty, it provides the commissioner with the discretion to reinstate a civil penalty. On page 39 of the bill, the amendment takes the proposed language in the bill back to existing statutory language regarding fines and penalties. And finally, the amendment provides for the disclosure of the amount of penalty imposed for each act or violation in the final agency order so that a decision can be made whether or not to appeal the fine. Urge and I vote on L006.
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L006 is adopted. To the bill. Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1231. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1231 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over House Bill 1002 until the end of the second special order second reading of bills calendar.
Colleagues, the motion is to lay over House Bill 1002 until the end of the special order second reading of bills calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 10002 is laid over. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1090?
House Bill 1090 by Representatives Kraft and Wilson and Senators Gardner and Cavallis concerning the Advanced Industry Investment Tax Credit in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1090 and the Finance Committee report.
To the committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, the Finance Committee amendment and report reduced the financial impact to the general fund. This is an advanced industry investment tax credit, which has been around for some years. The limitation was to limit to, I think it's $750,000, the amount of total tax credits can be taken under this program. That was necessary to minimize the overall impact on the budget. Ask for an aye vote.
You need this? Is there any further discussion? Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, please, Senator Kagan.
I have to work on my British accent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's not.
Senator Kafalis, I was hoping you would continue with that. That was delightful. Senator Kafalis, my apologies.
Quite all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. House Bill 1090 extends an already existing tax credit. The tax credit targets people that are often referred to as angel investors. These are startup companies that generally have a harder time accessing capital in order to move their ideas and their technologies forward. It's focused on the various advanced industries. It has contributed to, from the period of July 1st, 2014 to August 5th, 2016, it has helped 44 companies and has contributed to the creation of 427 jobs, and I believe it merits your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1090. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1090 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1119?
House Bill 1119 by Representative Kraft and Senators John and Tate concerning the payment of workers' compensation benefits to injured employees of uninsured employers in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1119 and the committee report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report, please.
We have to adopt the committee report first.
You want to talk about the report?
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. My preference would be for a brief explanation of what the report does, please. Senator Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee report, when we went to State Veterans and Military Affairs, wanted to make sure that we just clarified an employee defined excludes any person employed by an out-of-state employer performing incidental work in Colorado where the employee is covered at the time. So this would be like one of your trucking industries that goes into a state, drops off a load, and then goes back. And they just wanted to clarify that, but that's what we have the amendment to.
Thank you for that explanation. Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L011?
Amendment L011.
Senator Jean.
Thank you. And as you heard in the last amendment, we did that in committee. And as you all know, sometimes we have to massage the words a little bit afterwards to make sure that they're exactly right. So working with all of the stakeholders, this is actually clarifying, and I move L011. This is actually clarifying exactly what I just told you so that they can come in, drop off a load, go back. So it will actually say work that is randomly or fortuitously in Colorado. And all of the groups came to an agreement on that.
Senator Jean, will you do me a huge favor and move that amendment, please? L011. I apologize, I didn't hear it then.
I move L011.
All right. Amendment L011 has been moved. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The aye has it. Thank you, Senator Zenzinger. L011 is adopted. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to make sure that members know that I goofed this morning in appropriations, and I should have been a yes vote. This is a great bill. You should vote yes.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1119? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1119. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1119 is adopted. Thank you, Senators. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1266?
House Bill 1266 by Representatives Hooten and Melton and Senators Finberg and Marble concerning allowing persons who were convicted of misdemeanors for marijuana-related behaviors that are no longer legal to petition for the sealing of criminal records related to such convictions.
Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1266. And ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1266 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1351.
House Bill 1351 by Representative Pedersen and Rankin and Senators Crowder and John concerning utilizing information to improve the treatment for substance use disorders under the Medicaid program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1351. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Crowder, will you please move the Finance and the Appropriations Committee reports, please?
Okay, Senator Chair. I thought I could get at her quick. I move Finance report as well as Appropriations report.
Fantastic. Colleagues, will you briefly explain the Finance Committee report, please?
Finance report after, this is just analysis, basically providing residential inpatient substance use disorder, staff for benefits, etc.
Senator Jean.
And also, when they do the report, they must include the analysis of providing the residential and inpatient substance use disorder treatment as a state-funded benefit rather than through the Medicaid program, which is the whole concept of the bill. Which is cheaper? Which way is better? Where are we going to find out more? So that's what the Finance Committee report does.
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. We have an Appropriations Committee report as well. Senator Jean.
The Appropriations Committee report literally was just to appropriate the correct dollars, which would be $37,500 for the purpose of doing the study and the reports. That's what the finance report did. I mean, the appropriations report.
Thank you. The motion, colleagues, is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to House Bill 1351. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Senator Crowder.
You know, I think it's a good bill, and we're just asking for your support, and I would just ask for House Bill 171351 move forward.
Colleagues, the motion before us right now is the adoption of House Bill 1351. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The aye barely has it, and House Bill 1351 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1360?
House Bill 1360 by Representative Pabon and Senator Moreno concerning allowing a person with a subsequent criminal case to seal a low-level offense.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1360. It's a pretty simple bill. Just make sure that folks have a second chance to seal their records if they, if the underlying offense wasn't one of domestic violence or child abuse or any of these other egregious offenses, that those folks with minor offenses would actually be able to seal their criminal records and be able to apply for jobs and move on with their lives. Ask for an aye vote.
Colleagues, will all those in favor of House Bill 1360 please say aye? Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1360 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, 1367 is up. Please read the title.
House Bill 1367 by Representatives Pabon and Arndt, Senators John and Baumgartner concerning marijuana research authorization.
No, we're not moving that amendment. And we're not.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 1367.
Fantastic.
Ask for an aye vote on 1367.
I do have an amendment here.
Well, they got two.
You have something you'd like to say before the amendment? All right. Colleagues, the amendment I have is Amendment L019 by Senator Aguilar. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L019?
Amendment L019, House Bill 1367.
Senator Aguilar, will you please explain your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is an amendment that was requested by the Research Division at Denver Health and the Colorado Psychiatric Society, Dr. Nussbaum. And the amendment basically just wants to be sure that if human subjects are involved, that there are appropriate procedures regarding informed consent, disclosure of risk-benefit analyses, and subject selection need to be followed. So in essence, this is ensuring that we have the equivalent of an institutional review board type policy for human research. And this is to be sure that we don't have any unethical things being done on humans under our approval. And I'd ask for your support for L019. Actually, I'd like to move L019 and ask for your support.
Thank you for that, Senator Aguilar. Senator John.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to oppose the amendment. This was thoroughly discussed in committee. We've been working on this for a very long time with a lot of stakeholders at the group. The department can do this through rules. If a department is going to issue licenses, they're not going to give them to people that are treating people inhumanely. So I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Court.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely agree with the concept of the amendment, but I also agree with the sponsor that we did discuss this pretty thoroughly in committee, and I'm pretty confident that, as the sponsor says, that no licenses will be issued to unethically behaving, to researchers who behave unethically. So I don't think the amendment is necessary, but I agree with the concept.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I guess if no one thinks that anyone's going to violate this, I don't see the harm in putting it in and ensuring that we've covered the basis and provided basic research subject protection in our laws. And so it doesn't require any extra documentation or procedures. And this just will hold the department to doing what they said they will be able to do. And I think it's a public protection issue, and I'd ask for your support.
Colleagues, the amendment before us right now is Amendment L019. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The noes have it. L019 is lost. I have Amendment 17. Colleagues, this is a multi-page amendment. I know it's a little bit late in the day and it's late in the session. I am going to ask Mr. Carpenter to read it in its entirety, please.
You want me to move it?
I am. Yep.
You want me to move it?
No?
Amendment
Carpenter, will you please
L017.
read it in its entirety?
Amendment L017, House Bill 1367 by Senator Baumgartner. Amend re-engross bill, page 7, after line 25, insert section 6 in Colorado Revised Statutes 25.1.5, 106.5. Amend 5 as follows: 25.1.5, 106.5, medical marijuana health research grant program, 5 sources marijuana. A, the Attorney General shall seek authority from the federal government to permit Colorado institutions of higher education to contract with the National Institute of Drug Abuse to cultivate marijuana and its component parts for the use in research studies funded pursuant to this section. B, a person who holds an optional premises cultivation license or medical marijuana infused products manufacturing license issued pursuant to Part 4 of Article 43.3 of Title 12, or a retail marijuana cultivation facility license or retail marijuana products manufacturing license issued pursuant to Part 4 of Article 43.4 of Title 12, may transfer marijuana to a medical research facility, including at an institution of higher education for use in research studies funded pursuant to this section, notwithstanding any other provision of law. A medical research facility authorized pursuant to this section to conduct medical research regarding marijuana.
Senator John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, you're wondering what in the world that amendment does. The amendment, if you will pull out Senate Bill 275 that we all passed out of here unanimously this morning, it had a little accident when it went over to the House. And so they're really, really sorry. They didn't mean to, and they're all going to be okay when we put 275, the language of 275, into our next research bill, and they've promised they're going to concur. That's what this bill does. It's identical language that you passed this morning unanimously.
Colleagues, all those in favor of our Senate Secretary making Mr. Carpenter continue reading the rest of the amendment, please say aye very loudly.
Aye.
All those opposed to no and actually getting on with our business, please say no very loudly. Mr. Carpenter, you are saved. The noes have it. Colleagues, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 17, which is identical to Senate Bill 275. All those in favor of Amendment 17, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 17 is adopted to the saving grace of Mr. Carpenter. Mr. Carpenter, I do have another amendment. Please read Amendment L020.
Amendment L020 to House Bill 1367 by Senator Martinez-Humenick. Amend re-engross bill, page 5, line 18, strike human, animal, and substance.
Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, what this does is it just strikes the word animal and substitutes humans. Veterinarians that I have talked to have said they've seen an increase. They know that marijuana is toxic to animals. Animals' bodily compositions are much different than humans. If we're going to test this, let's test it on within the confines of the bill, but leave animals out of it, because we know that they're going to not survive the testing anyway. So I would just ask for an aye vote on Amendment 20.
Senator Martinez-Humenick, will you move the amendment, please?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L020.
Colleagues, all those in favor of humans testing marijuana? All those in favor of Amendment L020, please say aye. Those opposed, no?
No.
Noes have it. Amendment L020 is lost.
We don't have anything yet? Okay. We ready? You ready?
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1367 as amended on second reading. Ask for aye vote.
Senator Aguilar, and then Senator Priola, and then Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I was asked by University Hospital and Children's Hospital and National Jewish to let you know that they are neutral on this bill. They are not in support of this bill, so they wanted to be sure that no misinformation had been spread. Thank you.
Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the bill sponsors. I wasn't fast enough to get up before the very long amendment. L17 was put in here, but on page 3, in lines 23 through 25, it actually says that, let's see, I might have the wrong, let's see. It says, actually, it goes through line 27, where it says that once the retail marijuana has been sold to a research facility, that it is no longer part of the tracking system. And I just have a concern about that, because we are supposed to be tracking all marijuana, whether it's being researched or anything, so that we know what's happening to it. And at research facilities, sometimes they don't use all the product that they need to test. So I have a concern about this with regards to perhaps, it disappearing from a research facility, and we know that this has happened in the past. So I do have a question as to why we have that in there.
Senator Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, members, this is directly out of the Senate Bill 275 that passed out unanimously this morning. But I will give you the answer to that because obviously it came up in committee. Once it is tracked all the way to the facility, it is then taken to the research facility. They no longer do tracking. They are not going to sell that marijuana. It's not going to become retail. So that's why it stops right there. It is only going to be researched. It doesn't go anywhere after that. And the department actually, they're the ones that helped us craft this language.
Colleagues, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1367. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1367 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1369.
House Bill 1369 by Representative Proponent, Senator Marble, concerning bond procedures for persons not appearing in court due to immigration-related issues.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1369 and ask for an aye vote.
Colleagues, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1369. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1369 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, we are back through to House Bill 1208. Please read the title for us.
House Bill 1208 by Representative Wiseman and Senator Gardner, concerning clarifications to the criminal justice records sealing process.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over House Bill 1208 to follow to the end of the calendar, follow House Bill 1002.
Colleagues, the motion is to lay over House Bill 1208 until the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will lay over House Bill 1208 until the end of the calendar. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1363.
House Bill 1363 by Representative Hansen and Senator Martinez-Humenick, concerning an exemption from otherwise applicable requirements for financing from the Colorado New Energy Improvement District if a residential property owner is not seeking to subordinate the property of existing mortgages.
Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1363 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1363? Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Colleagues, this had a 60-5 House floor vote, and it came out of the Senate Finance Committee 5-0. What this does is it allows homeowners the opportunity to purchase energy-efficient products for their homes, take out a loan instead of having to create debt for themselves. But whatever they do as far as borrowing money to provide these energy-efficient uses for their home, will be in a subordinate lien, so it doesn't require a title commitment, and it will help people make their homes more efficient with the inaction of this bill.
Senator Martinez-Humenick, I think the burning desire in the Senate is to know why 5 House members couldn't get their act together and vote in support of this bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1363. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1363 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over House Bill 1002 to follow 1208.
Colleagues, the motion is to lay over House Bill 1002, one bill, to the end of the calendar. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1002 is laid over. Mr. Carpenter, we are back to 1208. Please read the title again.
House Bill 1208 by Representative Weissman and Senator Gardner concerning clarifications to the criminal justice record sealing process.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1208. And there is no committee report.
There's no committee report, but I do have your amendment. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment 2?
Amendment L002 to House Bill 1208.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, House Bill 1208 itself is concerning record sealing clarification, set of clarifications that are implemented and being made as a result of a 2016 bill from the Senate. The amendment, which I now move, L002, is a kind of a clarification amendment requested by some of the stakeholders in that the requirement for record sealing was a conviction in 2 places in the bill, and in fact, it needed to be charging because you might be charged, not convicted, but you would still want to seal and in fact have a more meritorious reason for sealing your case if it was only charged rather than convicted. So I ask for an aye vote on L002.
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L002. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 is adopted. Senator Gardner.
With that, Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 1208.
Colleagues, all those in favor of the adoption of House Bill 1208, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1208 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, last and most certainly least is 1202. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since 1002 is the last bill on the special order second reading of bills calendar, before we take that up, I just wanted to let members know that the food is here and out there if you want to go grab a plate to eat.
Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1002?
House Bill 1002 by Representative Pedersen and Exum and Senators Gonzalez and Martinez-Humenick concerning the extension of the income tax credit for child care expenses paid by a resident individual with a federal adjusted gross income of $25,000 or less.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1002 on second reading, and I believe there are no committee reports.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Senator Martinez-Humenick.
This bill extends the existing tax credit for child care expenses made by low-income taxpayers for tax years 2017, 2018, and 2019. And it is limited to those qualifying taxpayers with a federally adjusted gross income of less than $25,000 a year. And in committee, folks, what we heard was from a young mom who was trying to go to school, who was employed, and also had to pay for child care. And we've heard for the last several years that child care is very, very expensive. And she said that without the $500 refund that she got that covered 2 months of her child care, that would have been a burden for her. And So we would ask for your support on House Bill 1002. Do you have it? Yeah. Okay.
Colleagues, I do have your amendment. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003 to House Bill 1002 by Senator Gonzalez, amend regross bill page 2, line 3, strike 7, and substitute 7 and add 3A.5.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L003.
All right, to the amendment, please.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, this amendment, the purpose of this amendment is to address the fiscal impact of the half-year fiscal impact of House Bill 1002 in 16-17 in the current fiscal year. So what we are saying in this amendment is that if, based on the revenue estimate prepared by Ledge Council staff in June 2017, the general fund surplus for 16-17 is greater than or equal to the amount in the fiscal note, then this would this would extend starting January 1st of 2017. If that is not the case, in order to address the fiscal impact in 16-17, then this refundable tax credit to help families, working families, offset their child care expenses would trigger on January 1st of 2018. We ask for your support of L003.
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 3. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. Guys have it. Amendment 3 is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we move once again for the adoption of House Bill 1002 on second reading.
Colleagues, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1002. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1002 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe for the last time in this session, I'm going to move from second reading that the committee rise and report.
Colleagues, the motion before the body is to rise and report. I'm sure that's depressing to many of you, so I understand if we vote no. However, if you would like to rise and report, please say aye. If you would not like to rise and report, please say no. We will rise and report.
Have they voted on 296?
We can't do thirds on the same day. Yeah, we have to wait until tomorrow.
Are we going to? Senate will come back to order and the coat rule will remain relaxed. Senator Hill.
Mr. President, we have had a bunch of bills under consideration. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee to hold begs leave reports that under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendation on House Bill 1340, House Bill 1375, House Bill 1356, House Bill 1313 is amended, House Bill 1284 is amended, House Bill 1264 is amended, House Bill 1162, House Bill 1079, House Bill 1231 as amended, House Bill 1090 is amended, House Bill 1119 is amended, House Bill 1266, House Bill 1351 is amended, House Bill 1360, House Bill 1367 is amended, House Bill 1369, House Bill 1363, House Bill 1208 is amended, House Bill 1002 is amended. Pass on second read order, revised place the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Hill.
Mr. President, my apologies. I was corrected by the chair of the JBC and reminded that a bunch of bills is not the technical term. Rather, it was a plethora of bills. Nevertheless, Mr. President, I move the report.
The motion for the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1340, House Bill 1375, House Bill 1356, House Bill 1313 is amended, House Bill 1284 is amended, House Bill 1264 is amended, House Bill 1162, House Bill 1079, House Bill 1231 is amended, House Bill 1090 is amended, House Bill 1119 is amended, House Bill 1266, House Bill 1351 is amended, House Bill 1360, House Bill 1367 is amended, House Bill 1369, House Bill 1363, House Bill 1208 is amended, House Bill 1002 is amended, passed on second reading, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senator Hill.
Mr. President, I just am encouraged that despite the many flaws in term limits, it sounds like you might have gainful employment in a year after your term is up.
Counting on it, I will need it. Senator Holbert, Majority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up a special orders calendar consideration of governor's appointments at the hour of 6:04 p.m. today.
The motion is for the Senate to take up special orders, consideration of governor's appointments, calendar, at the hour of what?
6:04 p.m.
6:04 p.m. This motion requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted, and the Senate will take up special orders, consideration of governor's appointments at the hour of 6:04 p.m. Consideration of governor's appointments, special orders. Mr. Carpenter, please read the appointments on the calendar.
Member of the Transportation Commission for term expiring July 1st, 2017, Kara Donna Studer, Broomfield, Colorado, serves as Commissioner from the 4th Transportation District, occasioned by the resignation of Heather M. Berry of Westminster, Colorado, appointed for term expiring July 1st, 2021. Karen Donna Studer, Broomfield, Colorado, serves as Commissioner from the 4th Transportation District, reappointed.
No, you go ahead.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the appointment of Karen Donna Stewart of Broomfield, Colorado, to serve as the commissioner from the 4th Transportation District. Mr. President and members, the reason this was not on the consent calendar is because there were some issues raised about some of the things that had been, Ms. Stewart had been in support of, like vehicle miles traveled and toll roads and so on and so forth. So we thought we'd bring that to the Senate and let people vote the way they felt like they should.
Is there any discussion? The motion is for the appointment of Transportation Commission members, Karen Donna Stewart. Are there any no votes on the appointment? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the appointment is confirmed. Karen Donna Stewart has been appointed to the Transportation Commission. Committee reports.
May 9, 2017, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee recommends the following: House Bill 1270 be postponed indefinitely.
Message from the House.
The House is postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 275, the bill is returned to your with.
Sponsorship change. Senator Donovan will be added to House Bill 1306 as Senate Joint Prime Sponsor with Senator Coram and Representatives McLaughlin and Exum. Signing of bills.
The President has signed House Bill 1301.
Consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to House Bill 1004?
House Bill 1004 by Representative Michelson, Janae, and Danielson, and Senators Hill and Garcia concerning a statewide policy for awarding college credit for military education and training.
Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. President. I will move the first report of the first conference committee, but I do move that, I guess, and just want to explain and say my thanks to the senator from Pueblo and El Paso County as we work through this. Mr. President and colleagues, what we wanted to just confirm and maybe through this report reaffirm was that when we're looking for a plan of guaranteed transfer for credit that our veterans have received, we're really putting a backstop on this, that June 1st of 2018 is when they will have to use an external source for the crosswalk between what they've done in the military and what credit they will get here at state institutions. We have, in a fit of optimism, have asked the Department of Higher Education and the Colorado Commission on Higher Education through the GE Council to come up with that crosswalk. I think we can actually do a better job than some of those organizations outside of Colorado, and so we are asking them to really get the work done, to put the effort into this in the next 12 months, to come back to the Senate and the House Education Committees with a report on how they are doing on giving our veterans credit for the work they've done in the military. I think we've got a decent compromise that we've put together here in the conference committee, and Mr. President and colleagues, I'd ask for your support of this conference committee report.
Is there any discussion? The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1004. Are there any no votes on the first report of the first conference committee? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1004 is adopted. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this passed unanimously before. We've made a slight change with the conference committee report, just clarifying our intention to wait until June 1st of 2018. But with that, Mr. President, I move for the readoption of House Bill 1004, and colleagues ask for your support, please.
You've heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Senator Lambert.
Like to be recorded as 17C.
Is there any further discussion? The motion before the body is the readoption of House Bill 1004. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, and 1 17C, House Bill 1004 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader Holbert. Senator Neville. Actually, I think most everybody is on with a couple of exceptions. Gardner, you are on. Todd is on. You are on. Please add Senator Quorum. Everyone is on, except for, I can't even say it. I'm not even allowed to say it. Okay. You're on. Okay.
and 1227.
Third reading of bills. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to House Bill 1342?
House Bill 1342 by Representative Benavides and Senator Crowder concerning authorization for a county to submit a ballot question for a county public safety improvements tax at a biennial county or November odd year election.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1342 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1342. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville, Senator Marble, Senator Cook, Majority Leader Holbert, Senator Hill, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Gardner, Senator Scott, Senator Smallwood, Senator Tate, Senator Lundberg, Senator Lambert. (22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused). House Bill 1342 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1227.
House Bill 1227 by Representatives Winter and Lawrence and Senators Priol and Finberg concerning an extension of demand-side management goals for investor-owned utilities as set by the Public Utilities Commission.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1227 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For reasons stated yesterday about corporate welfare, I would urge a no vote on House Bill 1227.
Thank you for your $5. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I've got deep concerns about this policy. We live in a growing state. We live in an expanding economy, and we have a program where we are charging people, we are charging every single ratepayer out there for the opportunity to not build new generation and new transmission. Now, I'm all about conservation. As anyone with 4 children will know, you spend much of your waking moments encouraging them to turn off lights and faucets and whatever else may be operating. However, I think we've actually got a program here where we're charging all the ratepayers and giving benefits to the few that can afford to make rather significant, rather expensive investments, all on the promise that we are not having to expand transmission and generation capacity. I think we have got our priorities backwards. I think we should be focused more long-term on how we build generation and transmission for the long-term needs of our state, not focused on taxing everyone for the benefit of a select few. Colleagues, I ask for your no vote on this bill.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I also urge a no vote on this bill. If you could imagine anything that we consume, and if we all of a sudden decided that we're going to pay people, whatever business it might be, to encourage us to consume less. and we're actually going to pay for the focus of them actually putting something in our mail that says, hey, consume less of this, consume less of that. So let's say oil and gas. Maybe we need to pay oil and gas companies to actually not bring as much oil and gas to the surface for us to use, because it's less expensive that way. So maybe oil and gas companies should be going out and being paid to encourage to actually tell us to use less energy. If you could imagine that. Imagine anything. I mean, we already do this in some areas. I mean, we have, certain farm subsidies and other things. And we always get frustrated when we take a look at anything that we're asking people to do and actually do less of it, and we're going to actually pay them more. But really what this comes down to is a shift of dollars, because someone is having to pay for these subsidies. So basically, we're actually paying those people who cannot make savings. When you get your electricity bill, and you have a family of 6, and they say, oh, you know what? You're above the normal amount of energy that's consumed in your neighborhood. Well, they don't figure out that you've got 6 people living in your home versus maybe 2 people, or they don't understand that you've got kids at home or whatever else. But we're paying Excel or whoever to actually put that in your mail and to tell you that. And then we're also paying companies, of course, to come in and say, oh, we can save you money. And we have the energy subsidies. Usually, as the good senator from Colorado Springs stated, for those people who have the money that actually can afford to put those on their house, we're actually subsidizing them too. So we're not subsidizing the poor. We're not subsidizing those who can least afford to use more energy. We're subsidizing those who actually can afford it. And for that, I encourage a no vote.
Senator Crowder. Thank you, Mr. President. I looked at this a little bit different. And I'll probably be corrected, but I looked at this as a situation where the power companies could offer that management side programs that would actually decrease our energy consumption. So I looked at this, and we use this quite a bit in agriculture to progress our needs. So I looked at this as a little bit different. So I'll be supporting this bill because I thought it was something that would save us money, not cost us more money. And I believe all we're doing to the energy companies is indicating to them that we should continue finding innovative ways to reduce our cost, because if we don't do this, they will actually stop that and maintain where they're at. So I think this is probably a bill in agriculture. I think this will benefit us. Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, let me tell you a little personal story why I decided to sign on to this bill earlier in the session. This goes back almost 20 years. I actually signed up. We were living in Westminster, and we were having brownouts and blackouts in the middle of the summer. And so it dawned on me just how much the grid was stressed at that time back in the late 90s. So I signed up to have Excel put a kill switch on my AC unit, and I was a little nervous that I'd actually notice it and be really hot in July and August, but it never really happened. And how did that benefit everybody in the system? At the margin, there's probably less distribution and less production that needed to be built and sit idle for 11 months of the year to service everybody's AC at 2 and 3 p.m. on a July summer. So that's how it benefits the whole system. Again, I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1227.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actions speak louder than words. We come down here all the time and we talk about, we need to take care of the elderly and we need to take care of the poor. And that's what we say, but let's put our money where our mouth is. Or should I say, let's put the ratepayers' money where our mouth is. Because this bill is nothing but corporate welfare. We have to think about the poor and the elderly in Pueblo, in Grand Junction, in Thornton, throughout this state. Because they're the ones that are getting charged for this. We are subsidizing state utilities, state sanctioned monopolies to the extent of $30 million for Excel. And I'm not the one, I normally believe that CEOs can make whatever the market bears, but they need to earn what they make. Excel is paying $15 million to their CEO. $15 million. The CEO of Black Hills is making about $6 million in bonuses and pay. And like I said, I believe CEOs should make whatever the market will bear, but they earn it. They earn what they make. A state-sanctioned monopoly, the CEOs don't. This gentleman here, Ben, whatever his last name is, wants to thank you. If you vote for this bill, he wants to thank you for that bonus. He got a 44% increase. So why don't we just increase, the demand side management and give them a bigger raise? Let them make more for not producing energy, because that's what this bill does. We give them $30 million to not produce energy. To me, that is a corporate welfare program on the backs of the poor and the elderly. And it's a redistribution of wealth. It's Robin Hood in reverse. We're taking from those who can least afford it and giving it to industry and giving it to corporations. So I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Colleagues, we will be in a senatorial 5. We actually are having some computer issues here, so take a little break. Senate will come back to order. Colleagues, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1227. Is there any further discussion? Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Cook, Senator Marble, Senator Neville, Senator Gardner, Majority Leader Holbert, Senator Scott, Senator Smallwood, Senator Tate, Senator Lundberg, Senator Lambert, Senator Hill. Please add the President. With 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1227 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Jones, Senator Court, Senator Merrifield, Senator Moreno. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. After voting in the affirmative, I asked for recall of House Bill 1220, reconsideration of House Bill 1227, and I asked for a no vote. On reconsideration.
Not as polished, yes. The motion is for reconsideration of House Bill 1227.
Debatable?
Hold on, I don't know if I'm not sure reconsideration is even a debatable motion, so this motion is on reconsideration, it might not be debatable.
Let's see. These are the same guys. Block it forever.
It's not debatable.
Motion before the body is for reconsideration of House Bill 1227.
Do you want me to ask?
Motion before the body is the reconsideration of House Bill 1227. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no.
No!
Noes have it, and reconsideration is lost. To clarify, the motion to reconsider is lost.
So now we can do consideration of House amendments.
Oh. Consideration of House amendments. Mr. Carpenter, if you can get to a mic, would you please read the title of the Senate Bill 240?
Senate Bill 240 by Senators John and Tate and Representative Winter, concerning the continuation of the regulation of persons who sell vehicles in the ordinary course of business and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations of the Sunset Report of the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Senators John and Tate. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the House concur with the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 240.
Can you please explain the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 240 was the sunset bill on the auto dealers. And if you remember, we had another bill related to auto dealers, auto manufacturers, Senate Bill 298. And Senate Bill 40 was amended in the House to reflect amendments required by the reviser in syncing up those two Senate bills. Urge and I vote on concurrence with House amendments.
Is there any discussion? Motion before the body is to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 240. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 240. Senator Tate or John? Senator John.
Oh, sorry, Mr. President. I move that the Senate readopt Senate Bill 40 as approved by the
Senate Bill 240.
240.
I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 240 on third reading.
It's 240.
What they both said. The motion before the body is the readoption of Senate Bill 240. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 240 is readopted. Co-sponsors. If you were a co-sponsor the first go-round, you do not need to re-co-sponsor. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 306?
Senate Bill 306 by Senator Lambert and Representative Hamner, concerning a direct transfer of money from the high-cost support mechanism to broadband deployment grant applicants with proposed broadband deployment projects that have been approved by the Broadband Deployment Board for a grant award and in connection therewith requiring segregation of funds for basic voice service and funds for broadband deployment.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject House amendments to Senate Bill 306 and a conference committee be formed.
Senator Coram.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a substitute motion to concur with the House amendments.
There is a substitute motion to concur with House amendments. These would be taken in order. The motion is to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 306. Senator Lambert.
We have a call for Senatorial 5.
We'll be in the Senatorial 5. We'll come back to order. The motion before the body is to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 306. Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a no vote on concurrence. We were requested 2 days ago to run this bill by the governor's office because of a footnote that was put in and an appropriation that was put into the long bill. That motion in the House was something we all supported, that $9.5 million should go from the High Cost Support Mechanism Fund to rural broadband. The governor asked us to run, or the governor's office, OSPB, asked us in good faith to run an amendment or to run a new bill authorizing the spending on that $9.5 million, because currently under federal law, it cannot be spent. It was to go to the PUC, and under current law, it will go to the PUC. Unfortunately, it required a statutory change to allow the PUC to spend that for the rural broadband purpose and to take it out of the high cost support mechanism. We were asked to run a bill, and we went through all the JBC members who signed on to this bill to run a very, very tight bill to allow that spending to take place. That was the understanding that we had when we ran this bill. When it got to the House, basically the House put on a Christmas tree of a lot of substantive legislation into the bill that is a violation of that trust, and I think a violation of the integrity of this process. Now, the vote we have now is to basically cave into agreement we've already made with the governor's office, with our colleagues in the House. And I see this as a real problem if we do support this, a problem with at least the integrity of the process. This was not the purpose of this bill. We went out of our way to allow, in good faith, $9.5 million to be spent for rural broadband. Unfortunately, some of our colleagues are too greedy to limit it to that agreement. I think there was, on this particular mechanism, there was no discussion within this bill with any stakeholders, with anybody in industry that oppose this, that have been working on this for a long time. And I understand that spending or changing several years worth of discussion on this item, on the general topic, is a very controversial issue for those people both in the industry, in rural areas, and those that are benefiting from the high cost support mechanism, including the provider of last resort. So I ask for a no vote on this particular amendment so that we can get back, form a conference committee, and get this to the original promise that we had through the bill sponsors to basically perform what the governor's office asked us to do, to allow us to, in good faith, to support the $9.5 million that was going to be used for this purpose. So I ask for a no vote on concurrence.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has been an honor, and will continue to be, for me to serve as Majority Leader in this chamber. I have tried during the first 119 days of this session to manage the process, to enforce the rules in this chamber with an even hand. I said early on there are 35 co-equal members in this chamber, and I have tried very hard. It has, from time to time, been bumpy, but when something has gone wrong, to be accountable for that and to make sure that every person in this body can count on the process and the rules. I'm asking you to vote no on concurrence. The 3 members of this chamber who serve on JBC had an understanding, not unlike the budget, not unlike supplemental bills, not unlike orbital bills, all of which we have debated and voted on here according to that process. The President and I were involved in a conversation last week where we were asked to support a very narrow title that the JBC members had agreed to. I understood that all 6 of them had agreed to it, and I said yes. I understand why the good senator from Montrose, I understand why people might support this. And I don't question his or anyone's integrity in this chamber about why they would want the bill the way it is now. What I'm asking you, colleagues, the 34 of you who are my equals in this chamber, is to vote no on concurrence and allow the conference committee a chance tomorrow to resolve this issue. Maybe it's not possible, but I'm asking you to honor the process. I'm asking you to look at this with an even hand, as I have tried on bills I adamantly disagreed with questions that I disagreed with, things that I lost on the budget, wherever. Now, do you owe me that? No, you don't. You can vote however you want to. But I see this as a question of process and integrity, not on the policy, but on the process. And I can tell you that in the meeting that I was involved in last week, where I was asked by the good senator, the chairman of JBC. Please give us a late bill based on this very narrow title. The JBC agreed on this, and this is all we are trying to do is address that footnote that the chairman mentioned. And that was the understanding. And that's why I'm asking you to vote no on concurrence.
Senator Corrum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the process, and I understand how the process works around here. A couple of years ago, I worked with all the stakeholders, the good senator known at that time as Representative Williams. We traveled the state, the entire state. We worked with all the providers. We had an agreement to use the high-cost fund to bring broadband for rural Colorado. It passed. And a couple of weeks after that, CenturyLink filed a lawsuit. There has been no money transferred to rural broadband. Why is rural broadband important to me? One of the things that I found when I was traveling the state, there was a lady in Rangeley, Colorado, had fallen. They did x-rays. Quality of broadband wasn't good. She ran around for a week with her hip broken in 3 places because broadband was not there. We have farmers and ranchers who are trying to do precision farming. The service is not there. You can call me greedy, you can call me what you want, but I've tried since January to get this bill on. I didn't put it on, the House put it on. But I think it's important to understand that 46 members of the House of Representatives supported this amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly appreciate the process discussion, and I wasn't privy to those process discussions. But when I started hearing about them this afternoon, it certainly was. I appreciated hearing that aspect of it. But since I can't speak to the process discussion and wasn't involved in those initial discussions, I do want to talk about the policy, because that's why I'm up here asking for your concurrence on this bill. This issue has been around this building since in 2014 this body passed a handful of bills trying to address the telecom issue. And as part of that package of bills, there was a promise made that we would start examining areas that currently receive money from the high-cost support mechanism for telephone service, right? I've been reading the tweets that have been coming, not tweets, the messages that have been coming in this room, and there's really some confusion about the different monies and where they go. So we made an agreement that said we have this pot of money that's being used to subsidize telephone service. Let's look at that and make sure that we're still using that for its correct purpose. Where we need to support telephone service and support those communities, we're going to keep doing that. But if there are areas of competition, let's move that money over. And that's what the colleague before me spoke of. We made a promise to take money that was supporting telephone service. If there was competition in that area, then it's no longer the appropriate role of government to subsidize those corporations. Let's move money over. Let's help deploy infrastructure in the unserved areas of Colorado and wire the state. That was a promise that we made. Now, why do we wire the state? Well, we do it for quality of life. We all know how important the internet is to us. But we as a state have also passed mandates in the past handful of years that assumes that everyone is wired. The federal government has passed mandates that has assumed that everyone is wired. So even if we're not just talking about a quality of life, which I think is fiercely important for this body to consider, we have asked schools to take tests online. We have asked doctors to be able to send medical records through email. And all of these things are not possible in many of the communities that we represent. And I know even that basic idea of thinking that a community doesn't have broadband or robust broadband is hard to fathom until you've been on that main street. In the discussions that happened today, someone said, well, what, they don't have any like LTE service or nothing? They have varying degrees. Some people literally don't have broadband. Some people don't have robust enough broadband to look for business expansion. But all of these people deserve to have the same robust broadband. How do we do that? The state proves that it's willing to meet our partners in wiring every community in this state. And how do we make that promise and show that we believe in that investment? We start consistently moving money over from the high-cost support mechanism to the Rural Broadband Deployment Fund. And that's what this amendment would do. It narrows a definition that has continually been brought into suit and therefore prohibited the transfer of funds, and it narrows it enough that I believe it gives the PUC standing to really move money over on a consistent basis. Yes, I am so grateful, incredibly grateful, to this entire body that we have committed $9.5 million. But that's one time. This bill, the idea that's represented in the request for concurrence, has been in this building since January. It has been worked on, it has been discussed, and now it has been added on and we have a chance to support it. And therefore I'm asking for your support of concurrence on 306. Thank you.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I'm going to ask for a no vote on concurrence. Senate Bill 306 may not have followed the traditional joint budget committee process for how we consider legislation, but for all intents and purposes, it is actually a joint budget committee bill. It was designed to be very narrow in its focus. We all, as a body, decided how important this issue was. And and because of that importance, the Joint Budget Committee advocated for keeping that $9.5 million in the budget so that we could expand rural broadband. I know how important that was to my friend and colleague, the senator from Vail, and so we made sure it stayed. And all we needed now was a simple and narrow statutory bill that would allow those funds to be dispersed. But the amendments added on by the House has made it something much bigger, something that the Joint Budget Committee did not expect or agree to. And so for that reason, I ask for a no on concurrence. I understand how important this issue is to my friends and colleagues from the rural areas and how important it is to rural Coloradans. On the policy itself, I'd probably support it. But this is a Joint Budget Committee bill that was designed to be very narrow in its focus to only allow the spending of those additional funds that were included in the long bill. And for that reason, I ask for a no vote on concurrence.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I rise and ask you for a no vote on concurrence. And I first want to say thank you to the JBC members for clarifying the intent of the original introduction of this bill, because I think there was a lot of us that did not understand that. And unfortunately, when this bill went over to the House, there was a radical move to basically deconstruct and reverse telecommunications reform that was passed in 2014. And when you talk about moving money from the high-cost support mechanism fund, in 2014, we determined through a very, very difficult process of how we draw down the high-cost support mechanism fund so those monies could be moved over to the broadband fund. Matter of fact, we created the broadband fund in the 2014 legislation. My concern is that if you really understand telecommunications and what occurred in 2014 is that with the current definition of how we define effective areas of competition, it's very complicated, and there's been some papers written by the PUC. They haven't even done that process yet because it's so complicated. So what my concern is that when we get to the policy of this, now we're going to start to redefine what effective competition is. And even if that's done, we do not know what type of funds that would generate. Understand, if we pass this, we don't even know what type of money, what amount of money will generate from changing effective competition areas. I understand the need for broadband in rural Colorado. I've been committed to it since the day I worked in telecommunications, and I'm very sensitive to my rural colleagues. What I'm even more concerned about is that this took place last night. Telecommunications is very, very, very complicated. And for us to vote on changing the way in which we are going to determine the areas of effective competition, we don't know what amount of money that's going to generate. I don't think this is in the best interest of the people of Colorado and rural Colorado. And so I'm going to ask you for a no vote on concurrence on this bill. Thank you.
Colleagues, we are going to be in a senatorial 5. We are just now passing out the re-revised bill. It should be being passed out now, and we're going to give each of you time to look at that. Colleagues, we are still on the motion for concurrence. Minority Leader Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in discussing this situation, what we have found is that we, on our side anyway, have found that there's been certainly a lot of confusion with this. Senator, the good senator from Montrose and I were working on a bill which is most of this bill. We were working on a bill that would bring about broadband services to the rural area, and working on that for a long time. The majority leader in the House was also working on a bill in terms of the same area. They weren't coming together. Finally, with help and guidance from a member in the governor's office, things came together, and that became this bill. But it did not have the good senator from Morrison's name on it, nor did it have my name on it. It had the names of the JBC members, both in the House and in the Senate. That this bill does include 306, which we passed earlier, and so I've been confused. We've been confused because we worked on this bill. It didn't come through, but all of a sudden it became part of this bill. So there are parts of both of these two bills that are very, very important. 306, as we originally passed it, is very important because that includes the mechanism for utilizing the $9+ million that was voted on in the budget. This bill, the rest of the bill, we feel that my colleague there and my colleague from Vail and many of us on this side, and probably on this side also, feel like there are some very important items to this bill because we are continuing to struggle to find ways to bring some broadband equity to the rural parts of this state. So we've had good conversations up here. My recommendation would be that we move to conference committee so that we can, in good gesture, now that we know there's been some major confusion, and maybe even major confusion in the direction that we have received, some of us have received, to go to conference committee so we can sit and discuss whether or not we can, how we can bring some better parts together. I know that my colleague has moved for concurrence, and I respect that. If we move to concurrence and that fails, then there would not be the opportunity to discuss the situation amongst colleagues. So that would be my hope, would be that we might be able to find a way to go to conference and have some conversation. But the good senator from Montrose is the one who brought the motion, and Mr. President, I turn the mic back over to you because I think you're the one who has to lead us from this point on. In terms of a vote, I think.
Thank you, Madam Minority Leader. The motion before us is concurrence. Senator Quorum.
Mr. President, I am new to this place, but is it possible to move to withdraw my motion?
You may always withdraw your motion. The motion before us is to form a conference committee. Is there any further discussion on the motion pending before us? The motion before the body is to reject House amendments and to form a conference committee. Are there any no votes on forming a conference committee? 35 ayes, 0 noes. Senator Sonnenberg will be recorded as a no vote. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, conference committee will be formed for Senate Bill 306. Announcements. Senator Lambert.
Thank you. Majors, listen up again. We now have 6 people signed up to go fly with the Civil Air Patrol, actually 7. So this will be here through tomorrow morning anyway. If you have not signed up and want to go fly and see what the Civil Air Patrol does, please come over here and sign this. And I would like to make an announcement for the first time since I've been involved as the squadron commander, Capital Squadron Commander for the Civil Air Patrol. You should all be proud that 100% of our senators have joined the Civil Air Patrol. That's the first time I've ever heard of that happening. So congratulations to y'all for your participation. Come sign up and fly.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have collected some funds, and I think we're still a little short. I think we're at how much?
$250.
And we needed to raise 500. Now remember, the House raised close to 1,000, and the goal is 1,500. So if you could shake your pockets and give us any change, if you deep in your purses, we could really we need that $200.
Or Angels of America's Fallen.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a 501c3 organization which can accept a donation from your campaign, which I know over here there are abundant and excessive campaign funds that could be donated. So, and thank you, Colonel. Thank you very much.
Announcements. Majority Leader Holbert.
I thank you, Mr. President. Members, would you please help me thank our staff, Secretary Effie Amin and our staff here in the Senate. They have done an incredible job. Thank you. We have nothing more that we can do tonight. Nothing. This House is on special orders. They have some third reading of bills. I've been asked about School Finance Act, and that is on third readings in the House, and we can't do anything with that until they pass it on thirds.
Why are you filibustering your motion?
Why am I filibustering? I am just so grateful for your hard work today. We have had one night, I believe, that we got close to midnight, and go ask the House how many times they have in their chamber. So, thank you all. And, okay, the good senator from Jefferson County suggested you might take the bills off your filing cabinet, put them on your desk. That way staff doesn't have to stay here even later tonight. Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn until 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 10th, the 120th day of this here 120-day general session.
The motion is to adjourn until 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 10th, day 120. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will be adjourned.